raise your hand. Whenever you wish to comment, just indicate. Just remember to respect each other's opinion. We're having a conversation. Basically, we could all teach each other something, and we could help to develop each other in some way, shape, or form. So for a quote this week, sometimes the solution is not technique or tactics or even strategy, but simply giving everything you got. If you're on the better side in absolute terms, it may be the only way to win that crucial game. And this was a quote I took from Ruud Gullit. I think this is very critical as it relates to our situation in this particular game. Maybe we thought that only hard work would get us the results in this game, but this was not one of those games where it was just about the shared desire, and the desire would get us through to getting the 3 points. A lot more things played out in that particular game, and those are the things we're going to look at today. All right, so points of analysis and things I want us to do is to stay on point in terms of, I know we may not be happy with selections and things that could have been happening in the past, but I want us to stick and keep our discussion within the players who were selected, what they did, how they played, and let's try to be objective in that perspective and not necessarily go hypothetical. Let the discussion be based on what we saw and what we think we could use or not use in that context. So what we're going to look at: system of play, style of play, key players, strengths and weaknesses, patterns of play, restarts. All right, so those are, and obviously we're going to look at the referee as well. Okay, so these are the points I want us to analyze tonight, and we'll look at them in terms of both teams that we're going to look at. Again, whenever you want to make a point, feel free to do so. Just respect the other person who's talking, and then we move from there. All right, so first round game, this is what happened. General, Simmons the last 5 goals to 0. Goals in the 4th and 36th minute by Juninho Bocano. I think there were 2 brothers actually on the field. I think the number 10 is also his brother. And then we had as well goals in the 17th and 44th and 87th minute. All right, so coaches for that game, we had Bruce Hiddink and our own Kendall Mockery. All right, so let's begin. Let's look at this particular side. I'll open the floor for you guys now, just to start the conversation on what you think about the 11 that was there for them versus our 11 and your perspective. So I have each player in a particular position I thought that they were playing and how they were playing. So you could go ahead now and start with your conversations and your points based on this. So were there any key players you thought for Crusoe? Were there any key players for St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Anything that stood out to you? Right, let's go, guys. Start the discussion. Let's go.
Yeah, I think we should really start with the selection of the team. Because
the selection of the team in what ends?
When I look at the 23 players, right?
We could look at that at the end, but what I'm saying, if we focus on the game, let's break down the game, and then after
the selection of the 11, or the selection of the left here.
The 23 players that they have on the Facebook site.
Okay.
What I'm saying, okay. The reason why.
Hold on. For me, the argument is going to be hypothetical. Because even though you say, for example, X person should have been there, it wouldn't have.
No. I'm not speaking about that. You put the words in my mouth.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Let me try to understand.
Okay,
I'm not saying the 11 from the 23 are the 23 itself.
The 23
itself.
Okay.
Right? I have 9 segments. So you guys could correct me if I'm wrong.
All right.
We have 9 forwards. The 9 forwards start for the club team playing in a forward position. 9 of them. And I think we have 8 or 9 defenders. That's 17 or 18 players right there. 3 goalkeepers. You see where I'm going with this, right?
You're talking about the makeup of the team in terms of midfielders, defenders, and okay, go ahead.
Yes. So it was 9. We go with 9 forwards, maybe 8 and 9 defenders, and probably 2 midfielders.
Yeah.
So I just want to say, now we can start.
You go ahead. You're on the floor, so you can go ahead.
So I'm looking at my screen, right? And on my screen, what you have there is nothing that's not the way we set up.
Yes, that's how we set up.
We have 6 players in the defense most of the time.
No. We're talking, what you're seeing here are the starting positions. I did not put how they shift and how they move based on how the opposition was set up. This was the starting position generally, but whenever there was a restart, this is how the team approached the game. Yep.
Okay.
Yes. So go ahead, gentlemen. So again, what we're looking at here first, who are the key players for Suriname? Who are the key players for St. Vincent? What do you think? What are your impressions? Who are the key players?
Okay. You want to take the floor?
Yeah, anybody.
Let me take.
Who wanna go? KS, you wanna go first or Virus, you wanna go first? Doesn't matter.
Well, all right, let me see. Okay, so in terms of the key players, right? Well, familiarity, I hope we would have done our homework, right? So, Bakuna, both Bakuna brothers, especially Andrew, I think was in the Premiership.
Yep.
So, playing at that level. The defensive midfielder, which is what's his name again?
Jumari.
No, defensive midfielder number 6.
Yes. No, that's the first name.
Anita, born on Anita, number 8.
Anita, the 8, yeah.
Right. Born on Anita, again. Ajax, Newcastle. So, it's Premiership quality players you're playing up against. Plus the Chuco Martinez, the last man. So what they had was they had a strong spine. Centre back, central midfielder, and attack. And the team basically played around that core, right? Our strength, obviously, would have been our 3 attackers, 3 most experienced, 3 players are out there. And so that is where I would start. I will leave it there until somebody jumps.
We mean our strength. Our strength on paper or during that game?
No, what he was talking about on paper. We could also look at it. We can also look at it in the context of the game as well.
Yeah.
We can't be on paper. It has to be on the game.
So he's talking about before the game. That's what Gato's point was. So I'm saying you can also look at it in terms of the game itself. Go ahead, Vera. Sorry.
Yeah, but to be fair to Gato, when Alex and Kyle actually got the ball, they did something. So on the day, they were actually, you know what I mean? They didn't get the ball enough, in my opinion.
But they get the ball at half line.
No, when Alex pick up the ball most of the time, flying past that guy with ease. The 2 week thing, was it 2 defenders on the same side?
But he get the ball at half line. He has to come back. He has to come back way at half line to get the ball.
He didn't get at half line.
All right. So in the game itself, who do we think were key players for both teams?
Both teams? For me, Curacao was more of a team effort. Yeah.
Yep.
They had outstanding players, yes, but it was more of a team effort. The style of play, which is really my style of play, tiki-taka Barcelona style of play. You could have seen it evident. Dutch style of play, free-flowing football. It was more of a team effort, To be fair to Vincy Heat, I believe had there not been that particular weak link in the first half, the game would not end up with a 5. To be fair to them.
5?
Yeah. To be fair to them, the guy best basically give her 3 goals.
Okay. What I really think.
If you look at the second half, you analyze the second half of the game. Yeah. It was a completely different game.
Why?
I could say as well the score was already 4. So
and the job
yeah, we could make that argument. Right. We could make the argument. So
but if you look at where
I agree with you that there was some adjustment and they improved in certain areas. I could agree with you.
But if you look at where they was attacking from in their first half, was on the best side.
Yeah.
Okay, I see that a little bit different, right? Obviously, everybody talk about, well, some people talk about tactics, something like that, like tactics come from one side alone, right? On Curacao side, they knew exactly where the weakling was from their scouting. And immediately, as soon as he touched the ball, they pressure him. And all of you guys were here last week. I tell you guys last week, and you all didn't. Some of you chastised me and stuff like that. I tell you, they're going to look like Trinidad because of the speed of play and the pressure on the ball. At that level, they don't give you time to play.
But you honestly believe the scout best?
Yes, they knew he was a weak point. Look, when you look at the game, right?
I don't, and I'm going to tell you why. I don't.
Okay, listen to me. When you look at the game, especially when they start from the inside to the outside left, to the left midfield, they're spinning the ball right over.
And I'll ask you a different question with relation to that.
Could I respond?
While I was skeptical about best in the Nation Leagues leading up and wherever else. For me, he was probably our best defender on the outside. So I'm not sure what you mean when they say they scout them. Scout him as the weak link. I don't understand because if you look at the Suriname game,
Theon,
you.
I won't say he was the best defender. I think.
No, I say outside. I think
what we're trying to say is, based on what we've done, he didn't have a bad Nation League.
Right. That is
okay.
That is the context. Go ahead, Vera. Yes.
Let me ask a question.
Go ahead, Vera. Go ahead. And then go ahead, Vera, and then Alexander, you can come.
When the change was made, right? Did they change the direction of attack? Did they move from that side?
That was their strong side. You could recognize that is the strong side.
Exactly. That was the strong side. They come in the middle, you tap it out, back inside. That was the strong side. So it really didn't have anything to do with best passing and they going at best,
That's what you think. My problem was that, right? I don't want to jump across, right? Right next to Best, guess who's sitting right next to Best now? It's our coaching staff. Our coaching staff right in Best's face. So I'm saying to myself, okay, in the first, and it's not the first minute, it's the first 18 seconds of the game. Okay? The goal score. Well, 19. I'm saying to myself, well, they have to switch this guy around because they're picking him on that side. Just switch him around, probably put him on the right side, right back or something like that. It takes until more or less the entire half before they get him out today. And all that could have been avoided because he was that weak.
How do you want to goals?
Okay.
Alexander, you could go ahead now.
Okay. Yeah, is my input on all of this. I'm not saying that I will pick on the side, but acknowledge the weakness somehow. Okay? They acknowledge the weakness somehow.
You mean somehow? By scouting?
I want to say by scouting. I will say, okay, ping a ball at each wing. Ping a ball at each wing and see if there's any weakness there. But the first issue I see there, we were not prepared to have them come at us. As the ball kicked off, why are we making a back pass? And we have a guy on the right who is very fast.
We go get into that part. Just look at the general ideas. Just look at the general, because we're going to break down each of the goals as well. So you don't have to get into them kind of details right now.
So the ball came to best. The ball came to best. And you can see he panicked in the first place because the first thing he do in that situation is start dribbling. And so there comes the panic. Heads down. And you start thinking within yourself.
Scrambler, could I ask a question, Scrambler?
Yeah.
Which team do you coach?
Mr. Alexander for you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Alexander, what age group do you coach? What age group do you coach?
U18.
Okay. When this guy's playing out at the back, there's some sort of instructions that you give to them, especially the left back or the right back.
Yeah.
Right? And because of practice on what I do it on in the classroom or on the field,
you always have an option.
There's a scenario. There's no way I show from your coaching. There's no way you tell them turn back and pass the ball inside.
No.
Exactly. I mean,
I really don't know what happened in that particular situation, but as I said, we're gonna break down those situations.
It was a panic situation, Tia.
Right. So let's look at what I wanted us to look at was the individual players. Sammy kind of touched on it a bit. But I wanna start to look for you to look at it in terms of one, we had Cornelius Stewart in the center of the field. For me, Tim Vincy don't do good things when he's in the middle of the field. Then we had number 3, is a left footer on the right side. So we had inverted players on either side. And the 3 is more a defensive player. So for me, naturally, he's gonna be back more than usual. Next, we had Nigel Spring debuting in his first game, and he's playing in center midfield, which is a new position for him. He's normally playing as center back. I don't think he has ever played midfield in his career, and let alone at this particular level.
We mean center back. That's not true.
Yes. Let me ask you.
Nigel Charles, I meant to say, yes.
Okay. These players, right, in this system, you just mentioned other players would actually move the room, okay? But isn't it something that they practice?
I cannot speak to practice, okay? I could only talk about things I've seen and what I know about that. I can't info as in what they did and what they didn't do. So my point is, we had players, and then if we go on to BL Spring, for me, that's the worst game I've ever seen him playing in his entire life, let alone whether it is scrimmage, playing for Predators, playing for St. Martins. It's the worst game I've ever seen him play, ever.
And he played our game, right? He played our game?
Right, that's the worst I've ever seen him play. Best was off. That's obvious. That was obvious. I think as well, normally we would get a bit more composure from Javin and Jamal. We didn't get that. For me, again, Kyle is not necessarily that type of 9 that you put up top. For me, Kyle is more of a 10 if you're going to play him in that particular position. I prefer to see him coming in from the 10 position. So all in all, I think all of those things contributed to the way the team actually played. I was asking about players who stood out for me in terms of the game. I thought Jagba had a very good game.
Who's Jagba? Which one is that?
14.
The right back was the MVP.
14. I think Jagba had a very good game.
Yeah, he played well.
I think Jagba had a solid game, Theon. Solid game.
Yeah. I think he had a very solid game.
Yeah, man.
Very smart.
I think the man who gave him. Mr. Kaya.
So what do you even know?
Hold on to that. Let me. Go ahead.
I think the young guy, Charles, the second half, I saw some things from him that I think were very, very promising.
Yes.
First half, he was out there. But second half, I don't know what it is. Man, turning tight space, he look comfortable anymore. I say, boy, the man actually play good.
No, for me, he's one of our, if you put in centre back, with the centre backs, he's probably one of our best passers. Technically, he has a good control and good movement and that kind of stuff. So
I never saw him before.
His technical ability is good. But my concern was debuting in the midfield, not having too much experience in the midfield, and plus playing at a Worldcup level. That was, as you said, he was kind of out of his depth, obviously. Plus with all the errors and the shape of the team, that kind of confirmed basically that. All right, yes?
I heard you say DL wasn't good, but DL is probably a victim of what was going on around. Okay? And I don't think he had the support.
My
express himself.
No, my statements are based on Gato the man did not make a pass on him. He did not.
Yes, passing the ball.
The pass.
Yeah, passing the ball. Just before last point. I think no, more than ever. I think Kyle is a midfielder and he's a number 10.
That is my opinion. I think he's a 10.
I think he's a midfielder and he's a 10.
If you look at the game, he is the only person who could have come in the pocket,
control the ball,
control it, hold it, turn, release the pressure, and then move out.
Spread the ball, man, looks so easy, and I guarantee you play midfield against BVI.
Yeah. So that was for me that was in terms of the general concepts. All right, next concept I want us to take a look at is this one. What do we think about the physical performance?
Okay. Physical performance. 4.
4 don't explain anything. Eh? You have explain what you mean by 4.
4. Poor in the sense that we were majority of the time on the ground.
What do you mean?
It's like this. We can't take body. Every 50-50, we lost.
The man is 6'3", all them 6'3".
Let me learn no Sam. Let me learn. Okay. At the other thing, Theon, every time the ball play over, our defense, they were in.
Let's look at the physical side. Physical. So speed, right? Speed. Okay.
We didn't have that.
Didn't have that. Okay.
And
speed to go. Speed to go away. We're going to respect. This is not track. We wanted to run. Run away. Really?
Okay. Speed and the defensive side in terms of recovery runs. We didn't have that in the game. Okay? Every time the ball play over, they were in.
Right.
And when we get the ball, we were so deep. We couldn't play our original style, kick and chase.
All right. Yeah? Any other physical? We get into that too now. No rush, scrambler. We get in there.
Mr.
Alexander. Any other performance things physical performance things we recognize?
But I think up front we want prepared physically for the game. We want match fit. We want game ready. And obviously we have 3 weeks to prepare, and I don't think it's enough time. We basically have to start from scratch. And you could see that the guys we didn't have a practice game, so we were always slow to the ball, reacting slowly, and all of that. And obviously, if we're not keeping the ball, we have to chase the ball. So we tire early.
Go ahead. Anybody else? Anyone else? Any other comments?
Yeah, yes? When it's about physical, you have to look at the strength, the power of the team.
That's what I'm saying. It's everything. It's really what you saw.
I'm saying, right? I look at the guys in the back end, and what it reminds me of is when we had the team in 2000, when we had Carney, when we had Puto, we had Ezra, and we had Ford. Big players, 6'3", 6'2". The technical skill in the back. So when I see these guys, I'm not focusing on Vincy. I'm looking at Curacao, because what Curacao shows us is all of the principles of play. And you guys laughed at me last week and the week before. No, everybody laughed at me.
When did we laugh at you?
No.
When did we laugh at you? We never laughed at you, so.
I telling you guys, right? The principles of attack. From the 4, especially from the 4-3-3.
Physical.
Well, no. Forget about the physical.
We can get it. Don't rush it, Sammy. We can get to the tactical and technical.
There's an excuse you make there. There's a cop out. We actually, your answer was none to that.
My answer. They were more physical, stronger. They were quicker than us. They had everything with us physically.
All right, so we could agree on that. Anybody else have any comments in terms of physical side of the game? Anybody else?
Could I ask a question?
Go ahead, sir.
Could it be the lack of physical presence be a mental problem? Because could I go ahead?
Go ahead, sir.
So could it be that they tense up in the moment? Could it be that?
All right, don't rush that. Don't rush it. We get it. Physical side, don't rush it. We go get it.
Wait. I don't understand what you mean tense up in the moment.
Relax, Sammy, we get in there. Relax. We get into that side of it.
We're preparing them for the match on Sunday. You understand? This is not what they do. They go to a ball, they go to a dance.
Sammy. People get nervous, people get anxious, and then they underperform. This is a
aerobic takes over.
This is a fact. All right, so it seems as if we don't have any other comments as it relates to. Yes, Mr. Samuel, you could go ahead.
Yeah, we could clearly see that the physical attributes. Curacao had more speed. They had fast acceleration and agility and sheer power. They dominated us. And that's what made the difference in the game, because it allowed them to exploit the spaces and get into better positions a lot faster than we were able to.
Hey, cool. Anybody else on the physical side? All right, good.
Theon,
go ahead.
Me watch man. Holy ball, chef will be lose the ball and stand up and just take it into and walk him out.
Fitness level in terms of cardiovascular fitness was low.
But even that, Theon, we only have like 3 players past half line.
We go get it. Don't rush it. We go get it. We're looking at different aspects. We go get it. All right? I know that is where, look, I know where I want to go now. We're going to get it. Don't worry all yourself. All right. The technical side, technical ability of both teams. What were your comments? What do you think? What you saw?
Evident that Curacao was way superior. Passes, movement, you know, they had more technical skill.
Anybody else? Technical?
The movements of the ball, the passes connected, finding the gaps, the overlap, the dribbling, and the complete game.
First touch.
The first touch. It looked like the communication.
Yeah.
Everything the opposition team has.
All right. Anybody else? No. I just go ahead. I'm not going to
we know our technical ability. No force touch.
Limited force touch.
No force touch. Bottom line. At that stage, okay? Over dribbling.
Can't pass.
Can't make the passes connect.
Guys, could I use a word in more soccer term? Please.
Question.
Individually, most of our players at different positions were not competent. They were not competent.
Technically.
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Okay.
Question.
Go ahead, sir.
How much professional players Curacao have?
What have to do with anything?
Who have to do with anything?
I mean, we have to do anything.
What have to do with anything?
What does that have to do with anything?
We have to do with anything.
Your brother. I have a state cup game against the number 1 team in the States and the number 10 team in America. Okay? It's preparation.
Let me ask you a question now. Okay, wait.
Why is your question based on?
No, it based on the fact that technical skills over a period of time, repetition can just make certain things be second nature. You have players who within a professional system. You know, call a player the Ajax. Somebody was always West Ham, some top clubs. You understand? With trainees on a different level. You're talking about Vincy team with most of the players playing for some premier teams who practice twice a week and out two times a week. Most man now want shop. I mean, where expect your technical skills to do? Just jump out the sky?
So let me ask you a question now.
If you're in a professional setup, what do you think happened to your technical skills?
Wait, hold up now.
So hold on for me, right? Hold on, Sammy. Hold on for me. So this is what I'm talking about in terms of the discussion that we are having. If we're going to bring in all these variables, then clearly the discussion could go for the entire night. Look at the discussion in terms of you show up to the dance, and this is what you dance. This is what you did. It's either you could dance or you can't dance. It was poor. It ain't about whether your family is good or your family give you money or who, what, or what.
Kian, if I stop to the dance and can I use my left foot before I reach the dance, when I reach the dance, I can use
home.
Yeah.
But that's a different.
So now you're going back to what I was trying to avoid before, which is which is, did we select the right people? But we don't leave that. That is not the discussion I want us to get into.
That still ain't gonna change. That still ain't gonna change. But what was one of the biggest issues with our national team?
And that argument will be reinforced, which is we don't have professional players technical level now as good as it should be.
It has nothing to do with no professional players.
So let's look at the next one, which is the tactical performance. What do we think tactically about the performance?
Our players cannot adapt. I'm on, right?
Yeah, man. Go ahead.
Our players cannot adapt for the changes of the game. The changes that they put us in, it's like we never played football before. You understand?
What do you line up, tell you?
And everybody, they're looking for the next person to do something. And I'm saying to me, I just can't analyze this team because I don't know who is good and who is not good based upon that game. I honestly can't say. Because the midfielders, non-existent. The guys that who play centre back, all of them, you seem like, I don't know. It was just such a bad game. The tactics of that game was so.
Theon, what's the question again?
Tactical performance of both teams. What's your opinion on the tactical performance?
Yes, but what was the objective of Vincy?
Well, you all have to start with what the coach say on the voice.
What the lineup tell you?
On the voice note, did you hear what the coach say? The coach said he was leading them to one side.
Sorry.
He was leading them to one side.
Tactical performance. We're talking about the tactical performance.
But that's what he said.
What do we think about the tactical performance? Again, for the discussion to go well, for the discussion to go well, we can go off on tangents and have faith in me that all the points that you want to bring out, whether it's mental, social, whatever, they don't come out because of the right structure of the presentation. Let's stick to what we're talking about. Tactical.
I could be wrong.
Let
me just say this. Right? When I look at the lineup, when I see the 11 force, somebody might go more.
Go ahead. I'll mute it. Go ahead.
When I look at the lineup, it basically tell me the team going defensive and try and avoid getting a blowout, like a 4 or 5. They might have settled for 1 or 2. You can't have Nigel as centre back in midfield. 6 defenders was on the field. 6 natural defenders. 1 in the front 3, 1 in the midfield, and 4 behind. Then you go and you have 2 defensive midfielders. DL used to be a passer. He moved away from being a passer to being a tackler. So it's basically 2 tacklers you have there. So that don't tell me already. The team can drop off and hope that they ain't get blocked. When you meet a team who can move the ball and who players could move and you drop off, because for me, it takes more discipline to defend than to attack. And hold your shape. It takes more discipline. That's one of the issues with the game. We were so defensive and allow the team to play over us that confidence just get blown.
Go ahead, KS.
All right. I think we need to take something into consideration before I tell them about my tactical analysis, right? I think Virus making a good point. Because, for example, Sammy says to us, what were we doing? We couldn't adjust to them. How can we adjust to them if we're not exposed to that level of, tactical breakdown analysis and level of play? So hold on. So we have to consider our level of play and our level of preparation in the analysis of tactics. Secondly, the first thing I identify in the game, I hear everybody say we separate to defense, and I am not sure. Because in the first 15 minutes, I see Carney, Olex, and Kyle up there trying to high press. And all the man I'm doing, using the keeper, spread the back to, spread the center back, use the keeper and box the ball out the back. From they do that, the whole of our midfield, there was we didn't compact at all. First of all, I feel like we didn't need to push the line that time.
Guys,
if you push the line that high, we have to come up and give some pressure in the middle. From the man I'm doing, they swing the ball to one side.
Don't go into deep.
Out defenders with one simple pass.
Don't go into deep.
Go back to the midfielder over the track down the channel.
Don't go into deep.
So
don't go into deep.
So that we won't be able to adjust.
Low block. That could be pressing.
Don't go into deep, Gato. Don't go into deep. We can get it. We can get it. Don't go into deep.
Guys, listen to me now. Someplace on the screen there was, the system of play, right? Crucial play. If they come to the Zoom, they don't learn about the 4-3-3. You understand what I'm saying? Crucial play 4-3-3 system, right? And
Barcelona.
Okay, Barcelona. Whatever. We talk about Crucial. Okay.
But Barcelona is what?
Listen to me. The two guys hug the line on the outside, and they are center forward. We're moving from in the 18 there. And all they had to do is get the ball to the two guys who are wide. And that's what they did. That's the 4-3-3. You get those guys that ball on that side. Often, which you did. And everybody talking about the score 5-0. I'm not even looking at the score 5-0. It's the amount of chances that they created. It could have been 10 very easily. You understand?
It should have been, whatever. It could have been 10-3. It could have been 10-4. Talking based on what happened, right? We had chances to score, so don't deny that. All right, moving on. Let's go. Moving on. We gonna get it. Mental performance. What do we think of the mental performance of the players?
Okay. As soon as the fourth goal tell that we did not have a mental capability to actually think outside the box and try and come back. And the first goal was 19 seconds, 20 seconds, 25 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
It shows that first goal put us in a mental breakdown. And then we went and say, well, okay, how are we going to score with this team so good?
All right.
So right there, we got a mental block. And the fourth goal, really?
Yeah, but from first goal is like everybody does out of the game, because from the first goal, from his second goal score, keeper could have stopped his second goal.
That's opinion. Just start mentally. Right? Let's go.
And it's like from the time we go score, everybody just give up one time, because we get the ball, we just kick it, give them. That's how we're doing.
So just a question. The fact that we gave up the ball easily, was that a sign that we were mentally weak, or it was a tactical or technical breakdown?
Well, it could be a tactic. It could be all. Right? It could be all. Because
in your opinion, in that case, do you see that the players didn't have the desire or the drive or the motivation to want to play?
Okay.
Well, after first half, when they come back on second half, then they have the motivation. So
really?
Yeah. I'm not sure if guys on here was getting into the input before the game, but this was the expected loss by the coach. Okay? It was the expected loss. So it all to do with preparation. I can't prepare my team to lose no game. I have to. I have a job, and victory keep me in my job.
So are you saying the coach wasn't? What are you saying, Christopher? The coach didn't prepare the team?
No.
He prepared them to lose?
No.
Really?
Because he said, okay. He said before the game. He don't expect to get nothing out of Chris. Then at the end of the game, he went and which player plays where, which player plays with this.
Let's take on the mental side. So stick on the mental side. So your point was, for you don't think he prepared them to win the game?
No.
Mentally, that is mentally.
He was looking for a job.
Okay.
Looking for a job.
Yes, sir. Hold on, just let me finish.
He was looking for a job and an expectation of losing. If you get a job, it's okay.
Guys.
Hold on, Sammy, you're going to come in after Virus because he just buzzing. After Virus, you come in, Sammy. Go ahead, Virus.
What do you think about the connection between 10, 17, and 7 during the game?
10, 17, and 7. In terms of
cooperation.
There was no connection. Zero.
Hold on. And at one point in the game, I saw a situation where Alex was really upset with Carney because Carney didn't want to pass the ball for some strange reason. When Kyle picked up the ball, he go in, look for the 7, the 10 on your own. So I am trying to figure out if there was some kind of issue in the camp.
Okay. All right.
Man, that's the way we play.
Sammy, go ahead.
I think what I really look at, the tactics was wrong. The strategy.
Mental, Sammy. Mental side. Stay on the mental. What do you think mentally? We have let's see, we have 20 persons here. Anybody else, any contributions it relates to mental side? What do we think about Curaçao's mentality? What do we think about Vincy Heat mentality? Not just one focus. We're analyzing the entire game.
Okay. I think the thing with Curacao. This team.
Scrambler, guys. I'll come after you, Scrambler. Go ahead.
What's up, Mr. Prime Minister?
Keep talking.
I can't call you president yet, and I gotta call you Prime Minister. Yeah. Okay. This Curacao team have been playing together. Okay? Yeah. And yes, this team was built on professional players. So the mental aspect is all togetherness. You can actually see, you can see that this team is together, whereby everybody already knows how everybody plays. Okay? And everybody knows what next.
So are you saying because of the 10 new players on the team that we don't play together? That's what you're saying?
You listen. If I have a team for what? 3 weeks. It is difficult. It is difficult It is difficult to actually know how my brethren over the play in terms of and the other factor is like we played against ourselves.
What? What does that mean?
Huh?
What does that mean? We play against ourselves.
We didn't really have international friendly.
Why you always?
So we could culminate it. We could culminate that entire discussion and say the fact that the players are professional, they had a better attitude and approach towards the game.
Yes.
We had a lot of new players coming into our team, so that could have had an issue in terms of
You can't say that.
In terms of the mentality of the players, I'm just rounding up what the general consensus was. Don't
say anything about the players being professional, because me head.
I'm saying
I almost get me head licked up just now. They were saying that.
No, this is not my point. My point is I'm trying to summarize what you guys are saying.
Don't mention that.
I am summarizing, right? So the idea.
We're going to summarize and I'm horny and get a chance here.
No, I'm trying to close in with the two guys who ain't allowing each other for land. Right? So those two factors would have caused some semblance of mental preparation and mental readiness for this particular game. Go ahead, Mr. Horn.
Well, the thing is, though, guys, you can't mentally prepare your team if you don't focus on your team's strategy. Our coach's strategy is to stop the other team. That's not playing to our strengths. This is why we didn't have a positive strategy on the field. I listened to him talk. He knew every professional player on Curacau's team. What does that tell you? He spent most of his time looking at Curacao and they're figuring out, boy, we'll ask this, what are we going to do? We're going to stop who? Forget that. Every Caribbean team is going to be going up against professionals. Don't care who you play. Honduras, Costa Rica, Mexico, Panama, all of them. Forget that. The only way we're going to win, them fellas ain't got 4 feet, they don't have 4 hands, and they don't have 2 heads. So this rubbish about high level tactics, what are we talking about here? It's football. You have your team, you get them fit, you teach them how to high pressure, you teach them how to create triangles around the pitch, and forget about who you're playing against. You could make minor adjustments. Okay, the number 6 is good. So when he comes in our era, bam, let me double team. But don't base your whole strategy on how you're going to stop the other team, because you'll never get anything done. And maybe that's why the forwards were frustrated. I saw the frustration in them. You talk about a press. We never practice it. Kyle will go. Horny and the other fellas come in too late.
We can go there. Don't go there.
No, I know, but that's okay. That's okay. But mentally, you tell your players, I don't care who we're playing against. They're professionals because they got the chance. This is your chance, so you're just as good. You build your players up. You know?
Self-confidence, Patrick. Self-confidence.
It's all confidence, man. So what are you going to do? If you don't, for St. Vincent football to move forward, we have to be able to beat the top CONCACAF teams. And you cannot worry about who have professionals. Everybody has professionals. Spend your time figuring out how we could use our players to beat them. That's what you do. So we had no positive strategy. We did not play to our strengths. And we gave
Patrick,
when you do that, let me finish. When you do that, you're sending the wrong message to the opposing team. When you're dropping off and trying to defend, you're saying, boy, we can't match with you. This is not what you do. Okay, let me finish. I could get to your question maybe in the right time. All right. So here's what should have happened. Again, based on what he said after the game. That's another thing. How as a coach are you going to go on national TV?
Mental. Stick on the mental.
But this is mental.
Right. Listen, I'm just telling you. Go ahead.
I know. This is mental. And what he said is what the players know he believes. He did it after Dominica. How do you go on TV, on national radio, and say these players can't function at a high-level tactical game? Okay. And then our football is so poor. That's all mental. So as soon as when that attitude happens, you could see it in the players. As soon as you give up a goal, okay, boy, the coach is right, and that game done. So let's get with it. And I hear coaches supporting what happened. Look, what's progress? Progress for me is not beating BVI. Let me take on Costa Rica. Let me take on Panama. Let me go for the US. And then we talk in progress. But look, we're not being coached to be the top CONCACAF teams. And until we can do that, we are not going anywhere. And the only way you win is when your team is positive and you play to the strengths and you use the strengths of the team.
What are the strengths that our coach didn't have?
We have two fast players, Olex and Coney. Put them on the wings.
They were on the wings.
Okay, yeah, but where was the midfield to support them?
There was none.
Okay, gentlemen. Focus again. Mental.
But that's my point about the mental. It starts with your attitude, and just by the tactics will tell the players whether you're positive with them or you're there to just save face.
Guys,
tactics alone.
Good contribution, so I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I just hope it's constructive.
Yes, I believe it is.
Anytime I talk, you got fellas down there who say, "Oh, you think you know this? You criticizing the one."
Hey, come on.
Constructive criticism is how progress comes.
Yes. Mr. Han, we speak here every week. It's all constructive, brother. We can't help how people want to interpret. We cannot help how people want to interpret. Always be respectful and express yourself, and then
that's what I'm doing.
That's my opinion.
And until we could beat Costa Rica and Honduras and Panama and the US and Mexico and Canada, we're not going anywhere.
All right. Anybody else on the mental side?
I think you got to mention, the concentration that we didn't have during the game. Mm-hmm. You understand? And it comes from the relentless pressure. We lost the concentration. You understand? Our competitiveness.
So, Sammy, we could add in the physical side to that part too. So, because we were not fit enough, we couldn't concentrate long enough. What do you think?
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily so in this instance, because the errors start happening before you got physically exerted.
Okay, before, okay.
Okay, so, I'm not saying.
Yeah, okay.
Man, I think the concentration part of it, and I really believe it this is why you have to train. I really think the problem with the team, is that they don't play enough. Well, I could be wrong too, and somebody could, they don't play enough scrimmage in practice. You understand? They were defeated. The game now start. Everything is even. And our concentration is not there at all. They don't know where they should be. They ain't following no strategy. There's no system of play. They ain't following anything. So I'm saying to myself, how are we going to win this game? How are we going to... The strategy is wrong. The formation is wrong. The tactical was... Everything was wrong.
Mental side, Sammy. Mental. We don't get it. The mental side.
So I think it's concentration, the commitment, the self-control, because everybody doing their own thing.
Give me them again. I like that. I like we're getting this. So give me them again. Concentration.
Yeah.
Commitment.
Self-control.
Confidence. I think you said confidence earlier.
Yeah. Competitiveness.
Mr. Gordon?
Yes, sir. So good contribution, Sammy. Good contribution, Dave. Honestly.
Yeah, decision making also.
Okay, decision making as well.
All of that is mental.
Yes.
Self-confidence.
Self-confidence. Okay.
Motivation.
Okay.
All of these are mental.
My question now. My question.
That's a coach's job.
My question to some of you. Hold on, verse, and then you come in. The thing about it, we mention a lot of things and we say a lot of things. My question is, how are we able to interpret that based on what we saw on the field? So all the things that we're talking about, whether it's confidence, competitiveness, all of the different things that we talk about, was it actually based on what? What made you come up with that particular
body language, responsiveness, all them things out there right in
because these are the principles of play in football. All of these things, okay, we start with the strategy. We start with the reason why we're playing this game, right? And we're coaching is to prepare the players for the match on a Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And I sat in your class, Theon, I could never forget that. The 4 components, you know the 4 components, Theon? Tactical.
Yeah, those are what we're going to know. We're going to know.
So I see none of that in the game. So if that is not in the game.
I will not agree with you.
Okay, all right.
None of that in the game. I would say we needed to be better.
I told somebody, right? Offensively.
Mentally, don't forget, we're still on the mental side. Mental side. We don't get to all the tactics and everything. Virus, if you want to come in now, you could come in now.
No, I was asking a question.
Go ahead.
Really to what Sammy was talking about confidence, motivation, blah, 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 blah. How we develop them things?
How we develop
them things?
Develop, you said? Okay.
Okay, remember last week, right? We spoke about those 8 games that before the real game. A team need at least 8 games. You understand? But before you play the real game. It doesn't matter if you play Hope. It doesn't matter if you play 16-3 or whatever. You have to, as Patrick said, every team have to have a style of play and a plan to win the game. Every possession you have, it has to be a purpose. And that's not the case. You can't do that. And Mitch come and speak about this all the time. In practice, you have to stop it. You have to stop the game. This is not what we tell you to do.
So basically, you're saying our preparation to the game did not allow for us to be one, concentrate well, be confident, 2, be motivated, competitive.
It go deeper than that. Yeah.
Is that the point? No, I'm just asking based on what he was saying.
Yes, and it go deeper than that. It boils down back to you have coaches. You have a lot of coaches in this Zoom vibe right now. And if we do ourselves, the way how our players just operate, would you expect nothing better in terms of confidence, motivation, competitiveness?
Guys,
okay. Hold on, I'm not done.
Leyland.
You talking about clubs, you know what I mean? Who would have training sessions? 6 guys show up. I mean, really.
Guys, listen to me.
The level at how we just operate, that's where I say. If this team have a bit more professional players, the mentality would be a bit more professional and they would have a different attitude towards the game.
So, how they would to add to your point, would you say that our culture of as a people, would have affected?
And if we have more professional players, more players who go out there and end up in some clubs, in some big clubs, in some not too big clubs, the mindset will change. That the culture will change. When we want to only play Premier football, but then you go home training once a week, and you still get picked. You end up in the national team, you want to go training twice a week, still get picked. We expect when you go on the field.
Guys,
let me just jump in there.
Technical skills, being able to follow tactical instructions. We expect.
A few years ago, I was in Vincy, and I had a training session with System Chief, playing out from the back. Okay? And at the key, it was like coaching 10-year-olds playing out from the back because it was something that they never done before. So So I'm putting players into place. A player said to me, coach, man, you're stopping the game too much. I just left the game. I just left the game and make we play now. Make we play against each other. It's just our mental.
So again, we reinforcing the point that was made again by Vero. So our culture would have affected the mental performance and mental readiness of the players for this particular game.
Yeah.
For me, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Tian, I think if you're a good coach, that you should try to change the culture. For example, my team, my motto for my team, once they come 3 training in a week and we have game, don't expect to play. Simple. Right? If then you get to know your players. You got to talk to your players and know what they're going through. Know how you can help them out. You can't say, oh, because we have this culture that, okay, let everybody follow the culture. Don't let nobody try to change. You got to make a change.
So be the change.
This change have to start from you.
Yes.
All right. So
let me hold on there. Let me endorse what this man just said. Listen, guys, regardless of culture, if you're the coach of the national team, it simply means you're pretty much the head coach in the country. You now have to take that national team in session and make it a model for all the other club coaches, right? I'm not saying everything is going to happen overnight, but this is what you do. So all this thing about, yes, it's good to bring in players from abroad.
So really and truly, for me, right, this is a contentious one, right? Because I can explain. So we're saying trying to create a change in culture, but we have to be careful with it because we are the same people who are critical when people try to change the culture. We have to be specific, because I'll give you an example. So we can all say, or we can assume that the current coach is trying to change the culture of the players. Players were dropped, players were brought in, based on how we explain it and whatever the case. It's as a result of what we're talking about. It. Lack of professionalism, lack of attitude, however we want to put it. But in the same instance, we would chastise the same coach for doing the same things that we're saying. Maybe it is because he's not doing it the way we want, or maybe we think he's going a little too far, or maybe it is we are more result-oriented that we're willing to let some things slide. So we have to be careful with this particular argument because we all have to be on board on what specifically we are talking about. So even though the national coach has an idea, we as a federation, we as a footballing public need to decide what is this culture we want to develop. I want us to move on here now.
But that's my point. It starts with your top coach. He has to model that.
Nah.
Well, I do agree. I do agree necessarily with the
I know the federation have their part to play. I'm talking about working with the players in terms of their attitude.
So in your opinion, and you're over there, you think that the current coach is not working on mentality and attitude of the players?
No, I don't. Not enough. Not in the right way. How do you?
What way?
Well, listen. How can you say that after what he said nationally in the team?
Okay.
After any coach who criticizes players after a loss, that's not good. He did it against Dominica.
But we don't have any empirical evidence to answer that question, Tian. That's not a fair question. We can't answer that.
I didn't finish.
No. We're talking about how you said, okay, well, you're not doing it right if after every game you lost, you blame the players and take no responsibility for anything. The articles that they would happen after Dominica came on your show.
But that's could be resolved by just a media block. That's all. That
has nothing to do with that. Has to do with the coach and his team.
I could agree. I would agree with you, Mr. Hahn, in the context that you're not giving the best image when you come out and you talk about your players that way.
It's more than the best image. You're telling young players, you're creating a phobia for young players, Theon. You got young players on the team.
That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you in
but
that.
Here's the danger in it. You got young players on the team, and you're telling them you're only good enough to beat Minnows. You're not on that level to play against Costa Rica and Honduras.
I can't assume on that particular side, I am agreeing with you with the first part, which
that's my point.
What we say will impact how the players react and perform.
Of course.
Can we go back to the mental part? Because when you say them things like mentally they go say, boy, me really yet.
Right. So that could cause the performance not to be as good as it should. All right. Good discussion on mental.
But one last thing I want to say about that, Theon. If them guys are mentally prepared, people can say St. Vincent players can't do this, they can't learn this. This is rubbish. This is total rubbish. The boys can learn, the players can learn anything.
All right, let's go. So let's look at the referee's performance. What was the referee's impact on the game? What do you guys think? Any impact the referee?
None.
None was good refereeing for you.
Yeah.
Quality. Yeah. Anybody else? Referee, no impact. All right, good. So we could move forward. So good discussion so far. Yes? Yes.
Theon.
Yes, sir.
Let me jump back in here, right? Sometimes I really like the program. And sometimes I really think that we have to be very open to all of the different opinions and contributions in it. I don't have a problem with what Sammy or Han might say.
Yeah,
but we are on the ground here. And I don't know if it's a case where you guys don't have appreciation for what we're doing here or our realities here. But to say that, Han would come on and he would give an idea of how we think a game should go, or a tactical analysis and so on. And he would say it's easy. No, it's not easy. As a coach, how long do we take before we could get a system of play together? How long did the big clubs, how long did it take before they get a style of play, before a tactical appreciation is gained?
You forget to mention that the type of players they have, right?
Exactly. And the material that they work with. Hold on. So when we say to you that to implement a certain style of play, tactical approach, and so on, is not a straightforward thing for our players. Maybe if they were exposed at a higher level, at a more consistent basis, yes. But one of the things we identified 2 weeks ago is that the knowledge of the game of our players is not at appropriate level for this football. So we can't divorce the two. We can't divorce the two.
Well, could I answer you? We are talking basic football. I saw the team. I know some of the players. So you can't tell me they can't learn. You can't tell me it takes a month. I am telling you because I've done it. Let me tell you this. For the last 10 years, I've been coaching, and this is no slight on women. I've been coaching Division 3 women who are still learning the game. And I got them to be organized on the field. Don't tell me you can't. These boys know the game. This is your job to do this. You take a job, you have to know, but you don't blame them for not knowing transition, not knowing what low block means. It tells me that you didn't coach it. Because if you coached it, you would have explained it to them.
That's a good point, Patrick.
No, let me finish, Sammy.
No, wait. Could I jump in?
Let me finish.
Let him finish first, and then you go comment. Let him finish first.
So when you make these accusations and you talk about players like that, and you guys critic, I know the situation in St. Vincent. I was born and raised there before all you guys, and I've been more Vincentian since I left. And I follow St. Vincent football. Don't laugh, I'm telling you. And I've seen all kinds of, where you think everybody out here knows the game. We don't. We coach players who just learn in the game. I coach women. My first 2 years at Brooklyn College, I started the team with some girls. In the first 3 years, we won 2 championships. The players have enough knowledge there about the game and enough basic skills to learn a simple 4-3-3. You just have to walk it through and practice it at the end of sessions every day, and they can learn it. So let's stop with the negative, okay? Don't kill the fellas. Give them the benefit of the doubt, and maybe you guys should be talking to the coach and telling them, giving them some advice. Has he ever come to you guys for advice?
No.
Theon partner.
I know it's Theon partner. I try to say something.
No, it's not Theon partner. It's all of us partner.
Exactly. That's why we're concerned. And it's our country. And it's our country. That's why we're concerned.
Yes.
All right,
so
then.
So don't make it seem, don't do it. It's all of us.
So don't underestimate that we don't know. So don't say we don't know the situation down there. I've been there.
Listen.
Here's another thing too. We talk about.
I convince her, I don't know.
You convinced I don't know?
No disrespect.
Okay.
Hold on. Hey, hold on. Let's organize. Hold on, sir. So let's bring it back, right? Little organization. So we'll take Virus, then we'll take Alexander, and then we'll go back to you, Mr. Ham. Yes?
All right, okay.
Go ahead, Virus.
Got to point. Yo, got to just make a point. And I don't want to use on the ground because on the ground might come off a kind of hope. But reality is on the ground.
You're there.
I hear.
Yeah.
We have a pretty good analysis of most of these players. How they approach the game, the willingness to even be open-minded for certain things. As I say, you have more than, me I got alone here, so we involved with the premier teams or clubs. You have other coaches in here, if they open them out and be honest, they will say the same thing that we're saying.
Okay.
Hold on. It is not easy as I walk in the park to get a lot of these players because of the fact that they were cultured in a particular way. That's why it boiled long back to getting this thing done at youth level now. To change the mindset of most of the players. It ain't happen overnight because they don't disarrange, they don't structure so. That's what they gain.
All right, good. So Andrew, I want you to come in here. I know you've been waiting a while, my apologies. Right. Hold on, Alexander. Hold on. Andrew Edwards. You there, sir?
Yeah. Good evening, Theon. Good evening to the other colleagues.
Good evening, Tom.
Just remind them who you are, please.
Just Andrew Edwards, technical director here in the Turks and Caicos Islands, originally from Jamaica. Former national under-17 coach for Jamaica team. I've been sitting in and listening to the discussion for a little while. And as always, it's a very vibrant and sometimes testy discussion we're having. I wanted to just throw some questions, not necessarily for people to answer literally, but just to provoke your thoughts. And then I'll say a few words and close off. When we come to the discussion each week, what is our purpose? What is it that we're trying to achieve? All right? Do we come to the discussion each week and literally make notes so that we can add value to ourselves and also to those that we serve? Are we seeing this project led by Theon? I think the first time I signed on to this project is probably about 10 months ago. Theon, maybe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Are we seeing this project as a very critical and important step in the process of building and reshaping and growing football in St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
Yes.
Are we seeing our personal contribution each week as helping that process to evolve and reach its optimal potential? asking those questions because and I crave your forgiveness if I offend anyone, but a lot of times I think we are just talking for talk's sake, you know, and it quite frankly sometimes just painful to listen because we're not staying on topic. So we're talking about mental performance and we're going all over the place and whatever because we are emotional, and I understand it. Don't get me wrong, because I am like that sometimes too, and I have been like that a lot of times. And because other persons would have nudged me or sometimes push me down or shout at me, whatever the case may be, I was able to come back on course. I think this project is an extremely good project that I would love to see replicated in all of the other Caribbean countries. In fact, I would love to see other territories represented on this more often than just myself and a few other people who might not be St. Vincentians. Right. I think the project is an extremely good project. But I think that sometimes we are retarding the project because of our own personal self-interest. Yeah. So having said all of that though, I did not watch your game, so I can't really comment on your game. But the questions that you were discussing were also germane to, they are also germane to the Turks and Caicos Islands who would have played Nicaragua and Belize over the past two match days. So we played Nicaragua on Saturday. We lost that game 7-0. We played Belize last night and we lost that one 5-0. Performance-wise, the first game in all departments was atrocious.
What is the departments? Could you just,
Physical, technical, tactical, mental. It was just atrocious. Way less than desirable, way less than is acceptable by any stretch of the imagination.
Whose fault is that? Or what as a technical director, right? And this is a good question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What are you going to do to change that in the next, you have 2 months to change. What are you going to do regarding that?
Okay, so coming around to that, thanks. So yeah, last night's game against Belize was almost like night and day. The result didn't show that, but the performance of the team was way better. Physically, I don't think we were much better, quite honestly, but certainly technically, tactically, and mentally, we were way, way, way better. In fact, we considered the first goal exactly on the stroke of halftime. The referee did not even need to allow a kickoff after the goal was scored. That's how close we got to going in 0-0 at halftime. I think that affected the mentality in the second period. Also, the tactics would have been affected by that. But physically, we were not able to cope, and so we ended up conceded 3 goals in the last 7 or so minutes of the game, I think. I didn't quite get to see the second half, but I think that's what the report says. So, for us, and I'm going to answer your question now, Sammy. For us in the Turks and Caicos Islands, we just completed in October, November, a 10-year strategic development plan. And one of the objectives in that strategic development plan is to improve our FIFA rankings in the next 5 years by at least 20 places. Currently, the Turks and Caicos Islands is ranked, I think, 203 or 202 in FIFA. When we do our research on what we call the top football nations of the world and in CONCACAF as well, we recognize that one of the key ingredients to success is patience. If we don't exercise patience, we can easily become frustrated, and we frustrate all the other people we are attempting to lead by creating unreasonable expectations. And unreasonable expectations don't mean we must become mediocre and don't expect to win. Don't get me wrong. But we must be practical in our expectations based on where we are and what we aim to achieve, and then we try to close the performance gap between where we are, where we want to go. So when we were drawn against Nicaragua, Belize, St. Lucia, and Haiti, we knew that we were the Cinderella team in that. We know that. So we came up with a plan to try and compete and to have what we call performance objectives. So the performance objectives for game one against Nicaragua, we could write that off as a total failure in all the departments. Against Belize, there's a lot of positives that we can take and we have taken and we are making note of.
Let's sum over here.
Okay, so for example, against Belize, just the mere fact that we were able to hold a solid defensive organization for 45 minutes of the game, 45 minutes plus, without...
keep your lines, you mean? Keep your lines in shape?
Yeah, our defensive line, our midfield line, the movement of the team as a block.
Okay.
And through doing that, we were also able to create the first 3 chances of the game. So that's now telling us that, okay, we can play this way and create chances. Now we need to find a way to convert those chances into goals.
Push it up field a little bit more.
So, Andrew,
yeah.
Not to cut across, really, right? So all of these things that you're talking about, you will sit down with your coach and discuss these things.
Yes, but we haven't done it yet because the team just came back from the DR today.
Well, no, prior, obviously it's not before. Prior.
Yeah. We do have these kinds of meetings and we discuss. It's not as clear cut as just so you just ask it though, Sammy, to be quite frank, because the technical director does not have supervisory responsibility for the head coach of the national team.
Okay.
So it has to be more of a kind of a communal kind of relationship building first. We develop trust and mutual respect. We're getting closer and closer as we progress.
Is he a white coach?
Sorry?
Is he white? Is he a foreigner?
No. He's also Jamaican.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So that also is a part of the process. So just to say, one of the other positives we took is that we were able to play a couple of under-17 kids who performed extremely well, which fits quite nicely into our long-term objective because we see our current under-17 and under-15 teams as the real future. That is where we believe our best fruits will begin to ripe in 5 to 6 years' time. Yeah, when those young men pass 20 and go into 22, 23 collectively. So those are some of the positives that we take away from it. Now, we are going to be sitting together and having a total analysis and evaluation of these 2 games and then set ourselves new targets when we play Haiti in June. St. Lucia has withdrawn, so we won't get the opportunity to play Haiti. But I share all of that to say that I don't know your environment in St. Vincent, so I can't judge you. But some of the conversations that I'm hearing suggest that we think that if Andre Edwards is a coach or Pep Guardiola is a coach, we should beat USA, we should beat Honduras, we should beat Jamaica, we should beat Curacao. My understanding of football, and I don't have all the answers and I don't know football more than anybody else on this call or anywhere else. But the little that I know is that football is a process and it takes time to get us to where we want to get to.
Do your coaches do game review, like a report that is submitted to the technical director after they come home?
Yes.
Okay.
Not for the senior men national team, the report is not addressed directly to me as technical director. It's addressed to the general secretary. Then I will see it and I'm invited to
do the analysis process. Okay.
Right.
All right.
Yeah. So
Andrew.
Yes.
I think on our side, we have always have good players. And
one of you myself.
We have always had good players, and we have been on this stage already. So we don't have time to wait and that kind of thing. You understand what I'm saying? We expect, right, that our team will be competitive. Even though we fall short, there's certain things that we are looking for in our team. And when we initiate, we are very, is the whole country now, Andrew, not just the people in his home, you know. It's thousands of people. Thousands of people.
Listen, I totally understand you, but let me ask you a couple of quick questions. The team that represents you now, what is the average number of international games those players have as a unit?
Andrew, I just want to answer. This is how I answer is right. The team that represent us, is that a true representation of us? I'll tell you why. Andrew, we have like 3 players there on our current team who jump from under 17 to, over the under 20 and go up to the senior team. That is wrong. There's no way they could be competitive. It's impossible. I don't care who the coach is. How could you make a jump from the under 17? You jump over the under 20 and go up to the senior team. You ain't said we under 23 yet. And you expect us to get results? And we're not going to see anything, Andrew?
So in other words, Sammy, you're all about getting results right now.
So yes.
Okay. That's fair.
Andrew, something about.
Can I jump in?
No, wait. And what Andrew talking about, right? I love Andrew is the best comment for the night, right? About this program. Let me tell you about this program, man. In this program, right? If you've been here from the beginning, we spoke about tactics. We talked about creating space, support, width, depth, all of the switch position. I ain't say anything in that game. We talk about possession, transition, combination play. And everybody think that we're talking these things because we ain't know what we're talking about. Like it is that important. I respect Theon. You understand? Because he knows better.
But Sammy, so as an outsider listening to your comments now, I am going to assume therefore that you are suggesting that the coaching is not up to par.
No, I'm not suggesting that.
Okay.
I am looking at I'm looking at Curacao, right? I looked at a lot of games last time. I look at Curacao. And what we went over here in the zone, creating space, support, the triangular system of play, speed of play, all of these things we went over, and nobody, like, when you're explaining these things, you just have too much graph and you're showing this and you're showing that. These are the things that we got to focus on. These are simple. And if you look at, when I look at Curacao, I'm not bashing Vincy at all.
We getting it. Don't go too deep in your analysis because we getting it. And I want us to progress.
But Andrew is saying, right, Andrew, this program is the most important coaching education program we will ever have.
Can I just say something to Andrew?
Please, go ahead, Patrick, thanks.
Andrew, you're ranked 205, right? Or 6?
I think it's 2 or 3. Either 202 or 203.
How did your coach approach the game in terms of mentally preparing the guys for the game? Tell me.
I must be very truthful to you that I can't answer that in a very specific way because I wasn't with the team.
But generally, what?
Yeah, but in terms of mental preparation, we would probably ask the team to show some resilience, show commitment to the Turks and Caicos Islands team and the flag and the country and the people, to be brave, to be honest, and you can see these things in the play. If a player is going into the tackles, committed in the tackle, you can tell. If he's not committed, you can tell. You can tell commitment if players are chasing back, trying to get up the pitch on a counter-attack. Those are things that you can see and observe.
So you determined then that the coach took a positive attitude towards the game, correct?
Positive, yes. But let me be very clear, positive did not mean or does not mean for us that we say to our players that we must win the game or we should.
No, I'm not saying that. That's not what I said.
Just clarifying.
You don't have to tell me that. I'm just saying positive. They went and they're positive and they're prepared.
Of course, absolutely.
Give them some incentive and you build their confidence.
Absolutely.
Right. Now, in terms of tactics, Is there any kind of sophisticated tactics you think you need as a 200 and something team to play against the other fellas up there?
I think we try to keep it simple, trying to stay compact and narrow in defense.
Right.
Short and compact.
Right.
We try to hit teams on the counter attack because I think that works well for us. If we can play a low blocking defense and then try and spring quick counter attacks, we have the people who can do that.
How about ball movement? Did you talk about that, the possession?
All right, so that is an area of great weakness for us. So we try to have a short build-up that involves probably 3 or 4 passes before we try to get forward. But we don't really have an elaborate build-up, you know.
Okay. Good. Well, thanks for answering those questions for me because
all right.
Let me find out.
When you finish, let me know, please. Because I want Bellas to come in just after.
Okay, that's good. Andrew, you can hear me still? Because sometimes I lose.
Yeah, man, I'm hearing you.
Right, so that was good. So you took a positive stance regardless of your ranking, and you went after the big boys. Well, everybody's a big boy to you, right?
Yeah.
The other thing, I just want to address basically what they were saying, what some of our coaches were saying. You know, they claim that I'm not in St. Vincent, so I don't know the players. I think one of the things that we have to understand is if you know the game, you could look at a team and you can tell how they're coached, what they're coached for, and so forth. You can notice these things. You don't have to basically know the players. You know, I see games all the time. When you go to scout an opponent, you have to come back with a report. You never saw those players before, but based on what they do on the field, you could determine a lot of things about the coaching. So for them, so the guys down there don't suggest because I'm not there, I don't know what I'm talking about St. Vincent culture. Okay? The other thing is football is a basic game. And you said KISS, keep it simple. You always got to keep it simple. There's nothing sophisticated or high-level tactics that the young fellas cannot learn if you teach them efficiently and so forth.
We have to actually, Patrick, make sure that everything about our game, from the philosophy to the culture to the vision to the mission, must represent our environment. And
Andrew.
Hold on.
Because I'm not
Theon Chester.
Yeah. I start Chester, but hold on.
Hold on, Sammy. Hold on.
Let me just.
Andrew.
So, as technical director, I get the opportunity to share with a lot of other technical directors from the region and even some outside of the region, as well as coach educators. And I see my friend Bellas on the call, which and I know Theon is a coach educator too.
One of the technical director in principle.
One of the things that we are seeing coming out, gentlemen. I don't know if Vicky is here, so lady.
She's not tonight. She's not feeling well.
Okay. A lot of countries are into the business of cut and paste. So we see what Denmark do, or Holland, or Spain, or Barcelona, or whatever. We cut and paste it into some nice, pretty documents, but our players are unable to actually produce that. It is not representing our football environment. So that is...
Andrew, sound like that man from FIFA and CONCACAF. Andrew, you all beat us, you know. Wait, hold on. Andrew,
yeah.
You know you beat us?
Yes, I know.
Oh, okay.
I know.
Okay.
Well, all right, so Andrew, let me bring on Bellas to continue the same discussion as well, and then I'm going to take Chester after. Bellas, hold on, you can come back in. Bellas was waiting a while. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to give those who haven't been talking much a chance now to come in.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, gentlemen, good night. I mean,
good night.
Yeah. Like Andrew said, I mean,
please, sir, introduce yourself. Don't forget.
Yeah, but I'm not new to that program, you know. Bella,
we have a large listening audience who would like to do this great gentleman.
Coach educator from St. Lucia. And please don't ask about St. Lucia's withdrawal. So Patrick, I warn you from up front. But I think like Andrew said from the beginning of the program, I spent a lot of time listening because you were analyzing your country's game. understandably so. But I think Andrew said something and I want to expand on that. Theon Gordon has to be sick and he has to be a madman, because only a sick individual and somebody who is passionately mad about football development would run a program to that extent for over a year. So he has to be sick, he has to be mad, but he must be complimented for that. So that is something that we must not lose sight of. Andrew also mentioned too that over the time that he has been listening, and whenever I can, although sometimes Wednesdays are difficult for me personally, there is a lot that has come out of this discussion for us as coaches. But I want to speak with Sammy, because it appears to me that Sammy wants to ensure that he takes losing exceedingly hard, as is with any coach. What I want to find out from him, in terms of accessibility, communication, and that kind of stuff, does he have that kind of relationship with the Vincentian coach? I'm saying so because he has itemized a number of things here tonight, which in my view, that if he has a discussion with the St. Vincent coach, can bring some change. But in wanting to win, as he has indicated, I do not think we should lose touch of the amount of sessions that we've had with our team. So if you've got a coach who is working on building some kind of game model, I am not sure whether he wants to start his game model in getting to participation with the World Cup, or if he's building a team, because I am hearing about he having 2 or 3 players that are 17 years, and I am assuming that they are younger players. So if he does not get to where he wants this World Cup, then you have a set of players that you are going to look forward to. So in building your game model, you may want to take all of that into consideration. So I just need to find out from Sammy if he has a relationship with the Vincentian coach, that he can have dialogue with him and see how much he can improve. But guys, I think generally on a personal note, every session that I have attended on Wednesday night has been a real eye-opener for me. That's my contribution, John.
Yeah, Ballas, let me answer. Okay.
Thank you, Ballas. Thanks, Ballas.
Ballas, no, I don't have a relationship with
Sammy, we're gonna work on it because this is the process. We're trying to get all of us on board. Hold on. Hold on. You guys have been holding the mic all night. I'm trying to get some people who haven't been talking. Hold on. Go ahead, Chester.
Yeah, good night.
Good night, Chester.
Good night. I'm just saying, right? We far from the reality, Sammy. And I have been hearing this for a long while, and people keep saying, oh, we have a lot of good players, we have a lot of great players, and we have this and we have that. In terms of development within the region, and I will say this without anything inside of water inside of my mouth, there are countries who are out fancy and we don't shut on a pedal bike. We seems to be blaming the coach for everything that happens at the moment, which is expected. However, we are not looking at the things that we are not doing. What are we as coaches or individuals doing to assist these players so that the national coach can have a cadre of players who are up to standard of international standard? How can we expect our players, as we say, to possess a ball, bring it back, do this, do that, when our clubs, most of our clubs, are not representing that for us locally? Some of us locally as coaches, we don't even spend time doing tactical work. And I could tell you, St. Vincent have a lot of good physical players because we have a good high grade of players who are naturally gifted in terms of physicality. When it comes to technique and tactical awareness and mental preparation, we lack in that. We don't have a psychiatrist locally who deals with players. How can you have a player mixing concrete whole day, then go to training where there's no light for only half an hour? Why there are guys who train twice a day and you have to compete against them? Do we take these things into rationality. We believe that if we change the coach, everything will change. And that is our problem. For the last, since I'm at university, I keep telling Theon, if we don't come to a breaking point and hold a group of players to come right through, we'll never be successful. We are changing the national team every 2 years, and it could go to every year. So then everything that these set of players have learned, they are out the window. We have clubs who don't train. There are players who go on a park and sweat and call that training. When you go to the national team, the coach has to be holding foot and teach players how to pass and control. And Sammy, you had that experience.
Well, listen to me.
We have to deal with things as the way we know it is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morgan.
If we have a template, and I could tell you, I could test 95% of the players in St. Vincent, and most of them, if you ask them, what is the first step into passing a ball, they cannot tell you. So we have to stop it. Unless we can have a solution, let me stop dealing with these problems. Look at solutions. I want to hear, how can we help the national team go forward? What are we going to do? And this is the same problem I have with all the players from 79, telling me, oh, we were great. How many players have you helped to be better than you? It seems as if we have a mentality that we want people to be good, but we don't want them to be better than us. And it's time it stopped. Instead of we being a cussing, let me deal with the reality. What is at hand? And let me don't talk about it.
Chester, what is the reality?
The reality at hand.
Let's just keep rolling. What's the reality?
The reality at hand, the league at home is not properly organized in terms of standard of play.
Oh, Chester.
Two, the players are not training enough. They are players.
Warm to the lights we bring so you could extend training time.
Oh, where are the lights?
Don't go down them road there. Don't go down them road there. Don't go down them road there.
I just want to mention. Also, go ahead. Finish.
Hold
on. Go ahead, Chester. Yeah, you again. Hold on.
Victoria Park is a carnival city. Theon can tell you, if you ask to use Victoria Park and a Japan come, game done. Game done. I find it very disrespectful for someone like you who was in the system, in a position that could have helped change a lot of things. But no, you know the reality.
That's simple, right? That's simple. Just not that simple.
And Sammy too, you was a national coach and you were complaining. You used to have the book comments, Sammy, straight taking up before we train. Remember that?
Come on, man.
This is the reality at home.
But listen, okay, guys.
If we don't have a solution, we can develop.
Chester. Solutions. Listen, and you talk about a head coach cannot make the difference. Chester, in a country like St. Vincent, where your head coach really is your lead coach, you talk about solutions. Look at a program like this. How many national coaches, include the national head coach, been on this to discuss stuff with us? Edwards talk about all the good things that's on here and how is it helping St. Vincent football?
You know why the coaches are not here?
Yeah, exactly.
You know
no, let me finish.
You know why? You want me to tell you?
Why?
Because the environment at times is seen as an attack.
Oh, come on. Come on.
I'm gonna tell you the honest truth.
Is that seems like just
there shouldn't be coaching because any coach gets criticized.
Hold on, Chester. Hold on. No, with regards to that last comment. And we have the comment of the environment that is here.
Okay.
All right. So with regards to that, we have come a long way. While we are still struggling in terms of how to express ourselves and how to bring across our points without making it seem as if it's a confrontation. We have improved, but we can get better. So every session, I have been working on this. Respect each other's opinion. Be mindful that somebody is talking. Be patient. Mind how you express yourself. We have been improving, but we can do better in expressing ourselves. We have to be careful. We have to be careful. Hold on, I don't think Chester is finished. Chester is not finished. Hold on. Chester is not finished, and after Chester is finished, I was telling Alexander to hold on for a while.
I'm telling people, and most of persons don't know, Theon and probably Fino. I was sitting 3 years in my university, and all I could have told Theon, this is the plan for home. This is what we want for home. I have a degree in football training, not a degree in Pino, a degree in football training. And I could tell you, we don't like professionalism. We don't like coming together. We'd rather shoot them. If nobody can help with solutions, I don't want to be part of it. The problem is there already. I watch players on the field, and I could tell you what could happen before it happened because I know the preparation. The team was home. Mark was behind the federation to get tests so that the players could go and camp. These are things you put yourself in the national coach shoe. There are many things that he could not have done because of what happened. Sardine, lend the national team balls to play, to train, and all these sort of things. And these are things that we know that we're happening and we ain't happening. Instead of we shooting on the national coach, our TD should be taking some leaks too. So please, let me look at solutions and see how development go. What you all should be cussing about now is that the federation have not have a tournament for the last 3 years or 4 years, correct me if I'm wrong, at a youth level. We're not seeing that. We're focusing on the top of the iceberg. Let me focus on the bottom. Let me see how we could develop the youth system.
Thank you very much. Okay, guys, I just want to say something about Chester.
Thank you very much.
Guys, let me tell you about Chester, right? I coached the national team in mid-2010, and Chester was my, say, sweeper. He was playing in the back. And everybody wondered why I picked Chester. What I recognize, with Chester, his communication skills, his organization. You understand? And when Chester came out from university, I'm saying, the football people in charge is going to recognize that this guy is a special person. I was so shocked when they allowed Chester, when they allow him, they force him to go to track. You understand? This is one of our brilliant mind in football. And we in St. Vincent don't recognize that. And that's a problem. A huge problem. So we have so much good, educated young coaches who is not given an opportunity to coach at the right level. How are we going to get where we want to be?
We're going to get it. We're going to get it. Everything in progress. This is the beginning of that discussion. All of these talk is based on that. So I want to take Mr. Alexander, and then we progress on, please. Go ahead, Alexander.
Okay. I have to take a step back. Okay. These guys say that we are not on the ground, so we don't know what's going on down there. Okay. And we don't know what's going on with the clubs and when players come from the club to the national team. I have an issue with that. The reason why I have an issue with that is high school soccer up here. If you look at high school soccer up here, it's garbage. And every year, my players go and play high school soccer. And high school soccer is all about physical ability. Once you can run and you have a little bit of technical skill, you make the team. Okay? So every year when my players come back, when my players come back, it's a process over and over. Okay? because you're gonna find players who take the ball and wanna run with the ball.
You sung the current coach with village league ball. That's how you sung. You sung, like the village league ball ain't good enough for you, coach.
Could you make me land, please?
All right.
Okay. I've been with my team for 3 years. 3 years. And we have been progressing. And this year, we have progressed so much. It's unbelievable. Because one thing I instill in them, and I mean, players come, players go. My form style is passing and moving.
How that relate to our football in Mr. Scrambler? How that what have to do with us in St. Vincent now? You tell us.
Passing and moving, progressing, okay? And if our national coach cannot build that within our system, I don't care which club you come from, which high school you go to, with private school. At the end of the day, if we don't have that foundation with our national program throughout from youths up, we are looking failure.
Yeah, that's a technical direction job.
I just want to say this, guys. Listen, we talk about the environment there and whatnot. We all know that. We all know the environment. But here's my point. You have a head coach who's the national coach. If anything, he has to understand the environment in which he's working, which is, we talk about Chester, talk about solutions. Here's some solutions I have for you, Chester. If you have a national team coach, the first thing you do is you develop a culture around that national team, how things are supposed to go. That now becomes a model. It could become a model for the other clubs. You should also, whatever, invite the clubs to see your sessions. Share your lesson plans with them and let them go back and do that. And you can start there. Sammy, stop. Let me finish. Sammy,
he's not a teacher.
Sammy, hold on, man. Hold on. The man has had the right point. The man have a right point. The man have a right point. Yeah, I know that too.
Listen, right. So we talk about solutions. Don't wait for the federation to do it. If I'm a coach and I got my 22 players in front of me, I have a captive audience. I could talk to them about what's in it for them. I could help them. Them to forget all the cow dung on the ground or not getting right or what the federation will do. Let them focus on the game. Make them believe that the game is the way out and we could overcome whatever obstacles we have. Okay? But let me finish, Chester. Let me finish. Okay? You guys misunderstand or you underestimate relationships. If a coach has good relations with his players, the players know that he has, despite everything, coach on my side, coach encouraging me, coach have my welfare being.
I have a question based on the comments you're making. Your assumption is that those things don't happen at the current moment?
Because I don't see it happening. I would tell you
that's an assumption. Next, let's look at the players. Let's look at the players. Here's a question. Have you ever heard any of the national players speak ill of the process they have to go through with the national team coach?
Well, about the process, no, I haven't heard any comments from them because.
So, could we assume that there's a good relationship between the players, and he gives them confidence, and as I said, the relationship is good. Hence the reason that doesn't happen.
Okay, two things. First of all,
Theon, that's flawed.
Let me finish.
Why did the manager quit?
Guys, he's talking to me. Let me finish. First of all, players don't speak out against their coaches because they know what could happen. Okay? Secondly, secondly,
speak out is not the point. You hear any su or anything?
Yes, I do.
They're not going to say otherwise.
Anyway.
No. I gotta finish this.
I have received messages.
Hear me now. All your suggestions are welcome. But those things you're talking about, I have seen him trying to make the effort with that. What I think happens is his approach to doing it, he creates a lot of division, and as a result, he may not get the buy-in from everybody.
But that's the whole issue. That's my point.
Hold on, man. You know, you try to understand where I'm coming from, man. For example, you are coming here tonight, and you are sharing your knowledge, and you are saying what you think is supposed to happen, how to move forward. How many people in St. Vincent agree with you and want to talk with you and function? Think about it that way.
Yes.
While he has been trying to do the same approach that you are talking about, maybe it's how he's doing it, plus the policies of the Football Federation and everything else is hampering that particular growth. You ever think about it that way?
Of course. I just told you. Everything that's happening around. Okay. Let me also say something else. Actions speak louder than words. I don't have to talk to players to find out it's good if you can. Look at the team play.
What do you mean?
In fact, listen, let me tell you something. I've heard from people around the game on the ground that it seems like they don't want the national team to win. I've heard that comment.
Okay. That's crazy, people. Okay, hold up. Hold on.
Can I have a question for you? Can I have a question for you when you come?
Hold up.
I think. Hold on. So I'm gonna allow Chester, then I'm gonna allow Sammy, and then I'm gonna allow.
I didn't finish.
Patrick, hold on. Let me tell you something before you move on. One of the biggest battles we have home to face. I have a school team with us train, and my players will tell you the same thing. You see them community bush league. As
Don't say bush league.
The community
minor league.
The minor leagues. They are offering more to the players than clubs in some case, and than the national team. A man would rather go Georgetown to play a Saturday than go to the national team training because he getting a $50 and a chief for 10. Until we cannot hold on, the reality, we cannot assess the players, and I could tell you, on the present national team, if there are persons who are in a stable job, it's hard to make the national team because the bank may not give no time off. Teachers may not want to give you no time off. Theon and I don't have problem going to workshops from the ministry. They just tell us we're losing instructional time. That is from the government side. So you could imagine the players working with a mason man. Boy, if you work today, you ain't get no money. So if I could go Jackson and get $50, Patrick, I go in there. It may not be the best principle, but that is where my heart
okay. Chester, I'm a wait, Pastor, you hold on, Patrick. Chester, I'm a product. Chester, I'm a product of those minor league football. You understand? And a lot of the players who played for me, that's where they come from.
So let me ask a question, Sammy.
Yeah.
In these minor leagues, what based on the list of things that we have on the field here, the list of things, we have physical performance, technical performance, tactical performance, mental performance. Do these leagues prepare you for international football based on those?
They are not for that purpose.
So you ain't listening what the man trying to tell you. The players prefer to play there where they are not going to be developed properly. But then they're going to reach any national system. That's what he's trying to tell you.
But yeah, the other part of the coin is that because of the club stuff to FIFA, the league with Samuel dealing out has to go. Yeah, that had to go. That's the other side of the coin because things have changed.
Community league.
Yeah, those had to change because of the mandate from FIFA.
Guys, try and understand the context of what was just explained to you.
Okay.
There's the National League and there are the community leagues. Yes?
Guys,
the players prefer to play in the community leagues because of the benefits. As a result, whatever they may have learned in their clubs or with the national team, they are not going to do them in these leagues. Let's look at physical side. The players are gonna stand up and they're not gonna run up and down. They're gonna just wait for the ball and do whatever. So physically, they don't lose whatever fitness level they have.
Yeah, that's not really true.
Brother, you the here? You the here?
I came from that league.
You the here? You the here?
Stop complaining. There is a problem, Sammy.
Listen now, man. Listen.
Let me give my
hold on, let me finish. Let me go down the list. Technically, the surfaces of the field don't allow for the ball to be passed on the ground consistently.
On the ground.
So certain types of turns and movement, you cannot practice them in these leagues and these particular fields. Tactically, you could tell anybody what pressure cover balance are maintaining a compact shape. What you're talking about? Then when it's mentality is so what? If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. Man, it's just a small sea. We just going and sweat. That is what we have to deal with here. Understand.
I never play for the national team.
Sammy, hold on. Let me give a good example.
You understand? Wait.
Georgetown, when you're watching the Bush League, when you're watching the Community League, Tiana and I been stand up together at time analyzing it. You see the man who go down lanes and shoot 2 weeks, cut back and do all thing, that way fans were. You see man who trying to pass and just playing a simple ball, them a buoy.
Just a Morgan.
Hold on, Sammy. We need to deal with what is the reality. Stop think about in your time, because in your time, there are many wrong things that we do as football. Science have changed, so nobody tell me about 1972 and 1952. Let me talk about the reality at hand. No.
Listen to me.
The Bush Leagues, the community leagues are not helping because, for instance, Kendall Joseph, which is Ken, he played in a Bush League in Simic and the Grenadines. Ken go left Baga today, go tomorrow down Chateau. And all I'm gonna tell you, we're going to go win Fuga Bay and we're going to go line. Right? If you call training, then man go rather burn training and go to these leagues. What am I saying, Sammy? The reality at home is that we need to have a structure in place from under 5 right up.
That's okay. I'm not saying that we don't need it, What I'm saying, I'm a product of those jokey leagues that you say, right?
Sammy,
wait, hold up. And I was able to go to school because of that. I never played for the national team. So what are you saying?
Sammy, when you were growing up, it had Samaro, it had Chelsea, it had teams from the community. Hold on. The community leagues has changed.
More cream.
Right? So for instance, in LAU, we had Cletos, we had Parakeetos.
I played against them.
And all of them, right? They were community based. Now, when you have a community league, you go see Tian Pana team. Yeah, them have village team. Gully, Sandy, whatever name. Not 5-man pan team, live in Camden Park.
Sandy Gully.
Look, Tian, Sammy, the structure of those leagues have changed.
Okay.
It's not anymore.
Okay. What I'm saying, right? Okay, listen to me, guys. FIFA and CONCACAF has done a tremendous program in showing us how to run these things. You understand? They're giving everything. They can't do any more. But for some reason, right, the information is not being passed down. You understand?
We have to want the information too.
No. I told you on this program, all them coaches should be on this program, man.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
I have a question for Sammy.
Yes.
So them league you can't develop, you know.
You are just a maybe answer the question.
Hold on, let one me pass you then talk the Gavin James again. A youngster again, so go ahead, sir.
Because now you don't even get training, the man them just message you, yo, game today. You don't even know how some man does play. You just boy, it just beats and things, not just for entertainment.
Go ahead, Barron.
The coaches, listen.
There is no coaches with this team. Is people showing up on the day and say, all right, you go there, you go there. Well, that is if there's somebody there to do. Go ahead, Barron. Go ahead, Barron.
An example.
Why is Sammy's favorite player have problems with the national team?
Who's your favorite player?
Nas.
You want me to answer that? I'll answer that next week.
Answer Chester.
I'll answer next week.
Ask the man why he has have issues.
Because I rather Barley League and Camden Park League.
And you'll see where at least get him.
That's the reality.
Sammy.
Yeah.
Sammy.
Sammy don't smell the beans.
This not to be disrespectful to anybody, you know.
Yeah.
I think we're fooling these players, you know. Telling them that they are great or telling them that they are this superior, you know. Sammy, there are a lot of things these players are in. And I opened up for me and Theon was living in South America. You see a child at the age of 4, Sammy.
Mm-hmm.
You see when we pass him, you see the little street, it's 1v1. You see on the court, look Theon, they go tell you, we go on the court and we meet the masters man sweating. And them are so technically inclined and so tactically inclined. I sweat, you know, you play in position. You go down on the big field, you meet some under 10. And because the light is available, the government say when it's 6 o'clock, turn on our light until 12 o'clock. You can't run nobody. When we see the level of technicality they might have, we had a boy in school with us, you know, a goalkeeper, the man reach Worldcup with Venezuela. You know, they do the man, take the man out of school, say the same system in for you. You come in by the school here and you live in here. We don't even support sports in school. A teacher go tell you, no, man can't go play today because you're act. That is the reality we live in. Teachers, I have students in here could tell you, sometimes I have to go in the staff room and say, you know, I had a degree, I get it from playing sports. All you leave the children them. Look at here, you know the fight we just go through down here, Sammy? Sports is seen as nothing here. Until the heads can come together and deal with the development of the grassroots, we have a solution, we intake. There's not
so
a
document in the meantime.
What can we do in the meantime is sit down, educate, centralize people.
No, we got to try to change the culture. Man, that is right.
Education, with education. With education.
And it comes from youth level.
But Theon, in the meantime,
I could tell you, there are some youths you may have. This is how it does go. You may start a youth team.
Well, me so optimistic now.
I start with Ora and them as a youth team. When one or two coaches see Ora and them, I say, boy, come give you a show and a bag. Come play me. No training, they ain't training again, so they fall off. Right? They ain't have no training. Some of our coaches, we have to be real. As you say, the coaches should have been here getting educated. Theon could tell you there are many programs. We had a program for all coaches in St. Vincent and Grenadines from the National Olympic Committee for all technical directors. And ask how many show up. We stop fooling the players and deal with the heads.
Chester,
let me chip in. Not all technical directors, all the coaches are all the national team. It's one of the worst things ever here. You have man here with all the experience. You bring him here, and you telling me that you're going to train the coaches of the national team, and then the coaches of the national team will come back and train the other coaches? Why?
Gato,
that doesn't make no sense.
Gato, you talking about different.
Gato.
they brought a LTA, the long-term athlete development. I am the post responsible for the Caribbean region for it. We never get one from football to see what is the plan from fundamental stage to stage of excellence. We never get one from cricket. There are sports. If we don't start to do those documentation and research, some will spinning tapping mud.
Listen to me.
Okay, we put up this so.
Chester,
we need to do something.
Chester, the problem is all of the executive them throughout the whole Caribbean. They don't have a clue what they're doing. Listen to me, Chester. I coached the national team in 2000, right? And it's the most possession. It's the best kind of football they ever seen in their whole life. Everybody criticized, oh, it's too much small pass, you started over too much. Everybody criticized. And that was the system that was also implemented since a long time ago. You understand? And here, 20 years after, I am here trying to defend this thing. 20 years after, we're trying to get there. We had it right there in St. Vincent 20 years ago. Every possession we had like 30-something passes. You understand?
Boy.
Wait, hold up. In one Worldcup sojourn, we must give up 4 to 6 goals, and we score like 30 goals. And they have no clue what we're doing out there. And with the same village players them. So you all can't tell me that we can't do this.
I mean, that was
and we have to be professional and stuff like no.
Sammy.
Listen, wait, hold up. At one time, forward from Beckwith, Carney.
Carney ever played professional football?
No.
He ever played?
Well, he played after.
Call another name.
Carney. Right?
Call another name.
All of them were local players. Who play, and they came from
you have to recognize what was the culture at that given time, Sammy.
Football
was the it, Sammy. Try to understand what we're telling you now.
I'm a bit confused. What is it? No. What is
Listen.
It?
All right. No. Okay. Let me give you an example. Go ahead.
Girls, cell phone, dressing pretty, take a picture, play without training.
Well, that's supposed to be part of the team.
Oh, let me add something else to that again. And I like this, right? First time in your time, how many fat persons you could have recognized in your class?
One, maybe one.
One, maybe two. The reverse is no. The slim persons are 1 and 2.
They laugh, eh? They laugh. Sammy, let me give you an example. Sammy, there are students in Farm 4 cannot do a jumping jacks or cannot jump in a hopscotch box.
Just that.
Yeah, hold on. Carney and all these players, we used to play sports based on what is on TV. So West Indies playing, we playing cricket. We go by the beach and meet Sammy. I say, Sammy, I faster than you. We line up, we sprint. You know what happening now? All the kids have phone in their hand. They're not playing no sport. They're telling you playing that, then I sweat up the skin. Hold on, Sammy. The next thing I'm going to ask you, why Jamaica, who have a higher population than us, went England to get as much persons to be nationalized? Why France and all the big countries does do it? You ask me, tell me why they don't do it.
Because everybody's trying to win now.
Exactly, but how can we compete with that? Hold on. How can we compete with that when none of our players now go to gym? None of our players now see a nutritionist. None of our players now see a simple physiotherapist. A rub out after every training goes miles away. When it comes to sports science, I could tell you about that. It make a big difference.
Okay.
Knowing how you sleep, knowing what to eat, make a big difference. Look, Theon, we just have student come, sir, me eat for the day. All I do is drink a bust and eat a piece of cake. What can we get out of that child? what can we give out of that?
Just 2 weeks ago, I hear this Theon tell me they have nutrition program in most of the schools in St. Vincent.
They don't go.
I can't be listening now. You ain't listening to me. Man. They exist. And listen, there's the happy $1. The happy $1, right? The happy $1. But the pride is so high that they will not pay that dollar. They would prefer us to stay hungry.
Oh Lord.
I just okay, listen to me, man.
Boy,
this is why I like this room, right? This is why I like this room.
Come home and live with him for 3 months.
Stop. Just us, leave Sammy. Because listen, Sammy came home 2 or 3 years ago and tried to work in the primary school system and he almost go crazy.
No, it's anyway. That really almost go crazy, you know, right?
You went crazy?
No. FIFA World Cup. Listen to me now.
Sammy, yeah. you could believe this is just the second page in this presentation for tonight.
Well, it's going to 2 o'clock. 2:30 last week, so you know what? We still early.
Yo.
Let me move on and try and get some of the tactics because that's right, I know that's what I wanted to really get. So let's look at Curacao in the build-up phase. What do we think? This is what I kind of recognize they were trying to do in the
fourth third.
Yeah, in their
defensive half.
Yeah, in their defensive third, right? This is what I recognize they were trying to do. All right. So hold on, let me just right. So short passes out of the back to the defenders, mostly to the right. Defenders dribbled forward when space was available. Always played to the midfield players. So those are some of the things. There was a rotation between the 6 and 8 to create space and to receive the ball. The 6 was willing to pick up the ball in the 3 and the 2 positions, or even to split the center backs. So he was even willing to go wide on the right side to receive or wide on the left, while the wing back rotated high. So those are some of the things I saw them trying to do in the build-up phase. All right. Any other point from anyone? So number 10 played between the lines, between the defensive and midfield line, to occupy our defensive midfielder. When the team needed help, he would drop off. One of the other things I also recognize, one of the other things I recognize was the number 4, which is he played the position 3, which would be the left back, was willing to be high all the time, so it created a 3 across the back when they were trying to play out. All right. And the 7, the 12, and the 20 stayed wide and high, pinning the opposition defenders high. So those are some of the concepts we also discussed here. Any other thing you guys saw in the game other than that, in the build-up phase, in their build-up phase?
Well, in their build-up phase, from what I saw, as I said, you spot the 8 and the 6 rotation really good. I think the 8 was pivotal to that. Although the 6, when they split, they played with the keeper.
Yeah.
Which was important to build out the back. So I noticed is they dropped the strikers them deep, a deep run for the ball, a check for the ball. And it was a simple ball into the 6 or the 8 with a diagonal over the top. Or they would go to the left side and swing the ball over to the right side.
Okay, so that's
any defensive thought?
No. Not yet.
So listen, hold on before we continue. Understand the process of the presentation. I'm gonna hold on. Listen. So we're gonna look at the defensive third, the middle third, and then the attacking third. What each team did with them.
Well, from the defensive third, what I realized, the number 6 is really the attacking midfielder who plays a fall defensive role. I picked it up from a Dutch system one time when I was talking in a seminar or something, what they do. Because because the number 6, he has more touches on the ball. So what 2 things they sacrifice with him? as you say, is either he split the two centre back who are exactly 18 feet or 10 feet apart because of the width of the backs, because they never go outside the goal post, right? Yeah. When he do that, the goalkeeper come up and stand the 18-yard backs. And the number 8, he moves out the defensive midfield position, find himself in a free space, and then the 6 comes in and do what he want in that area. While
keeping the triangle spinning, that's all he was doing.
Right. While the number 12, which was on the sheet as a left or right winger, was stuck inside as an attacking midfielder on the next side because he leaves space for the wing back to go up. So most of the time when they're coming out the back, they always keep this spacing correct, which Sammy used to talk about a lot. 10 feet apart, 10 feet apart. Guys. They did the 10 feet guys a Dutch thing, right? And they played a fast defensive midfield. So I realized the keeper also was comfortable with the ball at his feet, and he dictated a lot where the ball go. And when I realized they shifting the team to one side and put it there and bring it out the back. Sometimes they go back. When they reach back, the next pass is a 1-touch pass or 2-touch, and they're going to split our wing backs who get caught pinning. Right?
The second goal scores to Chester. The second goal, I think.
Yeah, that's how they bring it back.
Go forward, come back, and then bam, down the channel.
Right, because the number 12 is not a right wing. He's actually attacking midfielder, but he just Umbre to mark him or whoever we had it to think, okay, that is him we have to mark.
Right. So that's why I said the 7, the 12, and the 20, they played high and wide to pin back our defender. And then they would move into the space. Basically.
But guys, that's a 4-3-3 system. This is nothing new that they're doing. This is how 4-3-3 is. This is, yeah?
I'm not going to say this stuff with Sammy. We're analyzing the game, so we're saying what they do. From our end now, Theon.
Hold on. We go get it. Any other comments on this?
Yeah, they impose a style of play from the time the game starts.
Hold on. Remember what we're doing. We're only looking at what they did in their defensive thought. Nothing else, just their defensive thought. I'm hearing somebody trying to get in there. A blade force.
Theon.
Yes, go ahead, Blade. Go ahead.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, Theon.
Go ahead.
Pinna here, man. It's here. Pinna here. I listen all your whole night.
Go ahead, Pinna.
Basically, what Curacao was being, what Curacao playing basically is the Ajax Dutch system. And I listen weekly when Sammy tries to put his point across all of this game, real thunder. Basically, what they were playing, the Sammy system of play that implemented in 2000, 20 years ago. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other? Yes, go ahead.
Let me just say something. Every time the ball go to the keeper, and then it goes to the number 2, he was so calm on the ball, so calm, and he it's like the way they pass the ball out with confidence.
I think we contributed to that as well. The way we pressed, so we could even let's roll forward.
Our press was not organized.
But what we doing pressing? I told you all last week.
Pressing. Let me roll forward. So
I told you all last week. There's no way we can press.
We never practice.
Hold on. So let's go. Vincy Heat. All right, defending in the attacking thought. So how did they approach it? How I saw them approach it. So in terms of when the ball, if you look at where the ball is, and that is basically the same player you're talking about, the Alexander. Let's say the same player have it. This is why I recognize our team. This is basically how the shape looked to me. It was kind of hard to see because of the camera and how they were streaming the game, but this is the general idea that I saw. So we tried to play a mid-block, all right? 17 was very high, which was Kyle. Lines were not compact. Pressing was not in sync. Midfield were reactive to the movement. So they didn't anticipate what was going to happen. They were only reacting. So it's like they didn't understand the different movements that were taking place. So they were rather reactive instead of proactive, understanding what was next and what would happen. So our back four was always, it was 4v3 in the back all the time. All the time. They always presented that. So that's why I mentioned earlier, they kind of pinned us back. Right? So that was me for Vincy Heat. So that's what I saw. You guys, what you saw?
Yeah,
and those are some general things.
Yeah, very strong is that they won't, because of Kyle physical awareness and his physical fitness, they do two things which was wrong. Kyle was trying to press at times in the middle of the field, which can't happen. As in, when I say middle of the field, not the midfield, but trying to press the centre back came alone, and then Olex come afterwards. So the lines were not clearly walking in sync. It was all over the place, right? Two, because of how deep they are at one time. When they try to press, it's like they're running a 100. They have to sprint to get there. By the time they get there, the ball shift, which causes a lot of...
So they're reacting. So they're reacting.
So they're reacting, which causes a lot of fall, right? And the next thing, there was not a vocal person who was
a leader.
The press or whatever.
The press was the fundamentals of pressing.
Could
Just
I,
one man pressing.
Chester, could I add something to that?
Yeah.
A question. Do you think that our players recognize the cues of when to press and where to press and how to press?
Like when we doing pressing, in 3 weeks we couldn't learn pressing.
Why not? Why not in 3 weeks you can't learn pressing?
We couldn't learn pressing. We couldn't learn.
Chester,
Gato, I beg to differ.
Chester, pressing drills are not hard. You have to know how to do it.
Gato, I beg to differ. No, hold on.
Listen to me. The key about pressing is you stay compact and you deny space. If St. Vincent had done that, the Dutch would have much less space to move, and half the movements would not take place.
Hold on. I have a concern, so this is what's going to happen. Hold on.
Tell me answer a question.
Hold on. That's where I'm going. So I'm going to take Chester, and then I'm going to take Kenson after.
I have to make my point, because I had Jim with Travis them in the morning at 5:30, so I have to try and make my point to leave. Right. What I'm saying,
Chester, you're ready. You're ready. Really?
What I'm saying
put Jim for Friday.
Nah. With my players development, I do ramp Sammy. I different from him.
Okay.
It's a high investment. I don't waste my investment.
Okay.
What I'm saying, Theon, got to beg to differ, because there are some basic pressing principles I could do for 3 minutes, 2 minutes in the game, because you can't press all 90 minutes.
30 seconds.
What the coach could say, when the ball reaches the right back, everybody, we put them in a corner and we press certain players. You just give them certain rules. You know who you have to press, you know who you have to press. Our biggest problem, I think, as coaches, is that we're in the dressing room, we're giving too much instruction based on what we have.
No, it's done all in the
it's not too many
not in the dressing room.
But majority of our players,
yes, but you first
level, majority of them in reach that high level, and it does affect.
But I could jump in, you know.
Yeah, no, listen.
It's your turn. It's your turn. It's Starrad's turn. Go ahead, Starrad.
Just start. You just answer your last statement. Just answer my question. Our players are not at that level as yet. What are we doing pressing? Guys, let me tell you something. Hold on, Sammy. Sammy, all we coaching in St. Vincent. I'm asking you, from time to time we try to press. And ask anybody here who coaching how effective we press is. And how long we could press for. Our players not retaining. Hold on, Sammy.
Okay, wait, hold on, got to.
Sammy, our players not retaining information. I'm telling you, that's what you're saying. So we have to change the Europe.
Wait, hold up. Gato, do you? About Europe, Europe. Gato, do you do it 11 against 11 on the field? And he's stopping
yes, Sammy. Walk through. Stop the game.
Not walk through. You want him to walk? You want him to sprint? No, not walk.
Hold on. You have to build it up. Right? So I started the entire process of a press. When to press, where to press, how to trap, all of that. Sammy, pressing is not something that you get across the players. From my experience, in a time. From my experience.
I agree with you because my team don't press. I don't allow my team to press at all. Period.
Hold on. All you're making me feel sad right now with them kind of statement. The why you're making press sound like something. Press could only happen in the attacking third. Pressing could only happen in the attacking third.
Okay, no, listen.
No talk like that, please. For example, if the game is in the defensive third, you're not gonna press. You're not gonna. So come on, gentlemen, be careful.
But this is just when you press, you don't know what the outlet for the other team is because you got to push them into that way. So I don't understand what they're saying.
Careful.
I really believe that. I believe.
We don't play that way home here.
I believe.
None of the clubs press really effectively. None of the clubs.
At that level.
Jebel, let's try press, but you don't press effectively. I press you out the park every day. I press you out the park. That one game I press me out the park. One game. We can't press. After that, never walk again. After that, we never play again. We never play again. You never play again.
Okay, gentlemen.
Got to your players come off and tell they can't get no ball. They don't have one. One game.
All right, gentlemen.
That's my point.
Let's go again. Which one game? That's your opinion, Gato. But let's go.
One game, anyway. After that, you never effective after that. With no press.
We mean
one game. You can't do press.
We mean.
All right, we had this conversation. One game, Jebel ever catch up with any press. And
it's only one game we ever try press earlier?
That ain't true. That ain't true at all.
All right, buddy. Anyway, let's go. So let's look at some of the transition in this particular zone. What I recognize. So now I place both teams onto the field. This is what I recognize that happened in terms of transition. So from defense to attack, Vincy, he tried to penetrate. So once we win the ball, we tried to penetrate immediately by dribbling or by passing the ball to Olex. And they were very, very, very direct. In this scenario here, whenever it was the transition for Curacao, immediate pressure was on the ball or they tried to delay the play. So that's what I recognize in terms of the transition in the defensive. In Curacao, defensive third, and in Vincy, he attacking third. Any other thing that you recognize as it relates to transition?
It was too slow.
When we get the ball from Curacao, right?
We kick it out.
Man, we ain't know what to do. We just give it right back to them.
Talking about the attack. Our attacking third or their defensive third.
Right. So when we win it,
for example, let me understand. Drogba run up the side. Not Drogba. Carney pick it up in a space. First person he was looking for is either Olex or running with it. That's what I see.
So in that transition period, Theon, I think Carney held the ball a bit too long at times. And also, Kyle was trying a strongman thing.
So it was all individual play.
Right.
Individual play.
When you go to Olex run past the man try thing. So it was really individualism, as Sammy said.
Right? Whole game.
We didn't have.
But maybe that was the plan. Create some and let it do
tactics.
Create some isolation, Olex and the white, and then let it do the thing, and then figure it out.
Yeah.
Figure it out, Sammy.
All right. What were some of the trends I recognize? So Curacao was able to get into our middle third easily with quick passing, playing between and behind our lines, rotation of players to create overloads wherever the ball. So that's
movement as well.
That's why I say rotation.
Mm-hmm.
So that was one of the trend I recognized in that particular era. Next, one forward pass was able to eliminate two of our lines usually. That's another trend I recognize that took place.
We have a line.
Yeah, man. You must have lines.
What the line mean?
You must have lines, Gato.
You must have line, Gato. Is that okay?
What kind of line? I asked what kind of line.
It could be a curve, it could be a diagonal, it could be a zigzag.
No, guys, wait.
One forward pass could have eliminated.
Guys, you all laughing at that. And Patrick, is Patrick still here? Patrick still here? Patrick?
I just listen to you guys, man, because...
Okay, listen to me now, man.
Okay, I can't even get a chance to talk.
The way... I really believe the way we're playing, As Patrick, I really want you to take over this one because I think you're better than me, right?
What are you talking about now?
The way we play, we're trying to force a professional team into some situation. And this is why I told you, the guys last week on the live, there's no way we can press these guys. They're too skilled at that level.
Tommy, you want me to answer you?
I disagree. Organization, better organization, and better teamwork.
Yeah, it's going to take up. Okay,
Gordon, we're ready for press yet.
Gato. Hold on. What do you understand pressing? What do you mean pressing? What do you understand when I say pressing?
Mr. Gordon. You can't press without positional responsibility. I asked you the question, you still didn't answer me yet. Since last week, I asked you the question now.
Yes.
I asked you the question since last week, I'm still waiting.
Why is the question? Let me allow why name to
I'll come back to you, don't worry.
Go ahead, Mr. Han. Mr. Han, you gone?
Positional responsibility.
Look, guys, it's amazing to hear coaches say that you can't teach the press and St. Vincent shouldn't be pressing. Let me tell you guys something. This is the one tool you have to use when teams are better than you. You teach it. It's not hard to teach. You know what? I'd love to get.
Could you explain what you mean by pressing, please? Because I think we kind of are over in terms of what we
pressing. All pressing is the force defender channels the ball into a certain area.
Thank you very much.
And then you collapse on it.
And how do you do that? You put on the first player to the ball. You back him up in case he get deep, and the other man trying to cut the passes off and angle him to where you want him to go.
Right, Hippo. Not only that. I could do a whole session on pressing. Coaches in St. Vincent think everything is a goddamn mystery. It's not a mystery, and it's not rocket science. Stop saying the guys don't know how to do it. Teach them properly. Stop saying that we're not ready for this. When are you going to be ready?
Patrick.
Sammy, stop. Okay. You talk a lot. Let me finish. Caribbean team, listen. Here's what Caribbean teams have to do. Caribbean teams will never have the experience of the top guys who have professionals. So how do you survive against them? First, you get your team fit. You make sure
outwork them.
Let me finish. You have to outwork them. And all that is pressing. Otherwise, you're not going anywhere.
Okay.
Listen, let me finish, guys, and let me done. You're going up against...
Let him land.
Let me finish. You're going up against Mexico. You get them time on the ball. You're going to leave them alone. You will kill you. Get your team fit, first of all, and show the guys how to be organized behind the ball, to push the ball to the line, push it into their strengths, and trap the ball. It is not hard to do. So you guys down there, maybe you should try to work with someone. When I come down, I'll work with you guys, and I'll show you how it's done. But don't say it can't be done. Everything in football is taught. Everything in football taught. You just can't be underestimating the players because they were not taught properly. That's what
Patrick. Okay. This is what I see.
I teach my girls to press. And
Patrick,
you're telling me Vincentian players can't.
Okay, no, this is what I'm getting at, right?
Nobody could convince me otherwise.
When you press these guys from Curacao, you know what they do, Patrick?
Yo,
Sammy, you never press them properly, Sammy. You never press them properly.
Can we please define what we are talking about when we say press?
Okay.
Can we define that, please?
Okay.
Let me finish it.
Okay.
Listen.
When you press, you apply pressure. You apply pressure and you get them in a sense of panic and overthinking.
It's more to it than that. You have to have the mental.
So it makes them make mistakes.
These guys, they're professionals. They don't make that kind of mistake. The field is 120 by 80.
Sammy, it's your organization behind the ball. That's all pressing is. That's the key. And if you lose your chances to press. Listen to me. Do you know that Cuba should have beat Curacao were it not for some referees calls? Did anybody see the Cuba-Curacao game?
Patrick.
Curacao won 2-1. So Curacao is not that's not even a very strong Curacao team.
Patrick, what these guys do to us, right? When we press.
You didn't play anything.
Listen now.
You didn't press properly.
Right.
You saw the game.
Let's move forward into the middle third now. We can move forward because these discussions can continue as we go. Again, when we talk press, we ain't talking about all and out, push up everybody and try to run it down right now. No, it's the level of organization. Closest force to the ball, keep the lines close, that kind of stuff. Basic stuff, not that's it. And you guide them to a specific side. That's it.
The principle is this. When you're defending, you deny space. That's the basic principle of defense. You create your triangle behind the first defender is the pressure defender. And you create pressure, cover, and balance around the pitch. That's what you do. You force the ball into a certain area and you collapse on them. When you deny space, 6 and 8 are running all over the place.
Remember, Theon, remember long ago a team in EPL is named Wimbledon? That's all they used to do. Because they didn't have the skill, but when the pressure make you have to outlet the ball one time. They didn't give you time to sit on the ball, and you have to outlet it one way, and they wait until when you push it up there.
You force forcing mistakes. You cannot give
I could ask a question.
A chance to play. It's simple as that.
I could ask a question.
How many of us watch Chelsea against Atletico?
You always talk with these professionals.
Hold on. Sammy, hold on, man. Atletico press the desk,
easy more.
Do all kind of thing. And they get beat. Chelsea beat all lanes. What we talking about? We have like a press.
Again, I'm talking about organization.
Hold on.
All forms of the press. You can't do it. Is what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
Press is not as simple as we have it.
You are making it hard. If you make it hard, the players won't learn it.
That's a new weekend,
Pressing
is not as simple as you have it.
Pressing is not simple, Gato. I will agree with you on that. All right? I will agree with you on that.
But you have to teach.
What we have to teach is the organization of it. That's what I'm saying.
That's all I'm saying.
Takes all the time from the creative team. If a team better than you creatively, if you press them, they got less time to do magic with the ball.
Listen to me, combination play. Listen to me, guys, combination play.
That's what you have to do. That's the strategy.
I want to ask a question before I move forward. Sammy, the chances we created, how did they come about?
Vincy creates?
Yeah, in the first half.
Well, I see one good chance, right?
One?
That Corny got the ball on the right-hand side.
One, you say?
Yeah, I see one good chance, right? Corny had the ball on the right-hand side. He was in a one-on-one situation. He had support below at the penalty box.
How he get a ball in?
I don't know how to get it. I don't know.
You can't remember?
No, I can't.
There was another one again where he got the ball again. You can't remember. You can't remember how they get a ball. Jagba press, win the ball, move up the line, play it over to Carney. That is what happens, the same press. The other chance we got is DL, I think, press up on the number 8 and we won possession and then transition straight into getting the chance.
Yeah, there was
Carney got both of them. Carney got both of them.
No, there was the next one too that you all missed when Kyle, he pressed him and win the ball, Olex was running free. When Salah split the pass, he tried to dribble back the same.
There was another one. There was another one where there's another one. Olex pressed high on the same number 2 that we say calm on the ball. And he win the ball, but he just touch it a little too hard and the keeper come off outside the box and get it. It's the same things. It's the same things.
If you let players play, they're gonna play. You know, you have to deny them space and force mistakes. That's what you have to do. And walk your ass off.
We can let them play. We ain't gonna let them play.
At a certain level. Guys, I look at we don't
lose.
I look at Anguilla.
If you walk with players,
guys, I look at Anguilla last night, playing against Barbados. Anguilla was tremendous defensively. Tremendous.
Sammy, I saw that game. Sammy, you're right. First of all, Anguilla lost their first game 7-0. Anguilla came back, and Barbados was lucky to win that game.
Compact.
They just didn't have to finish.
I mean, it's the best defensive game I've seen in a long time. I was so impressed with these guys.
Okay, so that's what you call the low block, eh? But that you only do when you're resting.
But the low block, you know, listen, okay, Mary, the coach talk about the low block, right?
Exactly.
Wait, hold up.
Low block and the resting.
Wait, guys, hold up now, right? So
yes,
the coach say he asked the players, wait, hold up now.
Yes.
The coach say he asked the players if they know what low block is. And nobody know. Nobody know.
Sammy,
wait, hold up.
Sammy, this man is the coach.
Okay, well, Patrick, wait, I'm not finished yet, Patrick. This is my time, you know. I initiate the conversation. So I'm saying, right? I mean, we don't know it as low block, you know. We know it as low pressure, right?
Exactly. That's my
Wait, hold up, Patrick. Hold up. You have the team for 4 weeks. And you ain't teach low pressure in the game? Is it first time thinking about it?
But Sammy, that's two different things you're talking about.
No, it's not. Here's the deal.
Yes, it's two different things. Here how it's two different things. Here it's two different things.
Okay,
here it's two different things.
Yeah.
He can ask, so if you come in the first day and he asks, you know why is a low block?
We shouldn't say that. You shouldn't go on TV and say that.
I asked a question. Could that be the scenario?
No. He said after the game. Wait. Hold up. After the game,
I didn't hear what it talked.
Wait, hold up. After the game in practice, right? They're going over the BVI game. They prepared for BVI. And they mentioned about, you know, low block and the kids them didn't know. The coach man never about that.
Well, then is a fault of not teaching them.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, here's the other thing, Theon. The word low block is colloquial language. You will never see it written in a manual and whatnot. So the first thing he should have done was refer to it as low pressure defense, which is the defense.
It's the same thing, Patrick. Different terminology. That's our terminology.
Sammy, you gotta listen. They don't know it as low block. That's my point.
You don't know that.
Sammy, stop. You gotta listen. They don't know it as low block. Low block is slang language. It's colloquial language. They're not gonna know it as low block. A lot of people don't know it as low block. But if you say low pressure defense, which is written in manuals, players and coaches will know what it is. So don't expect them to know no block. The other thing is, this guy, the coach has been with the team 3-4 years. That's one of the things you gotta coach. High pressure and low pressure. That's basic stuff. So if that was
we have to be careful again with that statement.
Yeah, but listen.
Why I saying for example, if I say low pressure, right? I could be pressing you in the attack in the midfield toward with low pressure, meaning I'm not aggressive on my press. It doesn't necessarily mean that I am applying pressure in the defensive toward.
I can't tell you guys exactly how what it means, but here's what it means. And here's how the coach is supposed to explain low pressure. Low pressure just means that you drop back. You determine your point of
confrontation. Your point of confrontation.
So once the players, you tell them, once the players know that, that's where the press starts. That's my point.
Guys,
so you teach it properly. No, Sammy, let me finish. The point is, if that was being taught over the years, men would know, and at some point in time, you'll tell them another name for this is low block. They would
You're tying up yourself, Lee. if it was being taught.
Touching, it has to be done on the field. It has
All right, let's go again. So in the middle,
I'm not letting you out of this. If it's being taught, if it's being taught,
but we don't say it ain't being taught. Then how we say?
I thought you're driving. Okay, you got it.
That's what we say. It ain't being taught.
That's my point. You don't know what it means, and low block again is colloquial language. There are players in the USA who probably wonder what low block means.
Terminology, Patrick. How do we know?
All right, let's go.
Language, some.
So let's look at the middle third. Build up in the middle third. Let's look at build up in the middle third. Curacao. All right, so they had quick shot passes again. Once no space was available, when the team went back and they changed direction, they also had switch of play with the big diagonal. You saw that a couple of times when they were in the middle. So if they tried to go down the right and they recognized the space, they went back and went around on the opposite side. If not, they went back to the midfielder who made a big diagonal switch. They created overloads wherever the ball was. Rotation between the 10, the 20, and the 12. So that was something that was recognizable. And the 10 and the 20 kept rotating, and the 7 and the 12 kept rotating. One would go short while the other go long, and that's the type of rotational movement they would use between each other. Defenders dribble forward when space was available. When I say defenders, I mean the 2 and the 11. Always played with the midfield players. This was always obvious. The 10 played between the lines again to occupy our defensive midfielder. When the team needed help, he dropped in the pocket and he tried to play. Again, 4 again was always higher up in an overlapping position. 11 and 2 gave the team depth to change the direction of play. So that's why I recognize from Curacao when we were in the middle third. Tell me, guys, did you recognize anything else?
That's tremendous, Theon. And all of this is just tactics. I mean, all of this that you mentioned, Theon, this is the tactics of the game. But some people think that tactics of the game is just questioning the other team and things like that. You understand? They have at least 8 of them. So we'd win 1 out of 8. While all that you mentioned there, Theon, you mentioned at least 4 or 5. So this is what when we're teaching these classes, especially wait, hold up. Theon, you as an educator, you're responsible for education of our youths, right? And all of them wanted the C and the B, right? But I was sitting there with you in the D class. You understand? And these 9 things that you mentioned there, you just mentioned 5 of them there just now in a little paragraph there. Right?
But Theon,
so we have
that was allowed to happen because we were sitting back, man. That was allowed to happen.
I'm not trying to explain why it happened. I'm just saying what happened.
But this is curious.
From what I saw, this is what happened.
But it's not a standalone thing.
So okay, as a result, so here's St. Vincent now. So the reason they were able to do that was because it was unclear the pressing concept.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. All right.
space between the force and the second line were too wide. So this allowed for the dropping into the pocket and the switch up play. The second and the third line were too flat. They were never staggered. Pressure cover balance situations were not managed well. When they had good pressure cover, they won the ball and were able to create chances. That is what I recognize in the middle third from Vincy. So that is basically this here. This is what happened. This is what generally was happening. This particular shape is what was happening in the middle third. So if you look, you could see the 10 is between the space. That's why he was always able to collect it freely. Sometimes they rotate out and the 20 comes in to pull in best and you receive it wide. If you recognize where Kyle is, it was just one pass and you beat him. By the time, if they play to the 8, by the time Carney gets across, he already released it to the 3, the 6 rotates inside or the 10 rotates inside to receive the ball, and then the outer day. Basic, it's right there. You could see it. Yes. What happened? Yes.
Let me ask a question. You will say best swing and pull?
He was sucked in.
Yeah, he gets sucked in. Yeah, he gets sucked in.
Because remember what happened?
Man didn't know what he was doing.
Remember what happened? Number 12 was the right winger. And he was marking his winger. But the man slipping inside. So he end up and getting pulled with that man because they're telling him, mark the 12, mark the wingman is your man. Which I think is problem here locally too. We just tell players, mark the man, if your man move, just disturb our function and try to follow him. But here's something that I realized too. Not only the least touch that they take is in the middle of the field, Curacao.
Yes.
The least touch, the shortest passes, and the quickest one is in the middle of the field. They take more touch on the wings and between the two centre back, and the same man rotating there, so they were short passes. And we have to remember who was the coach too. So there's a well-drilled unit with professional. I watch the team and see where all the man them come from. Everyone is a professional in high level league.
That's always going to be the case when St. Vincent anybody plays. You got to forget about that and look at the strengths of your team.
No, well, hold on. I'm going to make a point.
I know the point you're making is the point everybody making as an excuse.
It's not an excuse. I'm going to tell you what happened. The players at that level learn to rotate the ball and play it properly.
Okay,
no,
so
they always catch the end.
Yeah, remember we talking about second ball about 6 weeks ago?
We get Hold on. Organization again. So Chester, hold on. Chester is gonna finish his point and Patrick will rebound. No, he wasn't.
DL, because of that level of what the guy is doing, DL was always chasing and was giving up some unnecessary falls. Right? So he give up about 3 or 4. So he just rush into the man them, and the man them pass the ball and stand up. He, they get fall from him.
You talking about the left back?
Now,
16.
In that era, because we have so many defensive players on the field, because we start with 8 defenders, 8. The guy who was at the right wing, which is the foreign base, I don't know his name, I think he was number 3.
Yeah, everything on the screen there. 3.
Right. He and our 20, which is the inexperienced boy, they could not have communicated, they could not have moved the ball around. They could not have chanced it. Because every time they pick it up, the inside a box rather than a triangle from Curacao. So they just close the box on them, take it away from them and go again. So that is my
let me try and show you the scenario. Every time this happen, which is this player here, this is what happened. Look the numbers here. It's a 3v2 every time over here, 3v1 every time they win it across here. So
right.
The scenarios happening all over the field just because of the spacing and how the players work.
As I tell you, it's a box they're using, which is a close it in, open it, close it, open, to get the players trapped inside it.
But quick passes break down any box in soccer.
We're just saying, we're not saying no, we're just saying what happened. Remember, we're analyzing the game.
So therefore, when they're doing the tactics to the game, they just say, when this occurs, this is what we do, and we look the second ball, because as soon as 3 pick it up, 10 from 9, same thing we talked about the other night.
People, what if they never know that would have been present?
And I tell you all,
but that's going to happen. You got to
plan for it. It's not realistic.
Yeah.
And they all listen.
Listen, guys. Sammy, what's not realistic?
So guys, thanks for the contribution all the money, right?
That's what we'll see you next week, right?
Take care, Chester.
I was there every week.
All right.
Take care, Chester. Take care.
I was there every week on the Instagram page.
Okay, blessed love.
Yeah.
I sure I mentioned, we joined those vertical lines last week. Those 5 lines that these guys have to be in last week. Right? And everybody all over the place. So this is why it's so important that, the people who are in charge of football, they got to come to the Zoom because all of this thing that you have talked tonight, right? All of this thing that we have gone to the city Zoom, a long time ago. I'm telling you, all of this we touched about already. The only problem that we have with the Zoom, right? Somehow y'all have to get that all of this information to us. We're not getting it. So we can't go home and study now because it seems like you have everything there and you're not sharing it. So if there's a problem for me, must the young coaches.
No, the thing is though, it's not a laughing matter though, because football is big business and the country was just embarrassed 7-0. And a well-coached St. Vincent team, Curacao is not 5 goals better than us. But this is my point.
But we look good last night.
Sammy, let me finish.
I didn't see that game.
We're not talking about last night, Sammy. We'll always look good against certain opponents. That's not who we have to beat to move on. Progress is beating the top teams. I keep saying it. And we have to start coaching to beat the top teams. In this situation, it's just a matter of creating the triangles around the ball. 1 and 2 touch passes, switch to play immediately. But again, you have to be compact about. That's what the Dutchmen do. You got to be compact around the ball, on offense and on defense. When on defense, that's how you force mistakes. When on offense, now you can move the ball, okay, and switch to play and keep moving. Listen, the most difficult thing to defend against is the moving ball. It's the moving ball.
No, Patrick. No, Patrick.
Sammy, I won't even answer you, Sammy.
But anyway, let's go transition. Let's look at the transition. Let's look at the transition, right? So what I recognize, and then you guys don't comment.
Yeah.
In the transition, remember we still in the
How long did tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, so
you give us some update on the volcano anyway.
Yeah,
Gato.
Yeah.
You talk to me after now. So go to sleep and call me in the morning.
Yeah. That's all right.
Gato.
Yeah.
Gato. When am I gonna get a chance to work with you on your team?
I'll forget you on the team down there. You're from Leyu. Where you go Leyu, Patrick?
Okay, Gato. When are we gonna get a chance to work with your team?
When I come,
please contact me. Let Theon go to Theon. Contact me and I'm coming out.
I'll call you from Leyu, Patrick. Go Leyu.
Patrick, you get your vaccine?
I got my second vaccine already.
Holy fuck, me even get on here.
Canada so I don't know why Canada so, but are you ready to travel, man? Don't worry, I can find Gato when I come down.
All right. So in terms of the transition, what I recognize is Vincy tried to penetrate by again whenever they win the ball by dribbling or by passing the ball to Olex. Or long vertical ball to Kyle. They were always direct. That's why I recognize in the transition from defense to attack. Suriname, on the other hand, once they lost the ball when they were in attack, they had immediate pressure on the ball by closing the ball, and the back 2, which was the 11 and 2, always drop for the long ball, right? That is something that was evident in the middle of the field. I think the 3 as well, he didn't stray too far away from Olex because I think he recognized that he had some pace. And whenever they were transitioning into defense, what I saw them do is try to push the team, Vincy, to a specific side. That's something I recognize. How are you guys in transition? Yeah. We good there? All right. So we're going in now the attacking third for Curacao. Well, trends are happening in the middle. So Curacao dominated possession with rotation, pinning, third man runs, and quick short passes. Vincy was chasing and not in the best defensive position, and they had no sustained possession. So those are some of the trends I recognize in the middle third of the field. Curacao build up in the attacking third. They had width with the 4 and the 20 majority of the time, rotation of position, wing play and crossing, overloading one side and switch of play to create 1v1s. That's what I recognize for Curacao in the attacking third. In Vincy Heat defensive third, what I recognize, the 17 would remain high, which was Kyle. The midfield line tried to mark 1v1. The back line tried to protect the space behind them. That's what I recognize. In terms of transition in this particular case, what I saw was this. This is basically the shape that I saw. What happened again, same thing again with Vincy in transition. Try to penetrate again whenever they win the ball there by dribbling or by passing the ball to Alexa along vertical ball to Kyle, and they were constantly trying to be direct. On the other hand, when Curacao lost the ball in the attacking third, they again immediately pressed the ball by the player closest to the ball. Again, the back, the 2 and the 11 and the 6, they dropped off for the long ball. And again, they pushed the team to the side. So that is what I saw happening in the attacking third. Any comments here? Anything else you recognize? In Curaçao's attacking third. Right. Very good. In agreement. All right. Trends that I recognize: Vincy Heat, midfield, they were ball watching, not protecting the space behind and in front of them, not compact enough. Curacao completed each attack with a shot and always had 3 players in the box. Those were the trends. On the other side now, we're looking at Vincy Heat in the build-up in there. That's supposed to be defensive third. Shift team to one side and played a long pass, which would have been the goalkeeper. When ball was played to the wing back or center back, they went long as well. Those were the common trends. This is the general shape that was recognized. And even though they went long, there was no basic function or structure to receive the second ball or how they would approach or attack the second ball. So that's something I recognize as well. Curacao in this particular sector of the field was, so they invited the short pass. They wanted the short pass to take place, but they pressed with a wide 3. They were close and compact lines, and these were evident when Curacao were trying to press the ball. In terms of transition, and this is the general idea in terms of the shape that was recognized by both teams. If you recognize that when the ball is on the left-hand side, Curaçao's left-hand side, Vincy Heat right-hand side, Curacao gave up the space on the opposite side of the field and tried to remain compact on that given side where the ball was. In terms of transition from defense to attack, Curacao played, tried to complete short passes, or they tried to cross the ball, or they try to immediately get a shot off. So once you win the ball high, they try to penetrate immediately. All right. On the other hand, Vincy Heat, they immediately tried to pressure and tried to cover. So that's what I recognize in the transition point at that particular one. Trends in this particular area, a lot of technical breakdowns from Vincy Heat, and play long passes. That's a general trend. Technical breakdown and played a lot of long passes. Curacao didn't have to do much to regain possession. That's what I recognize in this particular part of the field. All right, in the middle third, this is the shape that I recognize that Vincy Heat generally had. Long diagonals or vertical ball to Ulex or Kyle. That was consistent, limited movement from midfielders. Kyle and Ulex mostly look for the long ball over the top. Team didn't play for the second ball. That's the general concept in the midfield. In the midfield third, in terms of defensively for Curacao, this is what I saw. Still saw high press. Press with a wide 3 again. Close and compact lines between the middle and the forward line. The back 3 were looking for the long balls once the opponents, once they were not applying pressure. So once they recognized their players were not applying pressure, the back 3 in this case, which would have been the 11, the 2, and the 6, they dropped off immediately. The midfielders anticipated the second ball. So that's something that was evident as well. So once they saw the long ball being played, they dropped back into the space to receive the second ball or to press our player, whoever the ball went to. In terms of transition, what I saw was from what Curacao tried to do was play forward. Once they win the ball, they played forward when the pass was safe. If it wasn't safe, they went to the side and they went back in some cases to recycle and to get in an attacking shape. On the other hand, when Vincy lost the ball, they fall back into a delay shape. They didn't try to immediately press, they tried to delay and protect the space behind. Common trends in this particular part of the field again, technical breakdown, long passes, losing possession regularly, try to play individual plays. Curacao did not have to do much to regain possession, played for the second ball, won all the second balls, and reset to get the attacking shape. Those were the trends that I recognized in the midfield third. When Vincy got a chance to get into the attacking third, what I recognized again, there was direct play, dribble to penetrate, no support from midfield, and those were the general concept. This is the general shape that I saw. Curacao, on the other hand, if you look at their shape, this is how they tried to defend when the ball was any particular side. If you recognize how compact the lines were and the pressure and cover was available, they usually left 3 players up top. This kind of pin back some of our players in that particular area. Also, they were there to create outlets once the team gained possession in the transition. So again,
which is every 5 seconds.
Yeah, so high press, push the team wide, that was evident. Through some compact lines between the middle and the forward. Created double teams when they were possible. Good 1v1 defending as well as covering. In terms of transition, yes?
You should mention to Theon, when we talk about press, the number 3 is pushing the ball to the outside, right?
Yeah.
And the number 2 stays and cover on the inside.
Yeah.
Because the line creates, that's your pressure cover balance with the line. You send them to the line, and if he gets by 3, 2 steps. You gotta cover the inside. And these are the things that can be taught. So don't tell me Vincentian players cannot press. Please. Please. This is easy. You could teach it and let them do it every day.
All right. So to reinforce some of the things that we were talking about, so obviously if you look at the shape here, if the blue team, which is Curacao, were able to regain possession, obviously you already saw the shape, so they can make the same short passes that we're talking about. Vincy were unable to press because you look at the support and where each player was, and hence the reason they were able to play out the back as simple as they were able to do. And the 2012 and 7, they gave the shape to basically pin back our defenders so that they could be able to play out. So in transition, what I recognize, what Curacao tried to do, play forward when the pass was safe or to the side, went back, recycled to get into an attacking shape and played out to the side. So they tried to play out to the side. What St. Vincent do in transition from attack to defense, there was no immediate pressure. Midfield and defensive lines fell back into a delay shape and they tried to protect the space behind. Common trends that I saw in this particular area, few chances to get a shot, lack of support and width on the right side, and a lot of technical breakdowns. Curacao didn't have to do much to regain possession, played for the second ball, won all the second balls, and we set to get their attacking shape. That's the trend that I recognize in that particular. In terms of set plays, when I say set plays, I'm talking throws, corners, free kicks. When we had throws, we generally tried to throw the ball down the line. When we had corners, we tried to go front post, but they were poorly executed and there was limited movement in the box. So Curacao, on the other hand, when they were taking throws, they tried to use the third man run and create the space in the middle. This was always evident. Start corners with the intent to play the ball at the back post. That was what I recognize as it relates to set plays. In the second half, everything was basically the same, but it was more of the same from Curacao. A tall striker came on, and they went a little longer, more regularly once he came onto the field. They created a lot of overloads everywhere the ball went. The changes that they made seem to change the cohesion between the players and the function and movement. And they also had more overlapping runs. Vincy Heat, they had a higher pressing line. They had more space behind them. There were more compact lines, so they improved on that in the second half. They had better use of the ball comparatively to the first half, and fitness level was good up to the 75th minute. They lost the shape after the 82nd minute. Those are some of the things that I recognize. All right, now we're gonna go here and try to take in the goals. And Sammy, the first goal.
Señoras y señores, el árbitro dice, vámonos al arranque. Al arranque de los primeros 45 minutos de juego, llenos de emoción y de buen fútbol. Rueda el balón y toca al primero gol. Goal!
I think we had some stick in there. I don't think we saw that one. We saw that one. I need to pull it back.
No, you gotta do it again.
Goal, goal, goal.
Hold on, let me just see if I could get it. Come on, come on. We're going well all the time. Don't stick now. Don't know what happened. All right, I have it now. Good. So let me see. Let's see. Come on.
La granadina, señoras y señores, el árbitro dice, vámonos al arranque.
Pause here.
Los primeros 45.
We spoke about this last week when we are playing out the back and we drop our left back and right back all the way back. We talk about this extensively. Could anybody remember what we said was not supposed to happen? Or you want me to go ahead and say it?
Go ahead.
Right. What we said and what I reinforce, if we are playing the wing back that deep, it is because we are trying to create the space for the 11 or the 7. So let me reinforce that again. They're going to play it here now to best. The intent is not to play it to best. The intent is to get it to best, to get it back to the center back to play to the number 7, which in this case would have been Olex. It should never go there when a team is high pressing. That is what we said, because the only available pass for best would be a long diagonal across the field. And exactly what we spoke about is exactly what he tried to do, and we say he shouldn't do, and it ended up being a goal. Yes, he panicked. I agree with that. He panicked because he actually had the space to move forward the ball after dribbling the player. But that was the first error of the game.
Minutos de juego llenos de emoción y de buen fútbol. Rueda el balón y toca.
Hey, what just happened there? What's going on, boy? Something like you like the thing, boy.
That pressure was immediate, boy. And you want to tell me they ain't do that willfully? Really? Come on, man.
No, it was immediate on either side.
Right, but Theon, if you can't find it, let's talk about what happened there. How do you get out of that? That's the thing. Listen to me. Well, not you. I'm just saying.
Well, how could you get out of that pressure?
Once you see that pressure coming, right? That man is supposed to have cover. Who's in the middle of the park? Number 5, Sutherland and somebody.
We're talking about the middle in terms of defense?
Defense. When
on that particular side, it would be York. Yeah. On that side, it would be York.
Okay, York drops. Best touches to him, and he goes long over the top.
Into who? It doesn't matter to who. No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Listener, I'm not disagreeing with you. Listener. I'm saying because they have pressed best, the space is now just behind them.
Behind him. So if we're compact, somebody drops in there. No. Here's the other thing too. Yeah. Here's the other thing. Here's another play. Best could just get it over the top. Because once the ball goes to that side,
thinking out the box on that one, Theon. Thinking out the box on that one, Theon.
Right, that's okay.
When the player coming into him, he could have backed the player and play left foot down the line.
That's the force. That's the force. For me, that's the force error. Was his body shape?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right?
The ball was coming too
fast. Let me finish.
The ball was coming too fast.
Let me finish. It was coming fast. As soon as you see that, give him cover. He plays it back to the guy and he goes along over the top. That's an option. You get it, especially it's in the first minute of the game. What do you tell your players about the first 10, 15 minutes of each half? Tell me, what does a good coach tell his players?
I ain't going down in that road in my body. I ain't going down that road.
I'm just saying in general, Theon. In general.
Try to be safe, try to remain compact, not to make any mistakes.
Those first 15, listen, the first 15 minutes of every game is when most goals are scored. The first 15, 20 minutes of each half.
Before every stoppage, start and restarts. That's how they say it.
Exactly. That's when goals are scored. So I'm telling my left back, you play it safe, never cross you go. You go out of bounds and we regroup. But let's deal with this situation.
So why nobody else kick it out for you?
Theon, is that guy left foot player?
No, but you should have to tell him that. But again, that's my question.
Theon, is he a good left footed player?
I don't.
My question. All these are options to discuss in the practice.
Hippo.
It doesn't matter.
I'm just trying to think.
Simple. You're under pressure. Whether right foot or left foot, you put it out of bounds and you regroup. That's what you do. So here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. Once that ball is played to that side, our player should have been moving to that side immediately. So here's what happened. Carl slides it aside. So listen, if he has to go long, Carl is somewhere near the halfway line on that side. No, you can lift it over. You can do that. You can lift it over, but even if he goes back,
Go ahead. I just turn
back. If he had cover, simple. If the center back came over and covered him, he's facing upfield. He sends it long. That's it's not hard. These things are not hard to teach.
Guys, this is why I like to play like 10 yards apart. If you have the back down there. Right? That ball is like 15, 20 yards, right? And look when he passed the ball, and look when the man who pressured the ball.
Yeah, where's he come from?
Yeah, from all the way up there he come from. You understand? So that's space.
Another thing to Sammy, when we get the ball, we run away from the ball. We don't come to it to create triangles.
But no, Patrick,
that's did it all game.
Patrick, that's
if you had a defensive midfielder, first of all, if you had a defensive midfielder create the triangle, Best gets it, the defensive midfielder drops in. Now, if he's there to drop in, you see when those guys came, Best's pass will split both of them.
No, they came, they fly off. The pass, leave.
Look at it, Hippo, look at what happens. Look, you see that space in between these two here? Before he gets there, if you have a defensive midfielder coming in, he split those two guys who are coming after him.
No, just...
This is what you do when you have players, you coach that way. That's
the starting point of the, of the Vincy heat.
Go too far.
I always stress that, where you start, and this is why I don't like to press, honestly. The starting point is so important, Look how we spread out, 15, 20 yards.
You're not supposed to be so spread out, Sammy. You have to be compact on the field. Otherwise, you're giving up space. That's the whole idea. You're giving up space.
Compact is on defense, man. On defense, you come back. Other than that, you got to open it up.
Go back. Yes, go back.
Guys, on offense, right? Because the ball taking at least 4 seconds to get over there. That's too much. That's too much.
Sammy, it doesn't, that's you got I'm telling you. First of all, they're not compact enough. This is why you play compact. So you have support to the ball. That's it.
All right.
No, I mean, come on, man. Let's not make the game so hard.
It's not hard. It's not hard. I just...
Could our keeper have done better with that?
Yes.
That's the second goal.
Yeah, that's the second goal. I think he was looking over his right. He was speaking on his right side.
I think.
And when the ball came, he couldn't move.
It was difficult though.
Yeah, but he could have.
It was very close, very close.
Yeah, he could have. If he take another step out, he might have get a piece of it. But he's looking over to his right to see what every time he take here and look right and come back, the shot is on him. He couldn't do nothing.
Here's a chance, Sammy. Here's a chance, Sammy.
Yeah, what was he trying to do there, man? I don't understand that at all.
There are only two men back there. No defensive midfielder integrating with the defense.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff. Come on, man.
Not a chance again, Sammy.
Well, X was open there.
Okay.
Yeah, the presentation was tremendous. While we're looking at this, it was, and this is why I want you to be a coach. No, I'm telling you. I mean, all of these things that you put down there, you can't pay. If you can carry this out in a game situation. Okay, you do it on paper, you do it on the computer. Hey, looking really nice, right? If you can carry this out in a game and win games, they can't pay you.
But Sammy, you know the thing
is, it's not going out in the game. It's the analysis after the fact so you can get better. That's where
you have to practice. You have to practice. You have to practice this.
You have to also recognize this. You have to be doing this in the first half to improve your second half as well. You have to be able to recognize
to get better. Yeah.
So Theon alone had the information only, right?
Not me alone had the same.
Yes,
So now, man.
So listen, man. Theon.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
But Sammy, Theon, you know what? But you know the biggest thing that bothers me, man, is everybody thinks these things, Vincentian players can't do these things if you teach them efficiently. That's the saddest thing you could say. It really is. Patrick, there is no hope.
Patrick,
Sammy, when are we gonna learn it then, Sammy? And you say we can't learn it.
No, Patrick. What I'm saying, right? These things has to be done on the field.
Sammy, you do it in practice for Sammy. You teach them in practice. Nobody expects you to go on the field and do this. That's why you have a coach and training sessions.
Patrick, okay, all right.
So what are you talking about?
Wait, hold up, right? When we practice at Annisville, right? We didn't have a goal post to practice, much as we like to all kind of stuff.
Frankly, you don't need a goal post to do this.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right. And we need balls too.
You're just creating situations and creating
look at that side into the walls.
Sammy, do me a favor. Hey, listen, Sammy, do me a favor. Give me the field, and I get 2 cones for 2 goals and some cones to the 18-yard box. You could still teach concept and teach movements. You guys just creating this thing about this and that field and that. We know that.
Patrick,
it's not going to change.
Patrick.
It's not going to change until we find
we know that,
solutions to go overcome this thing. There's always got to be a solution. And what's happening is it starts with the players. Let me finish. If you don't believe the players can learn it, that's sad. That's sad. We can't understand you talk about a coach. It doesn't matter. What do you mean? Of course, you want to teach as hard as possible. But these players, listen, your senior players now can learn these basic things. And if you're saying they can't, then that's sad. Then maybe it's not being coached efficiently. Yes, tell me, I'm listening.
Let's move on.
I coach youth soccer, right? And I spent years doing U13 when the kids come on the big field for the first time. And we see players at 12 years old who don't understand the game, U13. And it's sad to say that they haven't learned certain things by a certain age. They don't have certain skills. It's more difficult for them. I'm not saying anything is impossible, but it becomes more difficult. The longer you're not in a system or structure to learn certain things, I compare it to learning to write cursive. Let me land. Like learn to write drawing up on small line book, right? You know the people who got bad handwriting who are 60 years old, who never learned to write properly and they cannot form letters properly. The people, they will never have a good handwriting, right? They practice, but they can't get it because at a certain age, they didn't hit some benchmarks. So we have a lot of players who don't hit certain benchmarks physically, technically, tactically. And then wait, let me land the man with the man. Then they get to a certain age and we expect them to be able to absorb certain information, right? So I'm asking the question, right? Do we expect players who haven't been exposed, for not a certain skill developed, but with certain benchmarks, to be able to absorb, to have the capacity to absorb information at a certain age? Like you coach and you're free education, so do you expect that?
That's a valid point. That's a valid point.
Yes, but then again, here's why the analogy is not good. I am looking at these players. Are you telling me that these players are not technically good enough to win games?
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said.
This is what I'm talking about. I know what happened in the past. I am talking about how we could manage this team now.
He was saying, what I heard him say is that you can give the information, but the reception of the information will be limited. That's what he's saying, because they never did that prior, right? That's what he's saying, Mohan.
Hippo, I understand what Mohan's saying. But Hippo, listen. Part of a teacher's job, one, is to simplify things. I walk into my classroom, English, right? One of the first things I do before before we start reading a new book or a new letter is what? What's the first thing I do? I go over the vocabulary then. I look at the headline. I ask
Patrick, your analogy is not valid in this case.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why, Mohan. Mohan, this is how you prepare to teach. This is how you prepare to teach. I'm teaching a new book. Let's understand the words first. So we know when we read the words, we understand what it means and meaning in context.
How long is that process? How long is that process?
Not a long process. For one chapter, even before you start reading, you could give the kids.
I could ask you another question.
Well, let me finish.
You keep reinforcing your girls. What educational level these girls have?
That's the key. Interpret and decipher information. Yeah. I think that's the problem I'm hearing all night.
Right. So basically what you're saying is these adult guys cannot. Okay, let's say they have
nobody. You keep saying this. Nobody is not saying they cannot. Nobody is saying that.
So what's the problem then? Why don't you teach them then? Why are they doing it if they cannot? If they could. If you think they could do it.
Guy, I want more to expand. Wait. You're all overlooking what Mohan say there, right? Mohan.
I understand what Mohan.
No. Let me ask Mohan a question now. Mohan, 13 years old, right?
Yeah.
This is when the players turn to 11 side, right?
Yeah.
12.
When 12
and up.
On the 13th.
Right. So they're playing 11 side for the first time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What occurs with that? The field is another 20-25 yards. So they're accustomed to play on the 9 side field or something like that.
No, they don't play full size. They play 80 by 100.
Hold on. You see? Now the problem. You tell me which child here playing that.
Well, no. No. I don't. Listen, man. I know what Mohan saying. In the first year.
But I reinforcing it up there.
No, listen now.
Tell me what's happening down here.
Man, in the first year of coaching that 11 side, it's the hardest thing to do. Because
Sammy, we see people, right? And we don't write them off. We have our coaches, we have our discussions, right?
Right.
And we see people who don't understand the game, right? Who coming into U13, who they haven't been taught, been a system on the 11, on the 12. Right. So they don't understand the game. I mean, watch the players who something occurred between on the 11 and on the 12. A development takes off there. I've observed the boys and girls program at a couple of clubs.
Could be puberty, could be
bone growth and all that kind of stuff.
So it's critical to have them with the right coach in the right system, so understanding how to play, right? I watched Barcelona under 11s play. The center back playing the ball to the left back. He's hitting a ball with his laces to the wing, to the left back with precision on the ground. You understand? Laces, no inside foot. right? They ping the ball out this so again they're quick. Sometimes 4 seconds to the ball again they're quick, right? So you watch the players that are certain age, what they could do on the field. These players come to the big field and we say they don't understand the game.
But Mohan, these things that's be done in drills in pieces, you know. One part and another.
Where are they talking about?
The understanding the game. Why talk about the understanding of the game, right? The players who don't understand the game yet, by the time they hit the big field, right? At that age, right?
What are they talking about? Simmons,
No. Tian, you finish philosophy now. Tian, you finish with the philosophy?
No, I ain't done. I go in there. I give him Mohan a chance to finish. Mohan and then I give Alexander a chance.
So
Mohan gonna finish and then Alexander because he had his hand up for a while.
No, yeah, asleep.
Patrick, the understanding of the game, right? That we're not getting at a young age. So what I'm saying is the longer we take to get players in the systems, to get them used to that, it's more difficult for them to absorb information.
So, Tian, you see the developmental center bringing the kids from the different ends there on weekends. So, is the right way to go since 2008? Huh? And I run me out to the country.
Let me talk, Mohan.
Yeah.
So what's a teacher's job, though? I mean, you walk into the classroom or you go on the pitch and there's something that you do. Are you saying that a good person can? Is there? Put it this way:
everything is relative.
Right? Is there anything in football that you can simplify for our Vincy players to understand?
Patrick.
Just answer the question.
Patrick.
Simplify so they can understand it. Just answer the question.
Patrick.
Yes.
Since we played against Gus Hiddink, right? Hiddink is a man who coached South Korea.
And I know that.
In 2002, right? You know that.
Caught up in this
hold on.
Oh,
when Hiddink went to Russia, right? Hiddink said Russia has technique and physicality. Hiddink is going to bring the tactic, he's going to motivate. He's the tactician. When Hiddink decides to take a job in Curacao, right? It's because he knows that Curacao has a certain level of technique, physicality, whatever they have. So he comes on there, he puts down a system. Now, what I'm saying is, when Hiddink walk into his classroom, the students at his disposal, right, are more prepared for what he's going to offer than the players that when you walk into your classroom at Annisville.
Point well taken. Okay, keep going.
Right? So you talk about being a teacher. The students who've been prepared for you, well, and I have a mentor. He says he doesn't coach and he doesn't take any team older than under 9. He says he doesn't want anybody's mess. So he says he only takes teams U9 and develops them because he said before that to take a team at 13, 14, he said that's someone's mess you're taking, right? So when you walk in that classroom, right, are you taking what is available at SVG compared to what Hiddink is taking in his classroom? You're all at two different standpoints right there.
Okay, Mohan, right? Here's my answer to you.
Go ahead.
Here's my answer to you. That is always going to be the situation when St. Vincent plays. You're playing US. You have to play Mexico to get out. Here's the bigger point. Listen,
it doesn't have to be.
But that's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be because you have to figure out who you're teaching and how to teach them. And you must, the same thing Gus Hiddink teach, you could simplify it and teach those guys. And no one could convince me otherwise. You know? That's my point.
That's your opinion, Patrick.
It's not my opinion, it's common sense.
Alexander, you there?
That's your opinion. Patrick, that's your opinion.
So Mohan, so we're going to give up. So every time we play a top team like Gus,
iPad 2 is still there?
You go on.
Tian, I will back to the question and ask you about positional responsibility.
Yes, I agree.
On that game against Curacao.
Positional responsibility is always a key part in any type of organization, whether it is in attack, defense, or transition. Once we don't know our roles, then obviously we are not organized.
That was obvious in the game. That was the problem because even when we win a ball, nobody running off, so we could come out the box with a quick 1-2 or nothing.
That no one could tell me that what we needed to do to contain these guys cannot be taught. This thing about, yes, I know that about the academies and we don't have that. I am talking about fellas that we see now. They've got enough technical skills and them fellas been around the game. You got a few.
No, but it's vision they're talking about, Patrick. What? They don't know.
Man,
like,
listen,
when Sian was talking about the second ball, right? Second ball is the same thing like playing out the back. Like
you can't teach that? You don't
Hold on. Not say you can't teach it. But here what we did when we were teaching kids under 12 playing out the back. The defense, the opposing team can't attack the defender until he touches the ball. So that is given a chance to build his composure on the ball and turn. That's how you got to teach things in stages. Then you add on, Just to think when you're playing a long ball, you have to figure out if the ball coming to the right side and I'm in the inside midfielder, I got to shift because if you head it back, it might come back 8 yards, 10 yards. So because that thing happen, you're there. That's the thing I'm talking about.
Those things could be understood by the Vincentian player?
It could be understood, but you got to teach it. You got to go and practice.
You keep making this point over and over. Nobody is not saying it cannot be taught. Nobody is saying
you know basically what you're saying. You're giving excuses. So when you're telling me about
at no point did anybody say it cannot.
You don't have to say it. It's the impression you give.
Yeah, let's finish up with the philosophy now, man. Let's finish with philosophy now.
Patrick. But anyway, I know how. Go ahead, Mohan.
I was talking to a kid who went over to France with the Maryland ODP team, either ODP or Region 1 team. He went with both. So he was saying they were France. He said when the French team start moving the ball, all of them know they stick somebody corner flag. They can't find the six. Remember the corner flag. Because the ball moving so good and the rhythm of the ball, they put them, the American kids could not function. So they stretch you out because they're on a different level. The technical development.
Is that a different level? What mean a different level?
Right, the technical development in France, right? And then the tactical, the knowledge of the game. It's really a system, right? Anyway, any part of the world you are, right? And we always say, whenever we bring up and I bring up France because they're a powerhouse, right? They're a system that produces players. You look at France, they give you Pogba, they give you Mbappe, they give you Dembele. So they're obviously doing something right, right? So the key is to have a system. Whatever system works for you in your country, is to find what works for you from your youth, from your 5-year-olds, and developing players who with a technical level and a tactical level understand the game. Wherever it takes.
I want to ask a question, man. I want to ask Patrick a question. A scenario I'm going to give him. And I'm going to give you to Mohan, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have a 10-year-old. No, not 10. You have a 7-year-old and you have a 16-year-old. And you have to prepare them for CXC exams in 3 weeks.
CXC exams.
In 3 weeks.
In 3 weeks? I don't think that's a good analogy. Because
why not? Tell me why not.
That's the situation.
Tell me why not.
That's the situation Vincy Heat was in.
Tell me why not.
Listen.
Tell me why not.
I wish I knew more about what the CXC
Tell me why not.
I wish I knew more about the CXC exam.
GCE.
GCE. Okay.
Yes. You tell me. Where you you're the greatest teacher. Tell me how you're going to get a 7-year-old to pass.
Are you teaching the 7-year-old?
In 3 weeks. In 3 weeks.
I'll let Patrick do that one.
Listen. Guys, listen. Are you saying the 7-year-old?
No. What he's saying is that the selection of the team puts it in a position where you can.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The 7-year-olds are Vincy Heat. The 17-year-olds are Curacao. I think
you're wrong. I see the players.
That's a perfect analogy. I like it.
Yeah.
It's a negative.
It's realistic. Now, what we have is if you want to call what we have a program, it has to be in infancy. It cannot be anywhere more than infancy. And I'm being generous.
And who's going to teach them?
Again, I gave you a different analogy. Same thing. What if I give you these same children 1 year? What do you think happens?
Again, you have to examine. Okay, literally what you do, you observe and you examine the kids before, and you decide their deficiencies, and you work with them. That's what you do as much as you can.
Nobody's saying
you think that will be better over a year?
The results could be tempered because the 16-year-olds
we have to listen. We have to talk realistically now.
So you ain't talking realistic.
We're giving a comparative analysis between the two countries.
It's not realistic. It's not realistic. The things I could teach, the players that we... No, you guys laugh. You're really laughing at yourselves.
Yeah.
That's not a good thing. But listen.
Go ahead.
Let me finish up the philosophy.
Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify something. I had a talk about 3 weeks. When they try to tell me that it's only 3 weeks the team was preparing, that's not correct, I'll be doing Sweden Islands really evening. That team preparing since last year.
But that's my point. That's the thing I'm telling these guys.
Then they had, but they also average 10 players per game.
What session?
Per session. And then they played some games. And they lost. And then training stopped.
No, hold on. I'm going to say this. Theon,
hold on. Let me finish with the gentleman.
You guys are just so negative. Hold on, nothing.
You guys are
negative.
Boy.
Negative. You're not looking for solutions.
How are you any different than what I saying? You ain't listening to nobody.
Yeah, but you're laughing at it.
You ain't listening to nobody. You have listened to. Just like everybody is listening. You have to listen. Go ahead. You said 10 people. Yeah, when you said 10 people in training, I have next question for you. Is the same 10 that show up every time?
No, every practice a different 10.
So you're going on the same road that we talking about again. Next, you said training stop. Corona come around, football stop. Bam, everything out the window. So it's technically, and you're bringing a whole bunch of again.
Already Corona, played a big part. I didn't feel that they have to stop. Trinidad never stopped training through the whole Corona history.
Well, for us, it was a
we look for excuses. This is happening because Theon, this is happening because we look for excuses.
What you talking about? Which excuse you talking about? Brother, let me tell you what I expected from that. Let me tell you what I expected from that.
Listen up, Patrick, listen up.
Let me tell you what I expected from that game. I expected a much better defensive organization from that team. We may have lost, but I am disappointed with the defensive organization as well as how we transition to try to play forward. Based on the trajectory of where Mr. Morky was taking the team, that is the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. They had good defensive shape and they were improving in their defensive shape. What I saw there,
you talking about the last competition?
Yes,
that's UEFA game.
Was a UEFA talking about Nation League.
Yeah. But Theon, listen now.
Man.
Last week when I walked away.
Boy.
From this whole thing last week, boy, I give up. I say, we can't get it.
Sammy, you never
wait, Patrick, let me just finish now.
You never give up, man. You keep trying.
And Patrick, after your analysis here, really, let me tell you, first of all, you might have a job after. Better stick to a teaching job.
So hey, how are going to kill it off with this philosophy, You want me to kill it off? Ask me for a while.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the national philosophy. Free flowing possession football with lots of attacking and defensive movements executed by physically fit athletes who are brave and creative on the ball. They must have lifestyle discipline required to play for SBG to the highest level, supplemented by mental toughness and tactical awareness to carry out game plans consistently and effectively. Did we see that in the game?
No.
That is my point.
Where that theory come from?
That's a more
Where that theory come from?
This is not more creep. This was gathered from a meeting that coaches came together.
Excuse me. So Theon,
wait.
You have to live that in practice. You have to live that in practice.
I could find it right here. That's come from Mark's presentation.
Oh yes, I said it. Yes, it came from his presentation, but the actual thing came from a meeting we had upstairs music center.
But that doesn't have nothing to do with how the team plays.
And that is my point. So I am saying this is the philosophy of the team. This is how they would like to play. And I'm saying based on this, then we see a reflection of this.
We didn't see no reflection of that in the team that played.
Right.
So therefore, you got to put the building blocks to lead to that.
All right. So now we start to get what I'm trying to get at here, gentlemen.
Hello. How reading that and more we see that? That free flow in the first line, more can I believe in that at all.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Which goal? The first goal? Before the goal? I wonder if it's the first one goal. I wonder if it's the point I was making before with the
But try answer for the 2 goals.
Which one?
Which goal? We recognize the first goal that those guys were too far.
They're too far apart and the ball came too fast to the...
Yes.
But what the distance that forward came from to cut that out?
Right.
At least
so
20,
I think I know. I think I understand. Let me try and the first goal. So in essence, maybe as we were saying last week, once the defender drops so deep, the space is now with the 7 or the 11, depends on which side. If, for example, Papoose did not play the ball there, and maybe if he had driven forward into the space with the ball, these are all different scenarios. And even if we go through all of them, is a lot of possibilities. But we kind of exhausted that conversation earlier in the sense that once it happened, we had know what we're supposed to do. So that for me was my disappointment with the team. I've come to expect a certain level or brand of football from Mr. Murphy's team, and I didn't get that. That was my losing. Was not my greatest disappointment. My greatest disappointment was the level of organization of the team. That was my greatest disappointment.
And that's very important. Even when you lose, if you see your team playing to a purpose and they're getting it right, you know eventually what happened. Eventually, but
Patrick.
No, let me say this to Sammy. A lot of times I notice that Vincentians, especially coaches, they get so caught up in the professionals in the other team and the coaches. Why are you going to worry about something you have no control over?
Yeah, and creative on the ball. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
This is where we would want to be.
Why aren't you just focusing on your team? Too much emphasis on the other team, and that's negative. Totally negative. You have to play the game. And you can't set up a strategy just to stop them. What are you going to do with your team?
Yeah, that
How are you going to get compact?
Yeah.
How are you going to move the ball? How are you going to get behind defense?
All right, so we go through a lot of things tonight. Let me hear Ali on the second point. What positives can we take away from the game?
So Theon.
Yes, sir.
We won the next game.
Yes, that's a positive.
And I know we're discussing.
Yeah, but the next game is who you beat, man. Come on.
But
I don't care what
you gotta win the game.
I don't care what
right? You still gotta win the game.
The truth I'm talking.
I don't care what nobody
different levels. That's 2 different levels right there. Curacao to BVI.
When Talks and Caicos beat us, we all say.
Regressing, we're regressing.
When you win 3 points, it's 3 points. What we be able to so?
Kian, that's good.
So we can't say, oh God, that is a positive. That's what we're saying.
No, I never said it. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying don't blow your horn with the level of competition. That's what I'm saying.
I'm blowing my hand. It's 3 points. I blow in my hand.
All right, sir.
Vincy win. Okay. Yes, sir.
Did you see the game, sir? Did you see the game?
No, I did not.
Right, so I can't talk.
Listen, man. They say we look like
Imagine Sammy doing hey, for 4 weeks now. If BVI beat us. If BVI beat us.
Listen, man. The man them say, let me tell you something, boy. Vincy, look like Barcelona. The way they move the ball out of the back, they go in the midfield, all kind of thing they man do. I say no.
We got along the wrong road. I don't want to hear about that. I want to hear about the positives that come out of the 2 games. That's what I want to hear.
Out of which game?
Some positives from the first game, the one that we lost. What are some positives you could take away from that game?
They give up less goals in the second half of the game, so maybe responded to the pressures.
The game was over. No, the game was over long time.
Man, you stop with your negativity. The man only score one in the second half. What happened?
Yeah.
But Theon, here's the deal. Theon, he used a lot of substitutes, and that same tall man you referenced to, he had 2 goals on the goal line that he could have scored. You know that. So let's not,
I didn't understand. I don't understand what you
said. Most of the players, Henrik used a lot of his substitutes in his second half, and that same tall man, forward that you mentioned before, how many chances did he have to score? On the goal line. What type of things to ball?
PSV or something like that.
Hold on. Why is the point? The point is the team was weaker. There was a weaker team was on the field, and they still had more chances to score. Tall man had 2 goals, but Koda had another goal. He kicked away. Okay.
So, but I want to go back to something else that you mentioned.
You see how you are for going? You are telling me. You trying to tell me I too negative. You hear you?
No. I'm really realistic.
You're realistic now. You're realistic now.
Here's what I'm saying. No, you gotta listen. Yes, it is a win, and we should take heart in it. I'm not saying no. And also take heart in the fact that we only let in 1 goal in the second half. But at the same time, let's not create any false illusion that
you contradict me now. You contradict me now.
I'm not contradicting you.
Yes.
I'm saying what you're saying. Listen.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I'm saying what you're saying. Take heart in the 3 points.
No.
But my point
you're contradicting me. A slide before I was just telling you that, and you tell me something else.
Right. No, but you're saying you're telling Hippo that he should disregard the 3 points. I'm saying no. We have the 3 points, but I went a little further. Here's the problem with that. Yes, we have the 3 points. We want the 3 points because we're still in it, and that's good. But Sammy, tactically we're still in it. I mean, mathematically we're still in it.
We go get it. I'll bring up the other thing. We did it.
But the situation that has to create it to get us there most likely won't happen.
All gone in negative. Give me some positive that come out. That's the game. Give me some positives.
They're not positive in that game. It's all individual play.
Nah, man.
The positive, listen, Theon, here's a problem that the coach creates, right?
Let me give you a positive. Because all the guys not negative again.
No. Let me say this. I want to say this.
Go ahead.
You gotta understand something. Giving positives when the coach is giving negatives is no go.
Man, where the coach doing it had nothing to do with our discussion. I talking now. You gave me some positives that you think came out of it.
You played better in the second half and you won the next game. That's good.
All right, that's positive. Right. Anything else? Anything else that you saw positive?
My point is though, I hate what I'm saying though, with the attitude from, I don't want to say it. So we got some positives now. What is the message? What is the message to the players based on the coach and his statements? What is it? What really is his message to us players? And this is my point. We have some positives, But these players, from based on his statements, these players could only win against Manaus and not the top teams in CONCACAF. That's what he said.
And give me positive, no man. You give me too positive and you're trying to chop it down. We will step on the positive.
No, but the philosophy of the coach has stopped it.
Positive. Yeah, we didn't see this game. We didn't see this game, so we could have add on.
No, I talking about the first game that we saw.
Yes.
Game where everybody see.
We won.
Yes, sir.
I look at your analysis, right? And there was zero positive on the left hand side of Vincy.
No, but listen, no, Sammy. No. Here's the other thing. Listen, those fellas never stop playing. You gotta credit them.
I want to.
They never stop playing.
Man. The man never stop.
If I have a team like that, they can win. This is my point. The boys never stop playing.
Man, stop being so negative, gentlemen. They are not positive.
But yeah, you have to address the negative that's around the team. When you say they cannot operate on this
man, we here since 8:30. I now start to talk about positive. Everything else before that was negative.
But that's the biggest.
I want to hear about no more negative. I want to hear about positive now. I want to hear.
I'm telling you positives.
I want to hear about positive.
That's very important. They never stop playing.
Right. They never stop playing.
That's important.
One goal scored in the second half.
Yeah.
I say they had a better shape in the second half.
They had a better second half.
They had a better possession game.
What does that tell you? Not only that, it tells you that if you know, teaching the right things in practice, they can do better. That's another good thing that came out of it, because they hand tough and they improve. But we shouldn't be starting at that level. Theon, we should, since Vincy underground, we should not be starting at the level where we started that game.
Okay, let me go. Again, give me some more positive. Bounce them off for me. Let me go now, man. We could find some more. We could find some more.
Yeah, this positives there.
We could find some more. Positive. Zidane Sam came on and he did a very good job defensively.
Wait. The guy with the beard, who's the guy with the beard and he's 5'2"? Who is he? That's the guy?
That's the guy from England.
No. The guy with the beard, the long beard, he barely bigger than mine. And he shot like 5'2". Who is he?
Oh, you mean Papi?
Yeah, where you coming in the game for?
We mean where the man company came
You tell me where you coming in the game for?
We mean?
I'm asking you. What's his role at that time of the game? To just pressure the ball?
I cannot tell you what the
he started the game yesterday, you know?
Yes, he started the game yesterday.
Let me go up his own, man.
I do understand your point. Help me to understand your point.
This man is center midfielder, right? And he can't contribute to the game offensively.
How you come to that conclusion?
I see it.
How many touches he got on the ball?
0.
Why?
Because he come in to just pressure the ball. I run out about
So how would he make an attacking contribution if he ain't had the ball?
This strategy, because they're not competent, or most of the players on Vincy.
We talking about Papi. You see, he ain't getting no ball. So how you I contribute to the attack if he not get ball? If we don't have the ball for him to make the movement or whatever to create space, how he can contribute to that attack? Stop being like that.
Yeah,
positive.
Yeah.
We finishing off on a positive mood. Give me some positives.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That sounds like my bill is final. I had attacking topic and I can't get the ball. Defense way too.
Positive. Again, we had a debut. A player got a debut. That's a positive.
Who that?
A new player got his debut.
Who that?
I mean, who that the guy who play central midfield?
Number 20?
Charles.
Number 20?
Yes, that's a positive. We mean that's a positive.
No, that's not. He said the man got a cap. That's a positive for him. He got his first cap. That's what he said.
But we mean that not positive. Tell me how that not positive. Let me hear something.
we put in these guys in situations that, you know.
Sammy, that is not the point. Whether or not they should or should not be there.
They cannot come.
That is not the point. That is not the point, Sammy. Whether you think they can or they cannot, it is not the point. Look at the positive side. When this man reach home, he mother going smile.
Hey, mother. Really?
Family going feel good.
You try to win a game with your mother, really?
This man in a boy.
You try to win a game with your mother feel and they smile and hug up something like that. Really? Next time you say you probably had to give him a trophy. Really? Participation.
What your mother never give you plenty hugger?
Listen now. This is Worldcup game. This is Worldcup game. You play next game. You have to hug him and kiss him and all that kind of thing.
I never said that, Tommy. Yes.
I think the attitude of intention coaches is to not make excuses and not talk about our shortfalls or who professional we're playing against and coach and whatnot. No matter who it is, find ways to teach the person in front of you.
So here's a positive I think the coach can take away from what you just said there. In moving forward, his post-match comments should not be along that line. Could you
But that's what he feels. You know why? Because he genuinely feels
that. Man.
Jesus Christ.
Hold on, man. The positive is, I'm trying to help you. The positive, as you are saying here, is that he should express himself. So maybe after saying what he said, I didn't hear. No, the positive side of it, he has said it and he has learned what the response is.
You didn't hear that? No, he hasn't.
I don't follow them things.
He hasn't learned anything. He was on Facebook.
You should know what he said.
He was on Facebook.
That's my point. That's why you don't understand a lot of things.
Why?
Because you can understand the situation, how the coach's disposition. Yes.
My brother.
You have to do this. You're part of the federation. You're part of the federation, aren't you?
Understand something.
No, there's no excuse. You need to know.
Understand something. Okay? That thing and change what I know and what I know.
Yeah, but you still need to know, you never know what can happen in the future. You need to know the conditions and you'll understand the players better.
It ain't nobody out there who know the conditions.
So instead of talking to the players about the professionals they're playing against and all, we know that already. That's a given because everybody else in CONCACAF, the top teams have professionals. Let's just focus on how we could beat these guys, and it can be done. It can be done.
You're saying the coach went
all
to them.
The coach's attitude, not just the coach. All the coach's attitude.
We can't beat them here. Let me go over there now. Let me go and just stand up and do play.
I don't know what it said.
He had no plan to win the game. Oh, you know? I think you will know.
Okay, well,
I think you will know.
I know his disposition and the intent. That's all I need to know.
You know his disposition and intent. How you know that?
Because I listened to him.
So what is Jose Mourinho's intent?
I don't care about Jose Mourinho. I'm not comparing him. I care about my country. Listen to me. After Dominica, he was on your show. What did he say about the game? Who did he blame?
Players.
Good. After this loss to whomever, Curacao, what did he say? Okay. Players. Where's his responsibility?
To coach them up. So Patrick, let me ask a question.
That's my point. If the attitude at the top is wrong, what do you expect from these guys?
So Patrick.
What do you expect?
Okay, Patrick.
The guys can play. You got to teach them properly and encourage them. It doesn't matter what education. These guys could be football smarts. Listen to me. You think Maradona and them fellas who came out of Argentina slums have more basic education than some of our players?
When I talk education, please do not interpret me by saying academic, please. It is your ability
to analyze,
comprehend.
You brought it in. But you brought it in.
I brought it in.
That's academics. You refer to the players.
You could tell you don't understand what I've been saying for you, but somebody help me and explain it to Patrick.
That's what you're saying.
Somebody
No.
Yeah, Patrick, it has nothing to do with that, Patrick.
It does.
Patrick, could I ask a question, Patrick?
Comprehension and understands and deciphers. So those are some of the things you talked about in terms of
whatever you say this argument.
Brother, you win. You win. You win. You win. You
guys can't learn anything.
Patrick, could I ask a question, Patrick?
Who said that, Patrick?
Could I ask a question?
Patrick, who said the players can't learn anything? Who said that?
I don't want to go over it, man. I don't want to go over it.
I ask you.
Tell me what you're saying.
Okay, Patrick.
Tian, I know how you feel.
Who said that?
Tian, I'm one of your fans, so you don't worry about me.
Man, it ain't not one of fan. We having a conversation. I want to know who said the players cannot learn.
Could I respond? In the analysis that Chester put out and Mohan, hold on.
And the coach.
Hold on. They were saying because of the culture, the people don't put themselves in positions to learn anything. And because you heard that tonight, right? I'm telling you, that was said tonight.
Patrick.
Again, what you do when you walk into a classroom?
Oh, God.
Patrick, could I ask a question, Patrick?
We're talking theory here.
Again with a different analogy.
Don't come with the analogy. Because you're going to come with academics in school and you're going to deny it. No. I just made my point.
You see, you hear where you are here because you're listening to right telling.
You keep doing academic stuff.
I did not use academics.
You don't have to use academics.
We did not use academics in that context, sir.
You have to use the words, Theon.
We did not use academic in that context. We are talking about the ability,
mental capacity, right? Mental capacity.
The ability of the child versus the ability of the 16-year-old.
So Patrick, could I ask a question, Patrick?
So basically,
over 3 weeks, can a 7-year-old
can retain as much?
Can they retain the same?
No, they can't. They can't even visualize as much. They can't do nothing as much.
I'm going to ask you a different question.
It's still a bad analogy. Because we're talking footballers. We're talking football.
Hear this man in a boy.
You gotta listen to Theon.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. I listening to you.
Go ahead. So
who footballers you talking about? Who footballers you talking about?
I'm talking about in general, man. In general.
Who that mean?
In general.
Everybody who come on to this show from St. Vincent tell you the same thing. Yes or no?
What did they tell me?
Yes or no?
What did they tell me?
Yes or no?
So because a majority says so, right?
I ask your question. Yes or no?
Because everybody is because they're all very negative.
Okay. Patrick, could I accept that?
I answered you.
Patrick, I negative.
Huh?
I negative.
In some instances, in terms of the players and what they can do.
Me?
Patrick, could I ask a question, Patrick?
Hold on, Sammy. I want to deal with this.
But okay, Theon, maybe you less. But
Patrick, let me hear you. Let me help you. Who are brave and creative on the ball?
But basically, yes. So the analogy with this other stuff is relevant. And my point is, I know a lot of players that I played with. Didn't have much upstairs, but the new football is
That is not the point.
That is the point. That is the point. Look,
wait.
Theon.
That is not the point of the analogy.
What's the point?
Wait. Could I say?
You're talking about the 7-year-old and the 16-year-old?
Yeah.
No, Patrick, what he's saying is the ability to absorb and over time.
Right.
The 16-year-old will be able to absorb more than the 16-year-old. And he was putting Curacao as the 16-year-old and Simmons as the 7-year-old. That's the picture he was trying to paint. She's saying in limited time, they will be more ahead of the 16-year-old than the 7-year-old.
In limited time, the 16-year-old would be ahead of the 7-year-old. Mm-hmm. It is the same context. Our players, I am not saying, just like the 6-year-old, I did not say they do not have a capacity to learn. I am saying over 3 weeks,
and the retention will be less and all that kind of stuff.
To retain and interpret and analysis, and even to go into the exam room and be comfortable to do an exam It is totally different. It has nothing. It has nothing. It has nothing to do what you just said there. So
wait, what you're saying is then that our players just don't have enough time. There's not enough time to.
Yes.
But that's,
no, he's saying that. He's saying
I disagree with you.
No. What he's saying the program is a stage of development where it can't compete with the bigger force at this point in time.
I'm talking. I don't believe that.
That's what he's saying. He's on the ground. He's on the ground.
I know what he's saying. But I am talking about having these here. I see the players. And I think I know what's required to do better than what we saw.
Yeah, but they come training once a week. They don't come. They go play Bush League. All of that Eastern cheering where the problems are.
So you can't find. So we can't find 22 players around the whole island who would listen and want to play and would
because of the socioeconomic conditions. You got to pay them to come practice as they ain't coming.
Well, so you're saying that they're not on
No, I'm just saying the things I've been hearing. I'm just regurgitating what I've been hearing.
Exactly, right. So what are you doing that? You don't sit back and let that over.
Figure out the financial process where that you could have.
That's one
utopia.
Sammy,
Mohan, you could find
utopia.
Sammy,
yes.
You remember I used to make you sign a thing and collect do attendance so the people could come and get paid after?
Yeah. But
you remember that?
I used to get the money before they leave practice to come the next day.
Yeah, you used to come back and get back, right? Yeah.
So, wait, Patrick, could I ask a question, Patrick?
Yeah, I'll start calling graveyard train.
Patrick, could I ask a question?
Graveyard train at the end.
I'm listening,
Patrick.
man. I'm listening, man.
Okay. I am sure at halftime, right? Mokri has to tell, each individual player and the team what was wrong with what they do and what they're going to do when they go back on the field. We agree on that?
Not every individual player.
So, okay, listen to me now.
Yeah, that's what a player would do.
So what's wrong with him telling the press that?
What was that?
If he tell the press the same thing. What's wrong?
Okay, the press that the league in the home is shitty. The people have don't know the difference between tactics and strategy. You can't say that.
You can't say that in public, Sammy.
Yeah. No. Okay, wait, now I finish it. So if he had said,
it's a reflection of the coach who says it too.
Okay, listen to me now.
Make them understand it.
Patrick, if he had said that, here's something now. I did not do a good job explaining to the guys all of these things. And I need to be better so that the players could understand it. Would that be acceptable?
That's taking the responsibility because that's his job. And secondly, you're not hurting the confidence of the players. Now, when they get into the locker room with you and them, that's a different story.
Right. Okay.
But you don't come on radio and look. The league is so poor. This man's team couldn't even stay in the first division. So what?
But Mr. Gordon believes in him. Mr. Gordon says he's doing a fantastic job. So I'll default to Mr. Gordon. I default to Mr. Gordon.
Okay.
Anybody.
I will default to Mr. Gordon.
Anybody who decide to put on yellow, blue, and green, and you don't fit, I ride in with you. I ride in with Patrick. I ride in with Sammy. I ride in with anybody who say they want to do okay. Anybody.
So guys, okay, everything finished for tonight. We're 2 months away from the next game. What are we going to do to get the team better prepared? We're going to bring in new players? What are we going to do?
It's some kind of question. You the coach? You the coach?
Man, okay, all right. The reason why...
I think everybody could give their opinion as well.
Okay, hold up. The reason why we're on the Zoom and the Zoom is so popular.
Zoom ain't popular, man. Zoom ain't popular. It's up to us.
It's because, right, our national team should be a reflection of us.
Exactly. Yes.
I still waiting for some positives. I waiting for some positives. I can't get them. Here another positive.
No, because the negatives, Theon, we have to fix the negatives. We have to call it out so we don't repeat it.
I didn't.
No, but that's a positive in itself. Calling out the negatives is a positive, Theon.
Patrick, look at Theon's analysis. There was 0 positive on the left hand side and everything for Curacao on the right hand side. Everything is why you blind? There's not one thing.
So a positive, Sammy, a positive is based on our analysis, we can now fix this. Yes?
No, yes. That's how you have to start.
Come on, fellas. Here's another positive. Here's another positive. For the past 4 weeks, what has been the conversation in St. Vincent as it relates to sports?
I don't know, but you got 3 out of 6, say good to go, you still have a chance. That's all I can say.
Is one thing people talking about is Vincy Heat. So we're in a good place.
No, it's too much negative thing over Vincy Heat, man. I'll tell you why. Let me tell you something, man. It's the most negative thing I've ever heard about Vincy Heat since I've been in football. And one of the reasons...
Negative is not the point. The point is the conversation is
occurring. Yeah, but Theon, you have to understand though that you have to know the negatives. It's going to affect the players and the team and address them. So a positive is identifying the negative things. Coaches don't make statements like that. You can't go and kill the team.
Moving like I agree with you, so
right. So we gotta identify. That's a positive when we say it.
Yo,
a positive I am able to recognize is that Sammy, Horn, and myself can have a conversation and the objective.
I want to be a positive. I want to go. That's what I want.
Everybody else. But there's a...
Yes, and Big Jet.
Here's the biggest positive. You see the analysis that you did? That's what we need to go over with the team. It's as simple as that. No. You learn from certain things.
Patrick.
Not everything they can do. Look at it, see what we went wrong, and figure out how to teach it.
Man, Theon sitting on the whole thing. He went there until he got to be technical director.
I relax yourself, no, man. Here's another positive again. Here's another positive. We went through the experience. That is a positive in my view.
Did we count any injuries? Everybody came out well.
I think everybody came out well. We went through the experience. So the positive again, we went through the experience. So I would hate to see us fall back into these same traps again.
But as
a federation, as a people, and as players for the national team.
My team played well yesterday.
Theon, if we don't pay attention, Theon, if we don't pay attention to what you just did, we're going to start all over again against Guatemala and Cuba. Those are good teams.
Yeah.
This is my point.
Don't forget, we are Haiti later on in the month too.
That's another thing. Exactly. So don't tell your players you can't beat the top teams. Otherwise, we're not going anywhere. Figure out how to do it.
But to be honest, right?
Take your analysis.
To be honest, right? Y'all ever, I don't know, I actually sit down and think about this, right? A while. It had me there a while. St. Vincent never win no major tournaments. St. Vincent never rank above 50. St. Vincent never did anything significant in football. But listen to the expectations of our people.
Love the game.
Jesus, please, boy. You could imagine? I sit down and just think about it like, are we being realistic? Are we being realistic? And at the same time, hold on. And at the same time, it's like, Virgin, it ain't matter who it be. We feel we could beat anybody, and that cannot be a negative.
That's true.
It cannot.
That's it.
Yeah.
I look at it from a fan point of view, right? I look at it from a fan point of view.
The more effective question, Theon. Theon said we never done anything. The question is why, Theon? Why?
We talk with them tonight.
Why?
100,000 people, first thing. Second thing. Feel second thing. System play. So much things we could come out with.
Well, so here's what we do. We extrapolate. We look at the things that we could probably manage. Okay, so we ain't got lights. We got dung on the field. All them kind of things. Travel on. Figure out the things that we can manage. Focusing on them. Get the boys together, and then go from there.
Guys.
Okay, some men want to play Bush League or Community League. Don't fight up with them. You're wasting energy. You're wasting energy. From the time
But
you
then,
get a few
but
guys,
then, Sammy, when you pick them, Sammy, ain't cost.
I'm a bush league.
You
I
can't
come
worry
from the
about
bush league.
going.
I'm a product of the bush league. I never
This
prepared a national
bush
team.
league now, man.
is what I'm
Stop the
saying.
bush league,
You
community
can't let,
league.
we can't
Community
let
league.
these things hold the progress back. Work with what you have, work them well. Once people start seeing improvements in the national team, trust me, they're going to want to give up that bush league because they'll understand.
Stop the bush league now, man. Community league.
Community league. But I thought you guys said you had the community league under control. About a month ago, I was on here, I mentioned it, and all you said, oh, no more community league anymore.
No, we didn't say that. We didn't say that. We
Yes,
said
you
the
did.
community league. No, we said the community league does not happen at the same time
As the club championship.
As the club championship.
Right. So there's no conflict then. So they're not the community league is really not competing with the club championship.
No.
So the guys
No, but it affects national training and all that kind of stuff. So that was,
guys, I really believe. I really
you gotta
believe
put
that.
policy in place and rules in place for players.
But that's what happen, and when they execute them, I make nice.
Yeah, but no, not make nice. You work with the players who you have.
But that's what happening now.
If you let them pull you down, you won't get anywhere.
so that's why they have guys from the first division going to warm the bench in Curacao.
That's good. That's good. But
me personally, I not getting in no selection, nothing. Who get picked? That is the coach they work with. Because personally, it doesn't matter who he pick, the team never pick. Somebody should have been there, somebody shouldn't have been there. My issue with it is the disparity, and I think that is the problem with that people having in general, is that the disparity between who you pick and who quote unquote should be picked. It was too wide. I think that is the problem that a lot
so
of
you saying the decision was too blatantly corrupted? You know what I'm saying?
That what you say. That what you say. That what you say.
Let me say something, man.
Yeah.
We have a game 2 months from now.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to start immediately.
June 4th is the next game.
Sammy,
yeah.
I want you tell me what you think or the direction should be.
I just think that the scouting, a lot of these players don't belong in the team. That's the first thing.
Okay.
Stick with the same players, man.
No, they're not good enough. You have better players than Vincy than those. You have better players than Vincy.
They have better players, yeah?
What I will do immediately, right? I'm picking 2 teams. Moki pick a team, and I'm picking an under-23 team. You understand? In these 2 months, immediately, a lot of players who got missed out. You understand? And we are hoping, within 3 to 4 weeks, we see where these players are. Because I think, we have better players than these players in St. Vincent. 8 of these players don't belong on the team there. How could we have 9 forwards? For what? What we need 9 forwards for? I could understand, we have 9 midfielders. So we have to go out and identify the midfielders in St. Vincent. We can't put those guys who play forward, we can't put them in midfield. We'll never get anything done.
In fact, so Sam, let me add to what you were saying. The problem I have is not so much players, but it's a preparation and attitude towards the game. What you said is a good example of what I'm talking about. Any team, you pick more midfielders than any other part.
Yes, exactly.
But do you know why? Do they know why? Because midfield players are two-way players. You can and drop him back, or you can take him midfield and put him forward. That's what I'm talking about. The ability to coach.
Here's another way of looking at it.
But that's what I'm saying, Theon.
The mentality of a player who has played midfield all the years is different. It is so for me, for example, a defender, naturally for me, usually they are very aggressive. Midfielders are the ones who tend to be more friendly and sharing. Strikers, they are egoistic and they want everything.
Love to dribble.
That's fine. But then
so I'm saying to reinforce your point, when they are more midfielders, their mindset is already built on team.
And not only that, defense, the two-way players
right.
too.
So they will do the work, right? That's what I'm saying. When I say team, I mean they will do the work.
Right.
Both
So
ways.
I'm saying, you could look. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. You
Two
could
players.
look at certain things, let me finish. You could look at certain things that the team and know exactly, the attitude, what's in the coach's head. You always pick more midfielders than defenders and forward.
Everybody has their own philosophy. Everybody has their own philosophy.
Guys.
Philosophy,
everybody has their own philosophy.
But then doesn't make
respect
sense to you?
That is yours. Respect.
Does it make sense to you?
Okay, guys. Okay, listen now. You have
does it make sense to you?
Two players.
Does it make sense to you?
Guys, you have two players coming into the team, right? Nas and who the next guy is? That guy Brad. What position Brad play?
Center midfield.
Right. So we need Brad, and we have another forward. So I mean, we are 10 forward now.
Nas is more midfielder.
What?
Nas is more midfielder. That's the role that he has had with more midfield in the sense of sense of a wide midfielder.
Right?
A wide midfielder. No,
like an 8.
While you're talking about central midfielders are
like an 8, I mean?
6 and 8. 6 and 8 you're talking about? When I say midfield, we could also look at the 7 and the 11 midfielders.
There was a defensive midfielder that played, short, stocky guy, but he was against Dominica. He was substituted before the half ended.
That was Nasty.
Nasty, okay. Is Nasty in the team?
Yeah, banned.
Yeah, he get banned, so he should be back too.
But he's 36, he's like 30-something years old, Patrick.
Doesn't matter, Sammy, your age. If a man could do the job right now.
But he can't move on the field.
He doesn't have the young fellas. It's just what he's doing now. You can't pigeonhole somebody.
Sammy, Theon, do you guys institute healthy eating lessons for the national players? Do they have them kind of sessions?
Yeah, tripping this again. Yeah, you know, boy. One tier. One tier.
Hey, boy, say, boy.
That's what the question.
The people them struggling to get food, you're talking about feeding lessons. And yes, they get, see, like when they go on camp, they get some information in terms of what is best to eat, when, and what type of stuff.
When the training and that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah. We need to just coach the team to the best of our strengths, decide on a system that works for them, right? And forget about the other team.
Can I ask you something, Patrick?
Just work on our strengths and
Patrick,
the things we have to do offensively and defensively, okay?
Patrick,
and build the players' confidence.
Patrick,
I don't want to hear about
from what you saw in the Nation League, from the team, were you satisfied with us defensively?
I wasn't satisfied, little bit. Much better. It was
all
much
right.
better than what
a little bit.
So okay.
And that's Nations League too.
Well, so nice same team I play Worldcup.
Really?
You mean nah?
Yeah, but the next a different level.
Yeah, again. All right. Okay. All right. This is the point. My point is, if we get back that defensive organization, improve on it, and we add some of these things that we have here in the philosophy, you think we're in a good place?
Good place. Let me elaborate on that.
Second ball. We got to work on second ball. If we work on that, we can always be out of position for everything.
Guys, listen. We need to work on our offensive patterns because we just go forward randomly. We have no patterns to play. Kyle drops in, plays wall passes with a forward. When Kyle drops in, maybe the number 10 goes into his spot. Kyle calls around, go far post. Number 10 go near post. And, things like that you have to work on. We do not have any offensive patterns. All we do is, we think about who to stop in the next team. That's not how you coach. Let's play to our strengths.
No, but Patrick, you just saying that because of what he's saying, he quote all the players coming from different teams and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes you're supposed to shut up. You're supposed to ain't going to do them thing all right. We guys say first before you go out there. That's all I have to say, right?
So let me go again. We got another road.
It tells you about the mindset.
Let me go again. I'm staying. with the defensive organization. So we improve on that defensive organization.
Yes.
We work on some patterns of play in possession.
Exactly.
And we improve our transition. We will be in a good place.
A better place than now.
You work on the patterns, you work in an organization where players should be to support the ball wherever the ball is. There are drills for all that. Let them do it every day.
So here's my next question to you.
It's not rocket science,
how you propose, and this could be for Hippolyte as well. He knows the environment. The players come back. What plans you think are in place for their development between now and those games that are coming up?
Well, the first thing you do is you gotta
because we are taking into context COVID again too, right?
COVID, and the first game is June 4th. So you had to subtract a week from that in case you have to quarantine and all that kind of stuff before when it's time to establish your timelines, right?
Yep.
I think what they should have done, which I don't think they did, probably give the kids, I don't know, a week off.
Sammy, let me say something. Here, Theon, this is just me talking, right? What I think we need to do, we need to figure out all the players on the team right now, figure out where they're working and all that kind of stuff. Get the general secretary or somebody from the executive to go and speak to the businesses so they could get time off with some way. And so, yes, we got to work on that kind of stuff.
Listen to me.
Sammy, go ahead. Before I say, go ahead. Sorry, Hippolyte. I didn't realize you wanted.
No, it's go ahead.
I just think, I mean, all along, what I really wanted for the players, we need to have the players there in practice twice a day, right? And the only thing, the only how we could have done, we could do that is they go in the bubble, we pay them whatever it costs, you know.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, we had to pay them.
So with all that being said, what is your objective?
Because we want them on the field.
No. What's the objective for the rest of the Worldcup qualifiers?
We have to prepare. We're going in to win the game.
No,
so
that's
you want
to
win the next 2 games. That's the objective.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm not even so concerned about winning. I just want to have a better representation to show that you're building on where you are right now. So sometimes that's how we just have to look forward at the whole process.
So I even going further on that, I looking at it from an administrative perspective. All right, so if that is your objective and you want camp, you're gonna look at the cost of camp. The cost of camp, yes, the cost. Does the cost justify what you're trying to gain or achieve?
Well, I know the answer.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
This is about the game. Which we don't have fundraisers. Which team will pull in the most money for a federation?
Senior men's team.
Exactly. You can't spend enough on those teams. Let's just say we get to wherever, maybe Gold Cup. Do you know how much money that could bring in?
But then again,
it's also all about the game.
You are the one who keeps saying that we're negative people. I'm trying to give you a perspective here. A perspective is why should I put monies into this team who we know ain't gonna qualify? They ain't got no play. Hold on. Let me finish it. Let me finish the point.
How you know we ain't gonna qualify?
Wait, I'm on your side. I'm just finishing a point to you. Why don't we just participate in the next two game, minimize costs, keep some money in the kitty, and we try to build something.
And who will be the coach, Marky?
Doesn't matter. I'm just saying.
It does matter.
That's an administrative.
If you make that decision, that means you're making a decision toward development, and you have to tie it into our next representation, say under 23 something qualified or something like that. You can't just make that decision standalone because you have to make it tied into where you want to be within 4 years or something like that.
So my reasoning for saying this is, unlike St. Lucia, who step out, we still in, right? But we just going to participate in the next 2 games. Not necessarily, it isn't about the results or what people think or what, it's just a matter of having an 11 participate in those games at the minimum cost possible.
No, that's
the decision that was made.
No. I am saying, from a business or administrative perspective or a finance perspective,
but
it can be a decision.
You have 2 options. That's what you're saying?
Yes. So if we look at it from the technical and tactical side, which is what you all are talking about, you're going to be talking, we need to put as much money in to get the players this. But then from a finance and an administrative perspective, they are going to think about, we need to keep money in hand for cash flow and that kind of stuff.
But Theon, this is a young team, Theon.
First of all, your association should have a calendar, and they should know when all those national team tournaments.
They have a calendar, Patrick. They have that.
But you have to have a budget. A budget should be set aside for so.
And that's what they don't have.
I don't think so. I think they have that. You must have that.
No. They have that. Yeah, they don't have.
And it was extra.
There is always a budget. There's always a budget.
Did you guys get it?
So you want to tell me, Theon, let me ask a question now.
Okay.
The people who are in charge of the grassroots program, the people in charge of the...
Sammy, you're going in the wrong thing. We're talking about one thing, Sammy. Let me finish this now.
No, I'm saying, there's no budget for that.
When
there's no budget.
Say that, you see, there's a distinction between what you're saying there, right? Understand. When we say budget, what we're talking about is allocation of monies for different things. All right? Right.
Exactly.
No, what Sammy is also talking about is not necessarily budgeting in that context. It is money available to these groupings?
Different programs, you mean?
Yes, we can have a budget. The budget says that grassroots will get $10. That exists. But does can $10 carry out what we need to happen? Or we have to use $10 to stretch it.
Budget don't work, so. If it's a $10, hold on. If it's a $10 to grassroots program, you have to itemize what it's going to provide for this $10.
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
You need
there will be a budget, but based on what is there, it may not be enough to carry out what we are proposing.
Okay, so
look for partnership with the businesses and so on.
We know there's a problem.
Just a philosophical thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, regardless of whatever monies you have, we should prioritize, and I think any shortfall should not affect the senior national team. And here's why. Your senior national team, 1, is your money maker. 2, your senior national team reflects the state of football in the country. 3, your senior national team is why you have youth teams. Youth teams that's why they train. They all want to play in the national team, right? So you can't have a poor national team and then this the youth players, no idols, nobody, nothing to reach for.
But this is where we are, Patrick. We are poor team.
Let me finish, man. Your senior national team is where you're going to get when you win. You're gonna get the contracts for contracts for the boys, scholarships for them. If you're higher in the rankings, you're gonna get good practice games invited out to play games. You'll bring in monies there. So all I'm saying is everything should the senior national team's well-being should trump everything else. Not to the extent we're at the expense of something, but give them the benefit of the doubt with the monies, because everything is geared towards your national team. That's why you teams.
So that's what I'm saying now.
That's where the motivation is, right?
Based on the first 2 games. So based on your statement, and I'm saying based on the first 2 games and what we saw, this can be an argument from an administrative perspective. We aren't going to qualify to go anywhere. So why should we put all this money into these players?
Can I answer that again?
Yeah.
Football is not going anywhere. There's always going to be Nations Cup. Every game you play, you should give your team every chance to succeed. Because when you do that, they learn more. You can't tell them.
But that's not what Theon is saying.
Yeah, but let me finish it simple. Here's the deal. Theon is saying what administration is saying. Theon is saying
no, Theon is saying what's greater good for the organization.
For the organization.
Well, that's what I'm saying. For the organization, it's your national team. The national team will do more for the organization than the other teams. That's my point, right?
Yeah. But that's a context you could also look at, really and truly. But then we also have to look at the other context, which is what was the objective before the two games? And based on the selections that were made, this is a quote-unquote developmental team. So what would development mean for us moving forward in the other two games?
And less money, and just get the guys get it for just to get the beat right.
The thing is, you see, when the national team plays, you always look at development is always at every level because everybody has to develop. So it's not like, so if you want to develop, it doesn't mean that you throw young players in there. Young players develop with experience next to them. So because we're building or whatever, it doesn't mean you pack the team with young players.
How soon are we going to get you in there, Theon? How soon?
Get me in where?
If they get lost on the field, you could do more damage to their confidence. So every time you play, because the game continues, there's Nations Cup coming up.
So here's
two World Cups coming up before the next World Cup. And
here's another scenario again to add to it. Here's a scenario again. So these players are back. The National League does not restart. Quarantine is not lifted as it was before. Who are these players gonna play against?
St. Lucia.
Not only that, but could I ask a question? Could I ask you something, Theon?
Go ahead.
Considering that we're in the middle of a World Cup qualifying, could we make a presentation, appeal to the government and the medical authorities in the country?
Sometimes when you talk, it does make me feel like, boy, our people here do that, no?
I'm just asking you.
All them things they don't do.
Those things have been done already.
Yes. So.
Okay. So you're telling me then that it was made clear that these guys in tournament, and they won't even test them, put them to quarantine for 2 weeks, let them out for 1 week, and then put them back for another 2 weeks just before they leave, and that's impossible.
Actually, a question I want to ask: the players who coming back home now, are they going to have to go in quarantine for 14 days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay,
so that 14 days could be training again. If I'm not sure where they are now. If they're out at Brighton, then I think coach could use as a one. You look at analyzing the game,
exactly,
and everything, and then and then also you could probably get in some sessions over the next 14 days, basically.
Exactly, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then when you come out today, you can't talk. Are you telling me that the government or the medical authorities in St. Vincent won't give you permission to even quarantine right there again? After you let them go for 2 weeks and let them see their family, bring them back for another 2 weeks, another week, and then
that's what I'm now telling you about. That's what I'm now telling you about in terms of the cost. Are we willing to?
You can't spare the cost because look what's at the end. Look what the profit could bring in. Look what's at stake, man. Look what's
at stake that
do we use these two games to focus on World Cup qualifier? So that all these things instead of using it in terms of use it in terms of World Cup, use it for World Cup qualifiers.
Right, that's even better.
Yeah, here's a point. Here's my point, Theon. Anytime you play a game, you do the best you can. You coach them as if it's your last game. So automatically, you're qualifying for everything. Suppose we do well in the next two games. Suppose we say, okay, next game, forget about anything. Okay, we don't know what chances we have. this game, these are some of the things that we did not do. This is what we have to work on. We've been working on them for the past 2-3 weeks. Let we go do it. We go, we do it well, we win. We come back, we do the same thing. Evaluate again. What needs fixing, we fix it. We wind up winning again. So the process is, regardless of whether you focus on Gold Cup or whatever, if you take it game by game, you will wind up there. Next thing you know, we got 6 points, right? From those last games, we wind up with 9. Lo and behold, something happened to Curacao. Curacao traveled BVI or whatever, you never know. And next thing you know, something happened with them in Guatemala, and we might be there. You don't know.
I honestly feel we should have scored more than 3.
How will you do that?
That's another thing too. So you are working finishing.
Huh?
Working finishing.
A friend of mine tell me, right? Who are you talking to, man? He said that 3-0 looked like a draw. If you give them like 6 or something like that, then we could say we really win the game.
My man even going on them road.
But the 3 points
3 points is 3 points.
3 points is 3 points.
And my point is, let's start,
how you feel Dominica versus Panama? How you feel Panama feel?
Dominica played well in both of their games, Theon.
Yeah, but I asked you, how you think Panama feel? Put that 1-0. Put that 1-0.
Because Dominica played well.
They will say, oh shit, boy, we get the 3 points. Are they happy for it?
Yeah.
In their mind, they might say, but Dominica is ranked number 1. 3 points is 3 points.
But let's talk about Dominica though. They played very well. They didn't back down. They double.
I want to ask you a question now.
You see how they double team, Theon?
I want to ask you a question.
You see how Dominica double team?
I didn't see them play.
Yeah. So what is the expectations of the executive of the Football Federation regarding the team right now?
What kind of question you asking me? As far as I know, the statement that was made, all efforts would be made to put the team in the best possible position. No expenses would be spared.
That's good. That's good.
Because if you even look at what they were paid in terms of match fee and camp fee and that kind of stuff, they're on another level right now.
Okay. So that's a good forward motion then.
Yeah, if we're able to sustain it.
Not only that, have we addressed the coach's comments? He can't continue to make those comments.
I can't.
He's not going to stop.
We have to. It's important, man. He's doing it too often. This is a trend with the guy. Take responsibility when we lose and go trash it out with the guys in the locker room. That's how you coach. That's what you do. You're killing the team that way. Nobody wants to say it. All you guys defend him and that's so there's no progress made.
Yeah, Dutch, said Theon is a diplomat.
Yeah, but constructive criticism is what you need to move forward.
Yeah, boy.
But it is true, he said so, right?
I knew he said so.
Yeah.
I know.
Wow.
I can't go around. So Sammy, you said the war would be over if Vincy hit last versus the BVI.
Right.
We didn't lose. So where do we go from here, Sammy?
I just think that, maybe Mark is onto something that we don't know. And we just have to allow him, for Mark's sake, we have to allow him to finish out, give him the support that he needs. You understand? Because if we don't do well in these 2 games coming up, I think we have to make a change for the future. Right? Or are you guys deciding right now is Mark the person to take us there? And it's a tough situation to be in, honestly. Easy. For the Federation, it's not easy.
You feel we could hire Patrick?
We don't need Patrick. We need Patrick as president. We need Patrick to run as a president. We need somebody,
Sammy, hold on, stop there, Sammy. Stop. Bro, stop. Don't talk like that. I know.
Why not?
I'm coach. You don't know what I can do, so don't.
Wait up, hold on, Pat.
Please.
Patrick, you really want to coach?
Don't comment on my. Sammy, don't comment on my ability. No. Bro,
no,
that's the reason why I tried to run for president.
I'm asking.
And I think Theon knows. That's not the point, Sam. I'm first and foremost.
No, do you prefer?
You know that. So the rest of it, don't talk about my. You don't know my ability to coach, Sammy. Relax,
okay,
Sammy.
you prefer to be the coach and the president.
Sammy, they need to cut the conversation. That's what I'm saying. I'm giving my opinion here.
Okay.
Don't know about what I prefer to be.
Okay, all right.
You had your chance to coach a national team, right?
No, I coach kids now.
Did you go with the team?
Don't worry about what I want. Yeah, but yeah.
Well, how are we going to support you then? We're looking for people from the Zoom here to run football.
But who are you talking about? Who are you talking to, Sammy?
Yeah.
People?
The men on Zoom here. We're looking for them to run football.
I can't go with this dude here now, boy.
That's what we want to do.
This dude.
So are you one of those persons, Patrick? Yeah.
Sammy, I think you know me. I've always been a coach. And the biggest thing that I could give right now is technical support. The other thing is...
So go for first vice president in charge of technical matters.
Well, again, you guys listen to me. You hear my philosophy. You know how I feel about players. I mean, you know, I have a good grasp of the game and what needs to be done in a lot of situations.
We're not in a good situation at all.
But let me just understand, Sam. I don't think Sammy understand what my philosophy is in terms of St. Vincent and the football. Then why I run for president. I don't think Stanley understands. I think he knows. Let me tell you something, Sammy. I've been watching football in St. Vincent even before you started coaching. I was there when Seth Mackey was president of Annisvale Cricket League. Okay, that was before that's around the time when
Ball and Tafari and them teams was playing.
All them teams there. I've been around. I remember when Ramos came and tell him he's Brazilian. Ramos is not even Brazilian, right? When Maury coaching the team, and Mexico come and beat us on a wet game 1-0 when Bogetti had the ball in. I've been over, so I know exactly what's needed with American football. My philosophy was the biggest thing that we need to do is administer the game.
Well, it's Sammy been coaching against Bogetti.
Yeah, probably did. Right?
It's Sammy been coaching.
But my point was at the time, Theon, was that coming out from a coach, and really the one of the best people to run a football league is someone who played the game, came through the game. I played the game. I coach the game. I write the game.
Check who you played for.
Huh?
Eagles?
No, you gotta read my book and you see who I played for.
No, who did you play for? Eagles?
No, I played at prep school, I played at Bishop's College. I never played for any club, and I played
okay.
But I ain't got nothing to do with how much
I played for Handbeds.
Huh?
I used to play for Handbeds.
If I'd stayed, I would have played for Pablo.
In grammar school, they had to change the school rule. People for Avenues, I played for Handbeds.
I would have played for Swansea if I'd stayed in LAU. But Swansea,
that's B division.
Huh? That
was a B division team.
Well, they did well though.
Them and Martins was the two strong team from the countryside.
We're getting back to the point. I just thought that administration was St. Vincent's biggest problem. I always felt that. And this is why I tried to run for president. It's as simple as that.
Guys, I think...
With my involvement in the game from all levels, I coached over almost 30 years here at college. So, I mean, you know that too. But I administered the game. I was your statistician when you coached at St. Francis. So I know about statistics. I know about public relations.
But if I send him a son boy, you know, win that championship that year.
Patrick.
What's that?
Patrick.
Sammy, I'm just explaining why I wanted to be an administrator. That's all.
Well, Patrick,
I passed that stage now, and the most I could do now is technical coach and technical advice.
Okay, all right.
Just deal with that. And whatever the administration threw at me, again, this is my attitude. I've been through a lot. I had to coach girls and start a women's team with girls who didn't even know how to play. So I could get around a lot of situations. Focus on my team. This is what I want the Vincentian players to do. Be positive, and despite all the distractions, focus on the men in front of you.
So Patrick.
And we will get ahead.
I don't know.
Go ahead, man.
I just think that, I don't know, I don't know, but I think the executive have a tough decision. They have to shake up something. Somebody got to go.
Every decision is tough. That's why you're there.
But somebody got to go. Somebody got to go. Because
I don't know, but got to go. People's attitudes could change too.
But I don't think.
Attitudes can change too.
How attitudes can change?
Look, they just have to realize that if you just give the benefit of the doubt to the senior team, look what's at stake for the senior team. Better rankings could give you better warm-up games. And look, let me say something this. I think if the team is well coached and with support from some kind of support from management and even the government, we could get to the World Cup, especially in 26. No. Yes, Sammy. Yes, Sammy, this is the point. This is what I'm telling you guys. I'm talking the World Cup. You're telling me that can't happen. No, you know, that's the big problem we have in St. Vincent. Nobody believes. Nobody dreams and try to put those dreams into action.
But Patrick, okay,
what is wrong with you guys?
Patrick, right? Listen, we got to fix the youth program, right? We got to win. We got to win at the under 17.
I mean, we know that, but right now you have a national team that's competing.
We're talking about 4 years. We're talking about, 4 years from now.
Yes, so you start now. You have enough national.
Mr. Gordon,
yes, sir. To work with.
The zones that were implemented, what you was talking about 2 weeks ago?
No, sir.
Oh.
We have a lot of work to do.
You guys,
Virgin, we're all talking about the volcano, about to brother talking about football. We really do it.
Yeah, that's another thing too. But you should give us.
And you're not taking the vaccine. That's more important.
How that more important?
Yeah, because people can't fly down.
You can't fly down because you don't want to fly down.
You understand?
Sammy, take yours yet?
Yeah, I take the second one.
My brother in Florida take the J&J, the one-shot one today.
No, that one ain't good. That one ain't good at all.
Take the one-shot one today. He called me to tell me.
Yeah, they are kind of mix up all over the world.
That's AstraZeneca or whatever.
No, the one-shot one, Johnson.
Well, you take that today down in Florida.
50 million mix up. So that's a good one. So, Theon, I don't know, man. I think that you need Patrick, you need me, you need Hippo, and most of the guys in his room here. You understand? Because we come to work, we're passionate about this thing. You understand?
Every night
you ready for the revolution, man.
Every night you come on here, you just fight, more to forget work. You know what I mean?
Who, me? Can I have offers now, I have offers now. I'm not coaching anymore. I don't want to coach anymore. I don't know what I'll do, honestly. I won't do that. That's all. Last thing I want to do. What years I ain't coach? I will go in coaching, really?
Tian, do you coach Jabal or you still play?
You are start of Sammy tonight,
And
that's not in there, question.
I think we convinced him that he had to retire.
I do everything.
No, do you still play?
Yeah, man.
Oh. That's what I got to laughing up there.
Yeah.
I got to laughing up there tonight there.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to retire. Complain. The man is too bright. He's too skilled.
Yeah.
He's too skilled. We want to see what he can do on the field. Come on, man.
Hey.
Is that what?
Hey.
What is it? Yeah, but when Jabel's in third place and fourth place and all that kind of thing,
if winning is all born, I would have done dead. I would have done stop football.
You can't stop, man. It's like it's in your blood.
No, I'm saying, if winning was the point, I would have done stop.
Once you get bit by football,
I can't. It's very hard for somebody like me to be a champion. Very hard. Why? Because of my mentality. I am not what is the word? I'm not combative. Combative people generally
you have an type personality.
yeah, combative people generally are more quote unquote successful. So my personality best suits
a community organizer.
Correct. Group organization and that kind
of stuff. No man, yeah.
I'm telling you.
That's just me, man. Bigger than that. Come on, man.
No, I'm just telling you based on personality traits.
No, but Theon, seriously, you see those Zoom stuff you're doing? You need to get the national coaches and the national players and do the same thing for them. Something gonna rub off. I'm telling you that.
They want to rub off.
Man, I have faith that the national coach will do them thing.
But I don't think he could do it as explicitly or intrinsically as you do it.
See, that's the thing.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, sometimes, you know.
Wait.
No, Sammy, let me say this to Theon. Sometimes, you know, if you have a good idea, you shouldn't be ashamed or be shy about promoting it. That's what I'm saying.
I am not ashamed. I'm shy.
Ashamed.
I'm not shy. I'm saying I'm not ashamed or shy.
Well, so look, let's go from here then. Talk to the guy. Talk to your national coach.
Why?
All the coaches. You should have been asking. You should have been asking them to come.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you and Sammy to come home to give this chance.
I want the revolution. Come on, man. This revolution will not be televised.
It is being televised. Zoom is being zoomed.
No, but again, Theon, what you did is the process of coaching. This is what every coach does with their teams. And this is how you improve. This is how you improve. And you always be positive and you always encourage the boys, no matter what level they're at.
Sammy.
You teach them.
Sammy. Mr. Carrington. I'm trying to get my son to come on this thing here with Theon.
Yes, I'm here.
I'm trying to link him with Theon.
Okay.
But my sons, I don't know, can't get me.
But this is not the right time. When Theon take over, then we gain this.
Yeah.
You understand? You can't give me
no, but you want to do an interactive session on the Zoom. Right?
Whenever you're ready, are you ready?
I try to talk to him, but he said you want to talk to Theon. He tried to call Theon one Friday, I tried to set it up, nothing happened, and he just gone again. I try to rope him
in. Because I think I enjoy the discussion.
Yeah, I'll make me wake up my daughter, so I'll do the shit.
So listen now. We need somebody from the executive to be on here sometimes, eh? I don't know who that will be.
What makes you think they don't know? They don't know every day, all this. What makes you think they don't know?
It's because there's a lot of information, a lot of good information.
No, but I mean, they know what we say.
Think so?
Yeah, man. They know what's said here. They know our attitudes and so on. They know what's said.
And the guy from he gone already a long time. The guy from Jamaica who works for
Andrew.
And Andrew makes some good points here tonight, boy, I tell you.
No, I think the biggest point he made is that this is important stuff that the national setup needs. All the coaches, not just your thing, all the coaches. So we could agree on certain things, okay? And at least general.
And build.
Yeah. And in general, at least we have a pattern for all the teams.
You know what I was thinking about last week when Theon said,
at the teaching pressure cover balance when it starts, and that's where you go. This is what we need. And this is what a technical director should be doing with all his coaches. And that's another problem too. In St. Vincent, we deal with friend and all the politics and so on. So some people get away with stuff. Some people got titles and don't do much and all this kind of thing. I mean, I think I'm coming from a professional standpoint. And not only that, I see if they do things properly, professionally, and honestly, I see the potential of St. Vincent and Grenadines. I see the potential because I watch all the teams. I see them.
No, Patrick.
Listen, I see improvement in Barbados. I see improvement in Dominica. You saw what happened with Anguilla, how they played. And Anguilla ain't got much.
Patrick, I think what we should try to do, man.
Anguilla is ranked to 200 and something, Sammy. They look like a team that ranked 200 and something.
No, they look really good.
Exactly.
And the reason why they play that well, is the compactness and the low pressure that they play.
Sammy, we have more of a football culture than all them teams I just mentioned. You forget. We have more of a football culture and a history. So it tells me that we're not progressing the way we should. Listen, Vincent and Grandy, when I was growing up there, Barbados couldn't beat us. No way. Couldn't beat us. All them teams, a lot of them.
Growing up, they had a Paul from Grenada named Telesford.
Yeah.
That was good.
And do you remember St. Kitts? Yeah. We used to go to St. Kitts and beat St. Kitts all the time. Where's St. Kitts now? St. Kitts is way ahead of us. St. Kitts collect 6 points from their games already and get ready to whip Trinidad and Puerto Rico.
But Patrick, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, St. Kitts had one of the best youth teams in the Caribbean.
I know.
You understand? So, these guys are
progression.
So I just think that,
I consider we are Gold Cup team because you've been there before.
Sammy, the coach from St. Kitts, he was leading come on a fee for development guys.
No, he's not coach anymore.
He's not there anymore. He's in charge of FIFA management in the region.
Oh, okay.
And CFU.
Okay.
Who's that?
Lenny Lake.
Lenny, your partner, he came up on BVI.
Lenny Lake.
But he don't listen to Lenny. He don't listen to Lenny and listen to you. You understand?
We just got to be more.
Listen to Lenny, listen to you.
We just got to be more positive with our players.
All right, guys.
Done properly and train them. And I think I would admit you need better support from government and the medical in the country. The country needs to support the boys better than that. They really
volcano and Cuba.
Well, yeah, I understand the volcano. That's a tough situation.
Economy slow down.
I know.
You talk.
But you know what? Theon, you could take those negatives and make them fellas hungry to use football to get out today. Do you know that? Right. You realize that?
6% on importation charge.
I know. Huh?
Yeah,
oh my God.
We could use the volcano and everything else to motivate them boys to play their ass off and get out of St. Vincent.
No, Patrick, we ain't good enough. Patrick, we ain't good enough.
Oh my God.
We're not good enough, Patrick.
Sammy, I have a gun, right? And next time I see you is the last day you're gonna live.
Patrick, you see the Curacao game? You see the analysis on the left hand side? Not positive, one thing.
Hey, Sammy.
Come on, man.
I tell you, Sammy, I accept the challenge, Tell me I can't get to the 26th World Cup and give me a team. Any team in the Caribbean. That's all.
Can't get it, man.
Tell me.
You need it.
Patrick, you're being unrealistic.
Yeah, I know.
Theon, so we're gonna make that decision.
In terms of
the hypothetical you throw to us in terms of
well, president first and second.
You talk about it already?
I don't know.
Talk about what? What is that, Hippo?
No, well,
the way forward.
Yeah, that's important. This is a crucial time now.
Yeah, but I don't know right now. So you don't know how we're gonna manage ducks in a row.
They are bringing Sammy.
Yeah, a lot of people had to get fired. Trust me.
Fired for?
I'm telling you.
Fired for? Fired for?
They're hindering the development of football.
If they had nobody who could get fired, who hindering football, who you could fire?
It's the TD.
Eh?
The TD.
Yeah. And if you fire him, what happen?
Put you there.
And what happen?
You have better cognitive steps to move forward.
I do agree. You have understand the process. You understand the process.
What's process, Tim?
We have to share the vision, brother.
Yeah.
Everybody, you can't say, boy, if you put tea on it, everything will work. No, brother.
Yeah, that's how I get soldiers with you.
The revolution.
Part of the strategic plan that they using math strategic plan for a long time ago. You understand? Which have failed. And that's what they try to win. It's true. I lie. They're using math.
Where you get all them stories from, Sammy?
I was there.
You know something we don't know?
Theon have all the information that we have all the information from CONCACAF and FIFA. They're not listening. They don't get any reports when these guys come back and let them know what is being said, and they're not passing it to the clubs. Already wanting clubs to do the program, and they're not support. How is it can't get done? You understand? We have the wrong people, especially the committee, that technical committee. They all have to go. The technical committee has to go. It's non-functional. It's 9 years, these guys together, 9 years, guys. If you do anything in 9 years, you'll do it in 10th year. You need new guys, new blood, with a lot of energy, a lot of passion. And the guys on the Zoom, I don't want to do it, I don't want to do it. But Hippo, Patrick, I mean, I would like to work with you guys. Trust me.
Right now, I see you're cooking up a storm. Stay up there and cook up a storm, eh, brother?
Yeah, come on, man. me putting you good last night. Come on, man.
Yeah, I know this might be a difficult question to answer, but we hosting Guatemala for the first game, right? Is that possible?
I don't think they have made that decision as yet.
What do you think? Is it possible? That's what I'm asking. Is it possible we could be hosting?
Possibility. I think the biggest problem here is really the quarantine time.
Right.
But Theon, I don't think it could be able to happen because the other game is like 4 days away.
Yeah, so it's
June 4th and June 8th or something like that. I don't think. I mean, all those teams got to be in the same local.
They have been in the same location.
And most likely in the US because I think right after that is the Worldcup qualifying.
Right. I don't think we're gonna,
But that's in July.
Well, that's the 1st of July.
Yeah.
The Worldcup starts the 6th or 7th or 8th, something like that.
But Theon have so much thing to do. Theon have to do the coaching and education. That's how I feel, boy. You have to do so much things. How the guys to do that stuff, boy? It's so much things you have to do. It's too much for one man. Too much for one man.
July 2nd, Patrick.
July 2nd is when it starts.
The Haiti game for us.
Yeah, right. July 2nd, yeah.
Yeah.
So like Theon was saying, but it's not a matter of using those 2 games to prepare for Haiti. You do that automatically. And you at the same time you win those 2 games, you still have maybe a slight chance of the World Cup, depending on what happens with the other teams. Yeah, so take it game for game, get the most out of the players for that game, evaluate, and then do it again for the second game. So regardless of what your focus is, work with the development and the progress of the team on a game-by-game basis, and you'll wind up seeing that we will be there. It's just like winning. Don't talk about winning. Talk about doing the little things that we need to do on the field, okay?
But if you do those things, you're going to win, Patrick.
But that's my point. Don't mention winning. Focus on the little things. That's what I said. See, I'm talking about body position of the player. That shouldn't be happening. You always run. You always face the field. You always face the ball.
Yeah, but he had pressure. He had pressure. I don't understand how.
But your body position when you're receiving, you face the field.
The coach made a point as well. We made 2 back passes and then 2 sideways passes. I mean, we're in problems.
Come on.
Organization, organization.
No, once you play 2 back passes and then 2 side passes, you don't know the team and trap you wherever it is.
Next, yeah.
and there's a philosophy. After 1 or 2 or 3 passes in the same area, you have to look to make that switch. Whether you come back and let the guy behind you switch
but Sammy, I still ain't get about that first goal. That far around like 20 yards, you know.
Yeah, because they press high. Because that's when you press. When you try to play to the back and you give, they were trapping him. One was coming on the inside. The other guy's going to trap him against the line.
That like the guy know exactly what we're going to play.
Exactly.
Spacing, man, the spacing was too
far. On one side. You know?
Nobody came for the ball.
You realize they were flat.
And flat too.
If he was higher up,
right,
then obviously he would have space to play back to the centre back.
And all that's coaching.
That's that again. If the team was compact and you have two defensive midfielders, as soon as the wing back gets the ball, the midfielder drop in and a man coming from up top.
When it's a compact in attack. When it's a compact in attack.
So you mean better support now, Patrick, because
compact means together. Whether offense.
No. The normal philosophy of football is you compact on defense and you open up on offense. That's what Tian said.
Yeah, offense. Here's on offense, you still have to be compact. You make shorter passes, which are the more safer passes. And then you use your fourth pass could be the switch of the play, the long ball.
But Patrick, I always tell my players, you know.
You can't space yourself out when you have the ball. You're making them long passes, which is what we did.
Patrick,
if you compact in attack, with our technical ability, it's easy to press.
You can't go nowhere.
No, that's not true. You're playing you're playing in triangles. Guys, you have to play in triangles.
Patrick, even though you compact and attack, you still have to do a 1-2 and open it up or try to have a diagonal ball to release somebody. That's what we're saying.
That's what you do. Yes, you keep moving the ball. 1 and 2 touch in the triangle. When they collapse on you, maybe you swing it over, and maybe you got a 1v1 on the other side because everybody gets sucked in. That's how you play it.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, let me tell you something, man. I feel bad. I feel bad.
In practice, you got to support the ball. Barcelona's compact around the ball. That's what they do.
I feel bad about that kid. I really. And he's very lucky. He played next to him. Yeah. The left back. He played next game. And he shot out the game too. Really? The shot man here who belly bigger than mine played next game. Something wrong in the whole program, I'm telling you.
I mean, we're very lucky to have a very good goalkeeper. I see some teams need goalkeepers, and the guy's good.
But you get check on the second goal. You see, I used to goalkeeper now. Sometimes we just take care of just a little bit to see where the other forward coming. When you look back, the shot not there on him.
He saved the 4 shot and got up and almost got his hand when the ball rebounded. The man is good.
No, man. Talman was always good.
Listen to me, this is Talman last.
And quicker movements.
This is Talman last 2 games. We should be looking at the young keeper now. This is Talman last 2 games.
Sammy, the guy's playing well. What do you mean his last 2 games? I don't understand that.
This is the last 2 games.
Why?
I can tell you too old.
No, but goalkeepers now only older than the
exactly.
Players.
Goalkeepers to tell you 40.
Yeah.
The thing is that we run away from the ball when a player gets it. You gotta go to the ball, man, and that's how you move the ball. You can't run away. You gotta know when to run away. When you cross it, when you got 1v1, when you're on the wing, that's where you go.
Next step, what advice is coach?
April 1st.
Huh?
To this April 1st.
Hey.
When you advise the coach next time, you can't start with 8 people on defense, please. Okay?
Who does that though? I mean, just have to be crazy. How?
Come on, I know you just confide in your thing, right? Please.
You know something I don't know?
Come on, you want me to feel my files out?
You don't listen to Theon. There's no way he could listen to Theon.
He doesn't listen to Theon.
No.
I'm telling you, only one man is listening to Theon. Nobody else listens.
I think what he should have done, why Theon can be one of his assistant coach?
No, I don't want Theon to be no assistant coach.
Okay. All right. Just asking.
I want Theon to be the TD.
The assistant coach jobs are for persons who are taking coaching as their job.
Okay.
So the 2 persons who they know, that's what they do, coaching.
Good. All right. Those guys supposed to be the national coach, those 2 guys? What is that? What is that of this? When we, okay, if it's mockery system we're going with, right? When we set up the structure.
Tia, just show you what the system we're going with. That's not mockery system.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Oh shit! But these assistant coaches, they have to be the under 20 coach, the under 23 coach, and stuff like that.
Well, the way they were setting it up was these guys were gonna work with I think it's the U14s.
Oh, so and they come up along with them.
Right, these same two guys should be working with the U14s, I think.
That's what
as head coach.
He was one of the coaches.
Huh?
He was one of the coaches.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very enthused, and he has a passion for the game.
Listen to me, Patrick.
I don't know the other fellow, but I think
Patrick.
School's gonna be all right.
Patrick, these guys just start coaching. You have a lot of, Bishan is good. Bishan, I love Bishan. Bishan is very good.
Yeah, Bishan knows his stuff.
You understand? I think that Bishan,
I saw Bishan handle this on the 17 team.
I think Butu and Connie, they're tremendous also. Whether or not they want to improve, on their whatever, So I think we have a lot of good young coaches. They just need to hang out with somebody.
Yeah, but I will tell a coaching is all about mentorship.
Yeah,
so you got to be walking around somebody who has a...
There's no cohesion among the coaches. They should have their own little group and meet, because they're in charge of the game itself. They are the ones that are grooming the players. But there's no collective.
But Patrick, that's our culture, though. It's all
coaches.
Patrick. It's all individual, Patrick. I mean,
well, that's what I'm saying. That's not good.
Right. I mean,
it's a collective effort among all the coaches. Know each other. Know what we're about. How we're going to coach and so forth. Give each other ideas. They should all be on this Zoom and go from there.
Patrick, we come down to Vincy, the Vex,
Huh?
The Vex, when you come down.
I know. You're telling me. You want
to see me down there?
Me? Look, I sit on the middle street. Remember that bet you on the middle street?
Yeah.
I asked him a million freaking questions. My head was spinning. Don't know what to do, what to turn. Everybody telling me, some say I just come on my vacation for my, what I say, what? And come down for your retirement package. Another man say, I'm telling you. Another man say, boy, he's at the groundhog. He comes to see a shadow. Yeah.
So, gentlemen, I'm going to close off on this.
You're gone. You're gone after I start talking, eh?
Yeah. My daughter.
Yeah. Sammy,
you
talk about that. Them things don't bother me, man. Them things, I know what I'm about.
Here we're going to close off on them, man. You listening now?
And Tia know what I'm talking about.
Here we're closing off on
the comments.
Closing off on. You ready?
Yeah.
When a truth is necessary, the reason for it can be found by analysis. That is, by resolving it into simple ideas and truths until the primary ones are reached.
You're talking about this.
Well, exactly it. But that's what I say. Simplify it